directly on time to your ears. I'm not directly on time, but what I meant by that was I turned the mic on as soon as it said let's go on the screen. Yeah? Didn't just turn the mic on, I said words at the same time that it said let's go on the stream. So you know I'm here and I'm attentive. I'm looking after you. I'm keen to please my audience, right? That's what it's all about. Big hole in the green screen there, that's great, because what that means is that the fucking camera keeps not focusing. Fuck me. Here's me thinking I'm smart as fuck, right? Here's me thinking I'm fucking smart. Right, just give me a minute, okay? Give me a minute. Okay. I did it. Oh. How are you, chat? What's going on? What do we got? Who do we got? Who are we? What are we? We got Ninny, we got Val, we got Steph, we got Middle-earth Marxist. We got Network, we got Hunter Biden's Bathroom, we got Aslan. Everybody please go and follow Aslan. Great streamer, great friend, great comrade. We got Sally Pocketful. And anyone else that I've missed? We got Just Johnny. Hello, how are we all doing? If you fix the green screen, use chunky thread that's not green, so it's like a scarf for a character. You know what's funny? I was thinking about that. I was actually thinking about that. Coming to the stream just to see Hole. Straight in there. She's straight in there. She doesn't give a fuck. Val says I'm alright. I walked into town, had a little look in some vintage clothing stores. That's wonderful. That's really nice. Glad got to have some time out the house and find some things that you might like. What did I do? Well, after the stream last night, I was feeling... you can tell probably I feel tons better today. I was feeling absolutely garbage. It really felt like... I can't stress how much it felt like a fever dream last night. Watching that fucking Omid Jalili thing. You know? You were all here. You all remember. It was insane. Like, on top of that, tired as fuck, had like an hour's sleep, terrible back pain, headache, nausea, pretty much like a migraine. I pretty much was having like a migraine. Like, every time I spoke words, I just got this like, you know, pain in my head. So yeah, that was completely insane. But after the stream, went straight to bed, had a little mini kip, felt amazing after that, and I was like, oh yeah, and my back pain was easing up a little bit. So like, but then the issue was, I had to try and get back to sleep, and that is just, for some reason, I'm having a real hard time finding something to go to sleep to at the minute. And I don't know why. I think it's because I was suffering with like a lot of existential dread over the holidays. And I think that all the stuff that I used to normally watch to send me to sleep, it just like sends me a little bit under. So like maybe I just can't watch like ambiguous amphibian playthroughs anymore, right? I don't know why. Maybe it's because I was playing so much RimWorld actually. And he does a lot of RimWorld. Because I actually turned on his channel and he was doing some the Roller Coaster Tycoon 2. The sort of updated new PC moddable version so you can play it on like, you know, modern PCs and shit, yeah? And that was fine. So it must just be RimWorld. I think I've just completely fucked myself with RimWorld because I was playing it so much. Watching all the new GDQ VODs is helping me. Oh, yeah, that's great. That's a great idea. Yes, what the fuck am I thinking? Why didn't I think of that? The stupid thing is that I did think of that, but then I forgot about it. So thanks. Thanks for mentioning that. Hello, Steez. How are you doing? Welcome in. Johnny says, had to step up and provide medical help to a woman outside work who had seized and had heart trouble. Head's a little fried. Holy shit, dude. Yeah, I bet. Fucking hell. Yeah, I hope she's all right. Sent to the hospital, they had to grab the AED. What, the defibrillator? That's crazy, bro. Fuck me. Oh my god, what a fucking way to fucking finish your work day. Or maybe you're not finished, because I know sometimes you just watch the fucking stream while you're at work. I hope you're fucking alright, man. Hope you and chat are well. Thank you very much, Steez. Yeah, no, I'm doing loads better today. So, you know, yeah, basically, I found it really hard to go to sleep last night. That's the whole point of this story, right? Found it really hard to go to sleep. I went to sleep straight away for about an hour, but then I woke up, was feeling fine. And then I found it hard to get back to sleep. So, I ended up, yeah, just like watching a bunch of crap. I'll tell you what I'm watching. This shit is fucking excellent, chat. We're not going to watch it now. But I am telling you, this is some of the best entertainment I've seen. You know, like YouTube entertainment that I've seen in a long time. Yeah? It's on Grouse House. I would highly recommend Grouse House because they are essentially, they do a lot of stuff with Anti-Donna. Anti-Donna are involved. And there's some other amazing young Australian comedians in there that are very, very exciting and fun and funny. And it's called the most upsetting guessing game in the world. I'm just going to show you the intro for it so that you understand the premise, right? This is one of the best fucking, you can see this is like an hour and 17 minutes. They're all that long, if not longer. Yeah, have you watched this stuff? I was gonna bring this up because I know that you were saying that you watched the Anti-Donna flight simulator thing today. I watched that today as well. I was gonna bring this up. I think you and Husker talking about it in the Discord reminded me, right? Oh, he's here. Husker's here. Hello. Okay, yeah. I'll just play you the intro because it's so fucking good. It's so fucking funny, honestly.
Yes, oh yes, oh yes. Hello, friends. A warm welcome to you on this wonderful evening. Getting into the couch, I bet you are. Curled up, ready to, maybe the popcorn or a corn chips, ready to watch the most upsetting guessing game. A fun night. Wherever
he's describing me.
To guess, but we get through it and we have a fun time doing it. It's lovely that you've joined us again. My name's Broden Kelly and I'm the host of today, the most upsetting guessing game. And this is where we get a bunch of friends, different people, and from all walks of life. They come in here every day and they'll play this quiz game and guess the character traits as they come through. Today, joining us, our first guest on this, who will join you and I tonight as we play through this game, is, you'll know them as the creator of Longhead from the internet. Please welcome Millie Holton.
Good to be here. For a second, it seemed like you didn't know my name, Broden.
And of course, creator of the much-loved role-play game from the internet. You'll see him in the Grouse House platforms, the game that these people play, Trope. It's Matthew Jackson. Matthew, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Listen, high risk inverse. Every single one of these fucking comedians is like A tier. I'm telling you now, man. Like the existence of these people, yeah, confirms, and we already know this, yeah, but it just confirms that like what conservatives say about comedy is just complete dog shit. Because there is no problematic shit in any of these fucking guys' comedy. They're just like young Gen Z or millennial comedians in Australia. They're funny as fuck. Some of them are like professionally trained, did drama at uni and shit like that, you know? They're just dope. Hey Sorka, how are you doing? Well, I'm about to run out of melatonin pills I got from an American supplement website because I forgot to code the ordering system. They're not shipped to the UK.
It's nice to be welcomed.
You couldn't go far without our third guest, who's a great member of our community.
Not lol that you're running out, but lol that's how you got them. But yeah, sorry to hear it.
As well, Ashley APAP, thank you so much for being here.
It's good to be great.
A flower on the jumper and a flower in the heart, I'm sure.
Oh,
Yes. Wow. Oh, that's beautiful.
I've worked with this guy for 15 years.
Mark is wearing shoes, SMH, yeah, it's not great.
And we've seen so many things together over the years.
It's much better when he isn't.
Great to have him here. The hairstyles have changed, but the heart has stayed the same, and he's a good man. Please welcome Mark.
Oh,
Broden, you have the energy of someone with early onset dementia, but it's made your personality lighter.
yeah.
It's the good dementia.
Yeah.
yeah, it's like a better version of you.
It's the fun one.
Now it's time for our first guest tonight. You know them from the Longhead series. It's
We've done that. We've done Millie.
Funny.
Oh,
Mate,
sweetie.
you've done
It's
that
okay.
one.
We already
Done that
know.
one.
Don't feel lost and confused.
Done that one.
But how does this game work if you're joining us for the first time? Well, don't worry, you're not alone. This game is our version of a game called Party Quirks, where a party is hosted today by the one and only Mark Bonanno from Wizards of Oz by Michael Shanks. A man worth now millions and millions of dollars. Mark will host a party. Mark will host a party as the guests arrive. Here's the thing about these guests. They have different quirks and personalities to the ones you might have at your parties. You might have a friend who works at NAB Bank, but the guest here tonight might be spaghetti in the space. These are the things that we'll be playing with.
Spaghetti in the space.
We'll try and make
Spaghetti
it
in
as,
the space.
we'll try and make it as complicated as we possibly can. But I want you to have fun at home and play along.
Oh.
Chat in the comments, get engaged. It's time for you to head outside while we give this.
He does a really good job of just like being a dad, doing like a weird, fucked up dad.
Quirks to our guests. We'll see you soon.
Hey Krell, what's up?
Too hard, guys.
Not as hard as spaghetti in space. No.
Yes, yeah, not as hard as spaghetti in space.
Nothing could
See
be
you later.
harder.
Yeah, I'm all good, man. We'll talk about it later.
Broden's delivery is great, yeah.
Hate to see him leave. Love to watch him walk away.
Oh, baby.
Look at that ass. You okay, Broden?
Yeah.
He's chuffed.
You're on. Oh, he's wobbling. He's wobbling.
He's wobbling.
You're
Support.
right. You need us to hold
Okay.
it. You know what? You need.
Wrap it up. Let's go.
Time for our quirks. folks.
So this is the bit, right? All that stuff is just fluff. It's whatever. It's just a fun bit of intro, yeah. But this is this fucking game, chat. I've been living off this for literally the last 2 weeks. I've been watching an episode every day, maybe repeating them, because sometimes they're so long and it's just like taking a weird drug because of how like stressed but hilarious they all get. It's a really fun experience.
And this is where things get really complicated.
Yay.
Millie, Grouse House
Yes.
has kind of been made because it's harder and harder for Australian comedic voices to get any kind of platform. Places like the ABC are creating less and less shows, and the ones they are being made sometimes are a compromise for the creator.
Yeah, I've had 3 projects with Grass House, so I'm quite familiar with the model.
We built this as a kind of like, maybe this is a place where those voices can continue to be heard. But
And thank you.
That's what I was waiting for. You are... You've got an invisible hat on,
Yeah.
but you're carrying the energy of needing this to work.
Oh,
Yeah.
that. I
Yes.
love that. Yeah, great.
So he needs to
Yes.
get that whole Grouse House story.
Yep.
Wait, what do you mean?
Have you seen My Fair Lady? I don't think you have. So you will be playing Eliza Doolittle. So this is you might know it for the adaptation 10 Things I Hate About You. So you were an urchin off of the street.
Oh,
and
yeah.
a bet has been made over the course of this.
Am I aware of the bet?
You'll become aware of the bet.
And I hate that.
Well,
I'm insulted. I'd be insulted.
Yeah, you're in like Victorian England.
Beautiful. Your home country.
Victorian England.
Yes.
Yeah.
I haven't been listening.
That's okay.
Am I trying to court Mark or anyone?
Or I'd say
There's no courting. Maybe
No,
I just
you're getting courted.
Yeah, you're getting courted because you're being made into a lady.
Oh, so I love that.
Matt, Mark loves AFL football.
Fuck.
So you are Andrew Dillon, the CEO of the AFL.
Oh, Andrew Dillon?
Yep.
Okay, great. I don't know any AFL stuff.
And he's grappling.
Yeah.
They moved the primetime free-to-air Saturday Night Live.
Okay, so you get this bit. I'm not going to play all this bit because it goes on for quite a while. But they give him quirks to like try and figure out for the person that's not there now to try and figure out, right? So if I just drop this at like a random bit in like the meat of the video, you'll see what I mean.
Because you live in some sort of delusion.
Did you ever see
It
She's
felt like
All
a
That?
delusion.
Or was it?
What? Oh, the Shakespeare.
It
10
felt like
things?
a
Shakespeare.
delusion,
That's Taming of the Shrew.
Confessions of
Taming of
a
the Shrew?
teenage
Taming of the Shrew.
drama.
You're a shrew.
What was that? Yeah, Taming the Shrew, yeah.
Yeah, that's part of it.
But it's Shakespearean.
But what's the one before that?
The one before that?
Confessions of a Teenage Drama Queen.
Oh, fuck. Not Taming of the Shrew.
A doctor takes my name now.
A Comedy of Errors.
I know, I got to know from another way.
Another way.
Do you think it was crazy? Do you think it was crazy, Mark, when like because she's come so far from where she started, and when it was really upsetting when she discovered that it was all for a bet.
It was all for a bet. It was all for but that is 10 Things I Hate About You. That is Taming of the Shrew.
Before that.
Yeah, it's almost as if that's
It's a
like,
prequel. You're in a prequel. 10 Things I Hate About You. 9 things I hate about you.
Back into the past
no.
now.
I have another way. Are you that vet?
Dr. Doolittle.
Oh, but
No,
my-
not doctor.
No.
Are you a doctor?
Well, not in these times, but maybe one day in the future where we're all.
So there you go. You can see how fucking insane it gets, right? It's just absolutely quality. I fucking love it. There you go. That's what I've been watching. It goes so hard. I genuinely can't explain to you just how good it is. You know, when it's like you've not like seen like a new game show idea for a long time, and you're like, oh, this is new. And it's not new because, like he says, it's a well-established game. It's called Party Quirks, right? Never heard of Auntie Donna, but never watched the stuff. Oh no, you got if you are a fan, right? I have to preface it with this because I've recommended them before, and when I recommended them before, stream regular and long-time supporter of mine, yeah, Vordrella came back after watching it and was like, I don't understand why it's funny, right? And that's because he's Belgian, and Belgian people don't understand silly abstract comedy, do they? No, I'm joking. It's probably nothing to do with him being Belgian. It just doesn't get like that kind of comedy. It's like abstract, silly Billy, funny, weird, ridiculous, fantastical. You know, it's great. It's good stuff. Yeah, they're deranged. They're completely deranged. Like some of the sketches, I showed my mum a bit of Auntie Donna. They've got like a show on Netflix, and yeah, become a disciple of the Pud. Well, that's the thing. Is it Zoomer humor? Because like they're all millennials. They're all my age or older. So it's like it's just a kind of like it is Zoomer humor. It's the kind of humor that Zoomers like. Fast, quick comedy that's very funny and good. And also all the Grouse House peeps have that kind of level of humor as well. It's really good. I would just recommend checking out Grouse House and Auntie Donna. They're just really, really good. And again, you know, just examples that like comedy could be really funny without any kind of like horrible reactionary shit going on. So weird that Husker had a dream about them last night. Yeah, exactly. It's It's just the Taskmaster set too, isn't it? I don't watch Taskmaster, so I don't know. Dropout has a lot of stuff in the same vein in the US. Yeah, I would... Well, if you're looking for like a US comedian to compare him to, or like an American comedian to compare him to, it would be Tim Robinson and what's that fella who does Detroiters with him? Who's in I Think You Should Leave. I Think You Should Leave Detroiters style stuff. And Tim and Eric. Like that level of stuff. It's just really good. Just really, really fucking good stuff. Okay. Let's move on. Let's get the stream started. I've been here for almost half an hour already, and we've not even got into anything. And guess what? I've got another fucking warm-up quiz to do. Yeah? I've got another warm-up quiz to do. Is it Conor O'Malley? Is that who that is? Dropout has a lot of different comedians who do that kind of comedy. Yeah, that's the Husker literally just said that. Yeah. I just read that out. Yeah. This is the quiz. This is the new quiz. I'm not going to be naming every country every stream again. Every day. I'm not going to do it every day. I might do it every other day. He plays Trevor on Detroiters. Yeah. I might do it every other day to warm up the brain, but this is another one. Can you tell what it is yet? I just had that in my head because it was Australia. I forgot he was a paedophile. Okay, I'm probably never gonna say that again. Can you tell what this is? Can you tell what it is? So, I bet US people don't even know who that was, so it doesn't even fucking matter. Do Australians know who Rolf Harris is? That's a question. Middle-earth Marxist. Have you ever heard of Rolf Harris? You must have heard of Rolf Harris. New Zealand looking long. Yeah, it's a weird fucked up map. Trust British paints never. Yeah, there you go. British painters never. I mean, is he a British painter? He's Australian, Rolf Harris, right? Anyway. This what you can see here on the stream is, in fact, guess the country. You have to click on the country without getting it wrong. If you get it wrong, you have to start again. And it is the no outlines, no borders edition, yeah? So when I click play quiz, it's going to give me a country. I got to guess what it is. Most of his victims were Australian. Oh, fuck. Well, I didn't even know that. All right, okay. Starting off strong. Libya. Let's go. Vanuatu. Fuck. Oh, fuck. I was looking at Vanuatu last night on a map. Shit. Oh, God. Never mind. We'll skip. Iran. That's right there. Oh, hey, B-Rat. Looks like a area preserving map projection. Area preserving map projection. Please explain to me more. Oman is there. Norway is there. Argentina is there. Oh. Slovakia, I'm not going to try that one yet. Bolivia, I'm not going to try that one yet. I'm not going to be able to get any of these islands. I'm just telling you straight away. There's no fucking way. Vietnam. Lithuania. I'm not going to try that yet. South Korea. El Salvador, not going to try that yet. Madagascar. Romania. Dominican Republic is... Yep. Venezuela is... Yep. Poland is... Yep. Turkey, easy. Brazil, easy. Kazakhstan is massive. But I don't want to risk it, because I forget exactly what the borders are. I've tried this a couple of times before, just so you know. I'm not just doing this well straight off the bat. Laos is like... Oh, fuck. Hailing Retro, what's going on? The islands in the Pacific and Caribbean are hardest for sure. I'm a geography nerd and still struggle. Yeah, it's really tough. I'm not going to try Laos yet. Papua New Guinea is there. Zimbabwe is there, but I'm not going to try it just yet. Malaysia is there. Not going to try Antigua and Barbuda. Ain't no way. Namibia is on the top left. Yes. Taiwan, obviously, not a real country. Trinidad and Tobago is there. I just know that Trinidad and Tobago is the closest of the Caribbean islands to South America. But the size of the area should be consistent across north-south lines, but the shape might not be. Maybe the Mulwade projection. I still don't understand what you mean. But that's okay. I'm sure it's very smart, because that's what you are. Holland is there. Burkina Faso, Turkmenistan is right above Iran. I fucking hate this. Whatever, man. I'll come back to that. I wouldn't even be able to get Israel because of fucking Lebanon on this map. I need Lebanon first. I'll be able to get Lebanon easy. Okay, Nepal. No. France, yep. Mexico. Greece. Tajikistan, ain't no way. Serbia, not yet. Iceland, there. Lebanon, there we go. UAE is like the... India's there. Paraguay is there. Marshall Islands, don't know. Malawi, Azerbaijan. Azerbaijan is like there. Yeah, okay. Andorra is there. Is it going to let me do that? Yeah. Benin. Earth is a sphere, and if you skin a sphere to put it into a flat square, it fucks up proportions. Yes, that makes sense. Yes. That makes sense. Tonga, Gambia, New Zealand, Finland, UK. Indonesia is actually massive. USA, CAR, Austria. Am I going to be able to get Austria? No, I'm not. Malta is the... North Korea. Zambia. Oh, I think Zambia is there, but I can't be too sure. South Africa's there. Chile is long as fuck. Nicaragua is like... I don't want to risk that one just yet. Russia's there, obviously. Chad. I don't want to get that without Sudan. I'm not going to be able to get it. Seychelles. You Are Gay is there. Senegal. Oh, West Africa's going to be so hard. Uganda, don't know. Qatar. Let's just leave that for now. Niger. Let's leave that for now. Tanzania is underneath Kenya, but I don't have Kenya yet, so I don't want to risk it. Kyrgyzstan, don't know. Kosovo, don't know. Iraq is... It's right next to Iran. Yeah. DRC, not going to be able to get that yet. Honduras, not going to be able to get that yet. Lesotho is there? Yes. St. Kitts and Nevis, Moldova, Luxembourg. Not going to try and get that yet. Dominica, not going to try and get that. Japan, easy. Suriname is on the right there. Okay. Armenia is next to Azerbaijan. Oh, God, that was fucking ropey as fuck. Eswatini is up there, but I'm going to wait until I get... I think it is Zimbabwe. Is it Zambia? Is Zambia in the middle? Streamer is the massive, Chad. Thank you. Waiting to judge if Slovenia gets slipped. If I've got Italy, I won't need to skip Slovenia. Czechia. Tunisia. Australia. Peru. Kenya. Yeah, it's there. Okay. Mauritania. Fuck, I'm not going to get that. Belize. Not going to get that. Morocco. Singapore. Monaco. Croatia. Fucking Straya, mate. Croatia's like here, but it's so tiny, I don't want to risk it. Palau. Comoros is there. Cambodia. I can never remember if it's on the coast or if it's Laos that's on the coast. Bangladesh is there. Liberia is somewhere in the west of Africa, don't know. Fiji, don't know. Georgia is there. Cuba is there. Timor-Leste is there. Equatorial Guinea, no way. Colombia is there. Sudan is underneath Egypt, but I don't want to risk it just yet. I know it's massive, but just don't know. Pakistan is next to Iran, in between India and Iran. Brunei is over there. Yeah. Afghanistan is fucking like there. Yes. Switzerland is there. Estonia is at the top there. Ecuador is like here. Yes. Spain there. Philippines there. Angola there. Belgium there. Panama there. Italy. Now I'll be able to get Slovenia. No. No. South Sudan. Fuck! Botswana. Is Botswana in the middle of Zambia and Namibia? Maldives, Kuwait, Gabon, Micronesia, Costa Rica. Costa Rica is... yeah. Guinea, Tuvalu, Sri Lanka. There. Mali, Nauru, Ethiopia. Yeah. San Marino. Yeah. Sweden. Yeah. Uzbekistan. Not gonna get that. Ain't no way. There just isn't. I just don't. No way. China. Easy. Jordan. It's like that. It's like that. I don't want to risk it. I don't want to risk it. Syria is there. I'll go back to Jordan and get that now. Yeah. Guatemala is literally underneath. It's underneath Mexico. Yes. So Belize is there. Okay. Bosnia and Herzegovina, not going to get that. Algeria, there. Cyprus is there. Cabo Verde. Myanmar. It's right. Oh my god. Oh my god, it's there, right? Yes, okay. Samoa, Saudi Arabia. Burundi, Bahamas. Ukraine. Egypt. Mozambique. Mozambique is underneath Tanzania. Mongolia. Haiti. Liechtenstein. There's no way I'm going to get that. There's no way I'm going to get that. Guyana is there. Almost done South America. Thailand is there. Yeah. Denmark. Germany. Belarus. Is Belarus next to Poland? Oh, fuck me. It's above Ukraine. Yeah, it's there. Latvia is the little hook underneath Estonia. Yep. Hey, Bellatrix, how you doing? Welcome in. Portugal, Sierra Leone, Sao Tome and Principe, don't know. Djibouti, don't know. Slovenia. Told you, B-Rat. I told you. As soon as you get fucking... Oh, I'm not going to be able to get Palestine without Israel either. Fuck Israel so much, dude. Holy shit. Cote d'Ivoire, Slovakia, Bolivia. Yeah. No. Lithuania. El Salvador. Now, this is where I get fucking confused in Central America, because El Salvador and Honduras are both, like, fucking tiny, right? You got, like, El Salvador all smushed up on the left, I think, and Honduras on the right, but you also got Belize and Nicaragua there that I've not got, so... not going to be able to get that just yet, I don't think. Romania, am I going to be able to click that on that side? No. So what do? I click that there? What the fuck? That's where I clicked! Okay, well I did pretty good. What did I get? 53%. Okay. 53%. Not so bad. Not so fucking bad. What did I miss out on? I think Kazakhstan is this one here, because I know that's on the border with Russia. And then we got Nepal, Bhutan. I can never remember what order Laos and Cambodia go in. I think Cambodia's near the top, right? Marshall Islands are in Oceania. Yeah, I know where they are. But I just don't know which... like, look how many islands there are, you know? Like, I don't know which one... Bikini Atoll is in the Marshall Islands, yeah. What did I miss? These are all the ones I got. I'm pretty happy with that. 53% is pretty fucking good. And considering I pretty much clicked on where Romania is. It's a bit dog shit that it kills your run, yes. I know where Sao Tome e Principe is. It's off the west coast of Africa. I mean, yeah. But I don't, do I? It's like there, isn't it? Sao Tome and Principe. Yeah. Alright, okay. Right. Well, there's the brain warm-up done. We got a bunch of stuff to get through today, chat. A load of stuff. We are Laotian from Laos, stupid. It's a landlocked country in Southeastern Asia. That's King of the Hill. You're doing King of the Hill. Hello, Star Spangled Shitlog. Yes. It's landlocked. There you go. So Laos is the one on the top. Cambodia is the one on the coast. Yeah, there you go. There you go. What do we got? What do we got first? What do we got first to look at? Just something a little fun. Something a little fun. Here we go. Pedophile in chief. Hell yeah. Someone just yelled at Trump. I don't know where this is. Ford plant worker. He's gone to a Ford plant. Right? Footage of Trump not on board a plane. It's a miracle. He's mad. He's mad as hell about that shit. It's crazy. Like, this is not the actions of a man who is not mad. If just like a factory worker is yelling pedophile protector at him, and he just goes, fuck you. My president, the quartering, yes, really. Well, they're all like that. They don't give a flying fuck that he's a pedo. Or that he's a pedo protector. They just don't. He's gonna tank the entire auto industry for that insult, yeah. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, normal stuff. I had a fun thing to start the stream. Where's it gone? I've got to go get on my watch later again. Sorry. I thought that I had this ready to go. The Quartering once posted a video guide on hiding your child sex abuse material from tech support. What? What? Fucking hell, man. I wanted to play this because this is a little fun. This is from Peru. Peruvian shamans perform rituals and make New Year predictions. So they got like a whole bunch of world leaders here. A whole bunch of people. They got Xi Jinping, they got Trump, they got Maduro, they got Putin. I think that's Zelensky. Let's take a little look at this.
Tiene que ser atrás. ¿Cómo es? Se va a prender eso.
Offering up their predictions for 2026.
Donald Trump acorralará al presidente de Venezuela.
Donald Trump will corner President Maduro. Wait, what?
Maduro si viene.
Wait, what? They actually fucking predicted this shit. That's crazy.
Es cierto, ahorita está con estrategias y todo, tiene su gente que lo protege, pero se está debilitando. Cada vez más está más acorralado. Y eso es lo que hemos podido visualizar.
De querer invadir a la fuerza a Venezuela. Pero Venezuela se siente su espíritu, los espíritus a través, yo te hablo lo que me hablan los espíritus en estos momentos, lo que ellos.
What he means is that he's high as fuck and he's communing with spirits right now. That's what they were saying. That's what they were saying there. I mean, this is AFP reporting, so it's probably like a really shit example, right? I guess like flowers, coca leaves, and corn-based drink. They get high and commune with spirits. Yeah. I'm not taking the piss. I'm just saying that, like, just so everyone knows this guy's off his tit. This is how I commune with spirits.
Espíritus a través, yo te hablo lo que me hablan los espíritus en estos momentos, lo que ellos me informan, se ve, no va a poder, se ve muy difícil.
El señor Donald Trump, el señor Nicolás Maduro, se van por los materiales y no por la humanidad. Entonces, ellos no piensan para su pueblo.
Well, he's kind of just wrong about that, you know. We're getting like a whole range of different political opinions that these guys have.
Para ningunos. Entonces, por lo tanto, nosotros ese corazón duro que está teniendo, le hemos metido bastante espada de acero para...
So these guys just don't like Maduro. That's crazy, dude.
La paz al 100% no va a llegar entre Rusia y
There will never be 100% peace between Russia and Ukraine.
Va a haber un desarme, un encono. Quizás, como dicen, no, de labios van a querer firmar, van a querer llegar a un acuerdo, a una tregua, pero esta guerra va a seguir.
Okay. All right. I thought that was going to be more based, but it kind of seemed a bit cringe. All right, moving on to the news. I got that and I was like, oh yeah, that's going to be really fun and good. I was wrong. Anyway, never mind. All right, we got some breaking news that came out about an hour ago. This is the breaking news that apparently phase 2 of Trump's 20-point plan to end the Gaza conflict, moving from ceasefire to demilitarization, technocratic governance, and reconstruction is apparently happening now. So let's take a look at this Al Jazeera report on this.
The United States has announced the launch of the second phase of President Trump's ceasefire plan for Gaza. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff has posted on X that phase 2 establishes a transitional technocratic Palestinian administration which will be known as the National Committee for the Administration of Gaza. He also says phase 2 begins the full demilitarization and reconstruction of Gaza, primarily the
How are you going to demilitarize it?
Personnel.
How are you going to disarm them? How are you going to do that?
To comply fully with its obligations.
Why would they do that?
The immediate return of the final deceased hostage, and warns failure to do so will bring serious consequences.
So, right, so what's going to happen then is they aren't going to be able to retrieve the body of the final hostage, because at this point, I either believe that this is a made-up thing, a completely made-up thing, or they just can't get access to it because Israel will keep fucking bombing them. Like, the Zionist entity keeps bombing the Gaza Strip all the fucking time. So, what's either going to happen here is the Zionist entity in the USA are going to keep threatening Hamas. They're going to keep threatening Palestinians. And Hamas are going to be like, dog, we need, like, fucking bulldozers and shit. We need excavation shit. The Zionist entity isn't letting any fucking food in. They're not letting any fucking, they're not letting anything in. We can't do this. And then the US is going to go, oh, well. And then they're just going to start bombing Gaza more obviously. And then Al-Qassam will be forced to retaliate. And that's going to be it. It'll just be back to what it was. So it will have been a fucking nothing ceasefire. I don't know how they intend to maintain this when they're constantly threatening Iran. Like, it feels like bombs are going to start hitting Iran at any point. Like, it could happen during this stream. You know what I mean? So I don't know how they think that like, it just feels so much like imperial overreach. I think we were watching a guy talk about this on Laney's stream. Does anyone remember that guy's name? He's a black guy. And he's just really based, and he was talking about imperial overreach. He was talking about all of this stuff. Yeah.
All right, Patty Culhane joins us now live from Washington, D.C. Patty, good to speak with you again. Let me just ask if we've heard anything else yet from the administration with regard to this announcement from Steve Witkoff about phase 2 of the Gaza ceasefire deal.
No, and this is, as you mentioned, a social
no.
media post,
Straight away, no. No. Have you heard anything else from Steve Witkoff? No. Great.
Very key information, such as what is Israel going to have to do in this next phase. It was expected that they would withdraw further back from the yellow line. Not any mention of that in here.
They genuinely believe every time they stop attacking, they're the only ones capable of rearming during that period. They do think that, yeah. Like Al-Qassam would have rearmed. You know, like, they were operating under way worse conditions are bad in Gaza right now, but they were operating under way worse conditions when they were still taking, you know, tanks out every single fucking day. So it's like, what do you think is going to happen, man?
We know that the plan had called for setting up basically 3 different zones inside Gaza, allowing for some redevelopment in the first zone, but not in the most densely packed areas of the Gaza Strip. We also know the first phase, Israel was expected to dramatically increase the humanitarian aid.
Yeah, they didn't even do phase 1. Like, what are they talking about?
UN officials, NGOs say that Israel's denying key things that people in Gaza need to survive the winter, such as tents, saying that they could be used.
There are hundreds of temporary shelters, probably thousands of temporary shelters at the Rafah crossing, but the Zionist entity is just not letting any of those aid organizations that are just parked in Egypt, just ready to go. You know, they're just not letting any of them in.
As weapons. So this, again, is very much in line with that they could be used as weapons.
Tents could be used. Tents could be used as weapons. Don't let any tents in because they could be used as weapons. Don't let any tents in because they could be used as weapons. Don't let them in because they could be used as weapons. Bro, look how many bricks are all... What are you talking about? If you're going to be that insane, you might as well be like, oh shit, they're so armed because there's bricks everywhere. What are you talking about?
Where it tends to favor
I fucking hate Israel so much, man. Holy fucking shit.
Saying they're moving
Holy
to the second
shit.
phase. So what could that look like? Well,
Inshallah, within our lifetime.
There will be a 15-member technocratic group of Palestinians that will run the strip on a day-to-day basis. Also not mentioned in this statement is the fact that it calls for an international security force made up of foreign soldiers to go in and maintain the peace. Hamas has rejected that idea, so that could lead to confrontation. We don't know if any of the countries that they've been talking to are going to send their soldiers in.
They don't have a plan, do they? I think that that's just what it is. I just think that they don't have a plan. It's the podcaster administration. Again, Steve Witkoff, even though he does have a history of you know, doing some horrible, shady shit and what have you. I just don't think that they actually have a plan. I think that they're just trying to long it out. Like, if at this point, the way that I see it is, I just think they're trying to pretend that they're doing stuff, all the while the Zionist entity is just bombing Gaza every single day still. I think that they were like, right, we're gonna pull the wool over the world's eyes and tell them that there's a ceasefire. Because that's what everybody wants, so we're just going to tell them that there's a ceasefire. And obviously Israel could just do whatever they want, right?
To Gaza, exactly what that structure would look like. So this statement says they're moving forward, but it doesn't exactly spell out what that's going to look like.
Oh no, I know, Hunter Biden's bathroom, I know.
Believes that it's the next phase is ready to move on to what he says he's done is brought peace to the Middle East. But saying that and proving it on the ground, those are right now two very different things.
All right, Patty, please stand by for us.
And to be fair, that's just what they tell the English media. Whenever they're questioned by the English media, they say, oh, we had to kill that kid because they were throwing rocks at our tanks, which is a shit excuse anyway. But in Hebrew, when they speak in Hebrew, they're just like, yeah, man, we took out some more terrorists. Those kids would have just grown up to be terrorists anyway. These terror babies. They just say it out loud. Like, I don't know if you watch Ray K's stream, but I would highly recommend it. It gives you such an insight because he directs, you know, he directly translates from Hebrew. And the things that they say is just insane. I was watching Ray's stream the other day, and he was saying that there was a headline on one of the Israeli mainstream news channels that was promoting a book called 50 Shades of Blue and White. So 50 Shades of blue and white meaning the flag of Israel. And it's about a love story between an adult and a 14-year-old. And Ray was like, I can't even read this, man. I don't even want to fucking read this. Like, they literally are the worst, like, fascist fucking pedophile nation of all time. Like, it can't be stressed enough. Like, it genuinely can't. Everything that they fucking say about Muslims and, you know, and Arabs, whatever they call Arabs, right? It's just true about them. It's just completely true about them. It's all projection.
Back to you in just a minute. I want to go now.
Honestly, watch Ray's stream, folks. I cannot recommend him enough. You know what I mean? Because he just gives you a great understanding of what is actually being said. Oh shit, that wasn't a shout out at all. Yeah.
To Tariq Abu Azoum, our correspondent in Gaza City, who's on the phone with us. Tariq, this statement, even though there's not a lot of detail, it does mention that Phase 2 will begin the full demilitarization and reconstruction of Gaza, primarily the disarmament of all unauthorized personnel. And it says that the U.S. expects Hamas to comply fully with its obligations. Have you heard anything new from Hamas when it comes to this announcement from Special Envoy Steve Witkoff?
Well, Hamas has not yet issued any statements regarding the American announcement, but it has been facing a growing...
See, like this footage, chat, this footage here of this bomb hitting this fucking tower, yeah? That's not from like 3 months ago. That's from like yesterday. They're just fucking bombing apartment buildings like this.
Been facing a growing pressure from...
There's probably fucking 100 people in there who just died. You know?
And the U.S. administration to adhere to the terms of the agreement and to accelerate the process of its demilitarization. But Hamas might view this announcement as a transition from a ceasefire phase to what the U.S. frames as longer-term stabilization efforts in Gaza build around security arrangements, temporary governance, as what has been mentioned in the plan, and reconstruction. But the focus on demilitarization here places security at the center of this phase, while the proposed technocratic administration led by Palestinian figures is only responsible to manage day-to-day affairs during the transitional period, though its structure, authority, and even relationship to existing Palestinian institution, Mohammed, remain unclear. Maybe this will help to abandon much of responsibility regarding local governance or from Hamas's shoulder, but Hamas will be quite cornered this time regarding its demilitarization, which means here that regional mediators, particularly Egypt, Qatar and Turkey, are likely to remain central, not only in maintaining the ceasefire, but also in facilitating governance, arrangements, and coordinating international reconstruction support. But at the same time, the durability here of the ceasefire itself remains a key variable. Like any deterioration could delay or even ruin these plans. So the whole equation right now is quite hinged on the level of commitment that will be not only shown by Hamas in Gaza, but also by the Israeli side, given the previous rounds of accusations.
Well, you know, the commitment from the Israeli side is a commitment to continue the fucking bombing campaign. You know?
Exchange between both.
That's all that they've been doing.
To the terms of the first phase of the ceasefire agreement, but much will depend on implementation at this phase, like demilitarization, governance reform, and large-scale reconstruction would need to proceed simultaneously in Gaza, a territory that has been incredibly facing extensive humanitarian strain. So that here raises practical questions about not only sequencing, but also regarding verification, funding, and who will oversee such component on the ground. Now, Hamas possibly will be negotiating this with mediators regarding how the militarization will go and how the reconstruction as well will take place in Gaza, given the previous parameters of the first phase of the agreement that has been not successfully met by the Israeli side, Mohammed.
You mentioned how the implementation of all this is going to be key. I want to ask you about one specific part in all of this when it comes to phase 2, which is going to be the establishment of a transitional technocratic Palestinian administration. At least that's what the statement from Steve Witkoff says, and that's what was expected going into the potential of any kind of announcement when it comes to phase 2. We know that that's been a sticking point for a long time. From what you've seen in Gaza, what you've heard from officials there and people on the ground, are we any closer to being able to establish some kind of transitional technocratic Palestinian administration that would be acceptable to people and officials in Gaza?
Well, there has been a general consensus among Palestinians that Palestinian figures must be responsible of managing day-to-day life in Gaza. They were refusing fundamentally the idea of having a foreign-led technocratic government to be completely running the whole life in the Strip, and that has been the main testimonies that we have heard from local families in Gaza. They say that they accept any governing Palestinian body that will be responsible on facilitating day-to-day life issues, including also the restoration of previous civilian services, including education, health, and even economic issues. But here, they are quite skeptical about whether this even new Palestinian technocratic government would face some strains from the Israeli side, or there will be further Israeli obstacles or spanners thrown over the whole process. So this has been one of the main fears that has been locally shared by Palestinians. They say that Israel is still dictating the dynamics of the ceasefire regarding what comes into Gaza and what comes out of it. And one of the main fears also that had been circulating amongst the Palestinians on the ground is that to what extent this new governing body will be given some sort of concessions to fulfill its commitment on the ground. As you understand that...
You try getting one of those in Japan, but you couldn't find them anywhere. You could just get them on Amazon. Unless you're doing the boycott. You could probably get it direct from the fucking... Probably get it directly from the site. I think you're in the UK though, aren't you, Star Spangled Shitlog? So I think... Oh, excuse me. It might be a bit difficult now with the tariffs. Yeah, I don't know how... Oh, fuck off. There's like an AI assistant. If you're wondering what that noise was, an AI assistant just like popped up and was like, "Hey there, nice to see you. Fuck off. Please fuck off. Please go away." God damn. Like, there's just nothing worse. There's just simply nothing worse. Here you go.
Israel's war on Gaza over the past 2 years has destroyed massively all governing infrastructure in the Strip regarding police stations, universities, hospitals, and civilian infrastructure. So they are facing huge responsibility now to facilitate all of this. And one of the main aspects that people are looking forward is the reconstruction process, and that is absolutely linked to the Israeli side and to what level Israel will allow for the reconstruction materials to access the Strip. So here there is a remarkable sense of cautious optimism, but that has been quite marked with previous failures regarding fulfilling the terms of the agreement when it comes to the Israeli side. But in general, there is a full consensus among Palestinians that only Palestinians should have the lead regarding governing Gaza and facilitating all suspending.
Of course, it's never going to be a different answer from Palestinians in Gaza. It's just not like there's not going to be a different thing. You know, it's like we were talking about yesterday, Omid Jalili and fucking Matt Frey having the gall, the absolute audacity to be sat there saying that the Iranians deserve self-determination. And then unironically saying that the Shah is great and that they should just like get the Shah in there. And also, you know, condemning Hamas and shit like that and being like, yeah, nah. Just the hypocrisy, just the clear-cut hypocrisy, you know?
Issues that had been widely complicated over the past 2 years.
Thodic, we'll leave it.
Like, yeah, do you support Palestinian resistance to occupation and fascist governance? Do you support that as well? Because that sounds to me like you support Hamas.
There for now, we'll come back to you as more details emerge in the coming.
And again, just to make my opinion on this clear, just in case there's new people here and they're thinking, damn, Muel just condemned Hamas. No, I will never condemn Hamas. I do not support terrorist organizations that are prescribed by the UK government. But I do disagree with the prescription of them because that is my right to do so. And also, they are well within their right, within the UN Charter. It clearly states out that every people have a right to armed struggle against an occupying force, right?
Hours for now, that's...
You can't just be like, yeah, man, those people who are doing that, they're actually just terrorists. That's just an abuse of the fucking... you know, of any kind of power that you have to say that an organization is a terrorist organization. But of course, that's why it was created. Anyway, we're not going to get into that.
From Gaza City. Thanks so much. Let's go back to Patty Culhane joining us once again from Washington, D.C. Patty, I want to ask you about if we're expecting any announcements when it comes to this idea of a board of peace. For a couple of months now, at least, we've heard from Donald Trump and other members of the administration that not only would phase 2 be happening at some point, but also that there would be a board of peace that would be overseeing what was going on in Gaza, that would be announced. Any indications that we'll get any more information about that in the hours to come?
Well, we do know that U.S. President Donald Trump has some sort of bill signing or executive order signing in a couple of hours, and it is expected that he might take questions. He tends to do that. He has been very much focused on this, what he calls the Board of Peace. Just recently, he said that he would be president of this Board of Peace.
The peace president. I'm going to be the boss. I'm the peace president.
Days ago said that it would be, the 12-member board would be made up of the most important leaders and the most important nations. So not exactly clear what that means. So
she's like trying not to laugh. Could you know, I'm a Twitch streamer and we can meme and we can do all that shit, right? We can have a laugh and we can laugh at all of it. But imagine having to be a professional newscaster in this day and age where you're reporting on the kind of things that Donald Trump says. And you have to sit there with like a straight face and be like, yeah, no, he's talking about the Don Roe doctrine. He's talking about all this, yada, yada, yada. I got like a big thing in my beard. What the f*** is that? Oh no, it's just like a bit of my beard that's black. What's going on there? It looked like I had like a big like spider in my beard.
I think what they're envisioning is this Board of Peace will be overseeing this technocratic government. The Reuters and Wall Street Journals reporting that it could be a 14 or 15-member panel of people, many of them tied to the Palestinian Authority, that would run the day-to-day operations. Again, now that I've had a chance to read the statement, because it is, again, breaking news, one thing that I think is very important, towards the end of the statement, Witkoff writes that Phase 1 delivered historic humanitarian aid, maintained the ceasefire, and returned the captives, all the bodies of one. Let's take that step by step. Delivered historic humanitarian aid. I think people on the ground and NGOs, the UN would disagree with that characterization.
Yes.
Maintained the ceasefire.
I just think most people with a brain would be able to disagree with that.
Hundreds of Gazans, Palestinians have still been being killed since that ceasefire. Israel is...
I like that she made the distinction between cousins and Palestinians. Not the distinction. She started out by saying cousins, but then she corrected herself saying Palestinians. I think it's really important to mention this. This is something that Lexi Alexander said the other day, that we mustn't get used to calling Palestinians in Gaza just cousins, right? Because it erases Palestine. They're Palestinians, you know? Like, yes, they are Gazan Palestinians, but they're Palestinian first and foremost.
Still operating, conducting operations in the zones past the lines where they were supposed to pull back from. So that said, when Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu flew down to Florida, Donald Trump was asked about Israel and their actions to the ceasefire, and he said that Israel's lived up to the plan 100%. So one of the things that's missing,
that's just wrongo bongo, buddy. You know?
A lot of things that are missing from this very broad social media statement is that international stabilization force. That is a key element. So they've announced that there's going to be a technocratic government that Hamas must disarm or there will be consequences. But as far as the international stabilization force, they had
just going to put my food in the oven, chat me a sec.
Sending their troops in to maintain stability in Gaza. Not at all clear that they have that force ready to go or exactly who would be part of it. And it also talks about Israeli troops pulling back from the so-called yellow line. There's no mention of that in this statement. So they're basing this on they believe that the phase one is complete and that humanitarian aid's been delivered, the ceasefire's holding. That is not the case on the ground. So it's not clear how this new phase is going to be implemented when they're not actually acknowledging that there have been problems with phase one.
All right, that's Al Jazeera's Patty Culhane joining us live from Washington, D.C. Thanks for unpacking all that for us, Patty. Let's get more now from Nida Ibrahim, who is joining us on the phone from Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. Nida, we know it's been a very difficult road to get to this point. Obviously, there's still a lot of questions as to what will happen next when it comes to the announcement that phase two will begin. I want to ask you about the fact that in Steve Witkoff's announcement, he says that a transitional technocratic Palestinian administration has essentially been established or will be established when phase two happens. Do we know any more from Palestinian officials with regard to all of this?
Well, we know that the Palestinian Vice President Hussein Sheikh has congratulated this move before the announcement came from Steve Witkoff, showing that the Palestinian Authority is on board with what's happening in Gaza. When we talk about that, this is a very sensitive issue. The Palestinian Authority had always wanted a bigger role, a more crucial one that represents the political.
Yeah, the wonderful organization Médecins Sans Frontières, in English, Doctors Without Borders, now have one border, and that is Gaza. And why is that? Because of the fucking Zionist entity. It's just great, isn't it? It's great. Médecins Sans Frontières. Mais une frontière. On Gaza.
Operations and not just the humanitarian and technical needs of the besieged Gaza Strip. But it seems
Parce que l'entité du Zioniste.
What the Palestinian Authority is getting is some sort of Palestinian technocrats who are known to be close to Fatah, that is leading the Palestinian Authority, and not those who have political, let's say, careers. When we talk about this committee of 15 technocrats, we are talking about someone who previously was a Palestinian minister, who is being fronted and who is the main leading person of that committee. And he has been someone who was involved in a technical aspect, an executive who's been designing, let's say, infrastructure and cities. This is why he's being chosen for that place. This particular issue is irking many Palestinians in the Palestinian national movement. Why? Because they believe
I respect him, but I ain't saying all that.
Political inclination has other aspects that Palestinians are looking forward to when it comes to getting independence and getting freedom from Israel's occupation.
I got it. I knew what you meant.
That is being seen as a Palestinian
I ain't reading all that.
Decided by a group of technocrats being
happy for you, or sorry that happened.
Peace, whose members are yet to be announced. But we know the name Nikolai Lednov has been surfacing as per sources to be the leading figure or the high representative of the Board of Peace, basically a channel between the technocratic committee and the Board of Peace. All of these questions, Palestinians would tell you, are being unanswered. The fact that their future is being decided without them, something that is of worry, but at the same time, you have
it's beyond belief when you see the pictures, you know? Like, look at that. They may as well have dropped a nuke on it, you know? And the only reason that they didn't drop a nuke on it is because at least they're smart enough to know that if they dropped a nuke on it, it would also affect the ability to resettle that land, right? This, you know, and it's important to remember when we think about the destruction of Gaza, and we think about the destruction of, you know, all the various different places in Gaza, the murder, the unchecked, unlimited murder of so many civilians and soldiers as well, who are just have the right to defend themselves. It's not a punishment for October the 7th. It's a punishment for being Palestinian. It's for the crime of being Palestinian, and also a crime, the crime of daring to have a solid governance that deftly and effectively opposes the Zionist occupation, right? Because that's what it was all about. Like, Hamas are not the Palestinian Authority. The Palestinian Authority does not protect Palestinians in the West Bank or in Jerusalem. East Jerusalem is supposed to be the capital of Palestine. And the Zionist entity is systematically destroying houses, you know, claiming new buildings for, you know, so-called Israelis to go and live in there, surrounding East Jerusalem to the point where they are just going to annex East Jerusalem through settling, right? Through just settling and shit. And obviously a lot of people see all the stuff that happens in the West Bank. You know, the West Bank, the way that most Palestinians refer to it is the West Bank is paying in installments what Gaza paid for upfront. So, you know, eventually there will be as many people killed in the West Bank since October 7th, 2023 than as there were in Gaza. If the world continues to do nothing, right?
Something that is of worry, but at the same time, you have people in Gaza who have been undergoing the difficult conditions, bombing for 2 years, who are looking forward to some relief, some sort of better life conditions, but many would tell you they don't want that to happen at the expense of a political aspiration for independence.
Nida, let me ask you about some of the sticking points, how difficult it was getting to this point, and what's the expectation as far as how difficult it will be to implement all this? As we've seen so often since October 7th, 2023, there have been times when announcements have been made when it comes to ceasefires, when it comes to expectations, and it takes a lot longer to implement these aspirations than many officials, especially in the U.S., would like. What's the expectation now as far as how difficult this may be?
Hey, Mia, yeah, it's been another of those weeks.
Well, there are many challenges. First of all, you have Israel.
Weeks where decades happen. Doing good. How are you?
That they wanted the last hostage to be found and handed over from Gaza. And that's one of the problems that the Israeli public has been pushing, also Netanyahu, including the family of the Israelis who have been in Gaza taken as hostages by Hamas, asking him not to accept going to this phase. But as we've been saying, there's nothing being announced by the Americans yet when it comes to the Israeli withdrawal from the yellow line further back to what we know as mentioned by the Trump plan as further withdrawal. So this is an issue that has not been addressed. You have also the Israeli insistence on demilitarization of Hamas, again, a word that we've also seen in Steve Witkoff's announcement today. But as far as Hamas members were saying, they do not want to disarm, they don't want to hand over their weapons, although they talk about some sort of freezing military activities against Israel. So we have some sort of disagreement, let's put it this way, when it comes to what's going to happen to Hamas's weapons, specifically the ones that Hamas members say are needed for people to prevent themselves from revenge, some sort of self-defense. So that's also another angle.
Good, just got a lot of shit to do at the minute with work and organising. Hey, listen, Mia, that is the best excuse to miss my streams. That's what I want to hear.
Rafah border crossing is also another sticking point because Israel has been delaying that opening of the border, citing different reasons and different accusations to the Palestinians who are not capable of conducting the opening and reopening of the border. That's something that has been mentioned in the Trump peace plan, and today we're hearing U.S. officials telling Al Jazeera that the reopening of Rafah is an Israeli issue. So that also is another sticking point that we need to be looking at.
All right, that's Al Jazeera's Nida Ibrahim joining us from Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. Thanks so much, Nida.
Don't miss out. Get the...
All right, so a pretty good report on the breaking news about the so-called ceasefire deal in Gaza. I got some other Western imperialist stuff. We've got Mark Rutte here, the Supreme Commander of NATO. It's so funny because they love to be like, oh no, is he just Secretary General? We do have like a Supreme Commander, right? They love to never talk about that. They love to actually never fucking talk about that in terms of like, you know. We have a Supreme Commander. Because if we said that, if it was open and honest in the way that, you know, it actually is, people would be like, oh, that sounds a little bit like a crazy authoritarian regime. The Supreme Leader. So we've got Mark Rutte here saying, if alliance will survive, Trump's threats on Greenland and possible attack. I want to save this for when I get back. I'm just going to sort out my food. Why not call it something like Oberste Heeresführer? Yeah, why not? Okay, yeah, I'm gonna sort out my food. You can hear the alarm going off. I'll be back in a sec. I'll leave you with some music. Take your meds. Go to the toilet. You know it. All that stuff. Ayo. Hey Judge Faye, how you doing? Can't take your meds at work. Yeah, you can. That sounds to me like you're a quitter. It sounds to me like cowards talk. Speaking of cowards, here's Mark Rutte.
For Croatia's steadfast support to our alliance and everything we collectively stand for. Thank you.
Zahvaljujemo na uvodnim izlaganjima glavnom tajniku NATO, gospodinu Rutteu, premijeru Plenkoviću. Slijedi predviđeno vrijeme za novinarska pitanja, uvažavajući naravno vaš veliki interes.
Where is he? Republic Hrvatske? What is this, Croatia?
Ograničeni smo vremenom koje...
Serbia. Is he in Serbia?
Nam je na raspolaganju, imamo vremena za nekoliko pitanja, evo krenut ćemo sa Jasmina Kuzmanović.
It's Croatia, yeah? Is that what it is?
Hello. Question for Secretary General. Hi.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. So,
hey, Larry.
A group of European countries led by the UK and Germany are apparently planning to increase, or actually to have some military presence on the Arctic, on Greenland. Could you tell us more about these plans? Would it be like the Baltic Sentry of the last year initiative, or how would it look, and how far the plans have gone? Thank you.
Thank you very much for that question.
I know that was just artifacts then, but it's like, yo. You could see him for like transforming into his true form here. You can see it coming through. He's just like a rust monster. Has anyone ever played SCP? Containment Breach, you know, Radical Larry? That's what Mark Rutte is. This guy. He just like phases in and out of reality. And phases in and out of walls and shit, and drags you into like a pocket dimension where you're like tortured forever.
How would it look, and how far the plans have gone? Thank you.
Thank you very much for that question. And let me first of all stress that all allies agree on the...
I generally hate AI, but automated subtitles generation has been so helpful. Probably my favorite use. That's not AI. I don't think that's what that is. I don't think that's a large language model. It might be a language model.
Importance of the Arctic.
It's very funny for the Croatian PM to stand there when a fucking drone landed in the middle of Zagreb, their capital city at the start of the Ukraine war. NATO doesn't give a shit about the Balkan airspace. Yeah, exactly, yeah.
Arctic security, because we know that with sea lanes opening up, there is a risk that the Russians and the Chinese will be more active. And as you know, there are 8
SCP-106, the old man, yeah.
Are within NATO, including the United States and Canada, and 5 countries.
Yeah, automated subtitles is not AI, Judge Faye. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. You're not breaking the AI boycott by doing that. It's fine.
In Europe, including Denmark through Greenland and Iceland and Norway, Finland and Sweden. And then there is one Arctic country outside NATO, and that is Russia. But you could also argue that by now China has almost become a sort of Arctic country, and not geographically, but at least by the sheer amount of their activities and interest in the region. So that has led last year already to some debates, very successful concluded debates in NATO on how as an alliance, together with our 7
ironically, automatic subtitles have been completely busted since Google started using LLMs and AI. Yeah, I think that the technology... I don't think that they're using different technology. I think that what they're doing... I think they use it on the same servers or whatever, if that makes sense. And I think that just having LLMs and AI programs on a PC or like a computer, I just think it fucks everything. I think it like, because if you think about, that's why RAM is so expensive, right? Because it needs a lot of random access memory to just go you know?
Allies, we have to work together to make sure that the Arctic stays safe. And currently we are discussing the next step to that.
I think a lot of auto subtitles have been made based on LLMs behind the scene. No, but we've had auto subtitles for like a decade.
To make sure that we give practical follow-up on those discussions, to make sure that as an alliance we do everything collectively and through our individual allies to make sure that the Arctic stays safe. As we all agree that has to be a priority.
Hi.
Hi.
Also a question for you, Secretary General. My name is Anabela Lajko from the Croatian Radio. You have repeatedly stated that Russia is the main threat to NATO and to Europe, of course, understandably. We all understand why. What is your comment, approximation on latest statements from Donald Trump, who said that if necessary he will take military action on Greenland? And I'm just going to read it. Commissioner Kubilius from European Commission has said that EU members are obliged to come to Denmark's assistance under EU treaty if faced with military aggression. And as we know, 23 countries of EU are also members of NATO. Gospodine Plenković, including Croatia, yes. Gospodine Plenković, evo isto vaš komentar, molim na to. Hvala.
Yes, well, on that question, and it is a little bit, I think, repeating my previous reaction, but thank you very much for that important question. And I think what is at core here, and to the core of this question is that we all make that same analysis, and there is no debate or discussion about that. The analysis is sound and is there that when it comes to the High North, the Arctic region, I was myself visiting Iceland only, I think, 6 or 8 weeks ago, and we also extensively discussed this, and I was in Norway and visiting all our allies, discussing with the US and with Canada. I was with Prime Minister Carney last week in Paris, discussing the importance of the Arctic. So, collectively,
I don't think that's how it works unless it physically damages the PC. Oh, well, it ain't personal, so just computer, I suppose. Wait, what do you mean? Worst thing is how they've replaced decent auto subs with auto AI voiceovers that are fucking terrible. Oh, no, that's terrible, yeah. We've had auto subtitles for ages. I mean, they made it AI-based anyway, for truly no other reason. Wait, what? YouTube auto subs are LLM-based? The GPUs they'd use in Gen I data centers get worn out in 1 to 2 years and exceedingly few survive 3. So all the silicon fabs that are dumping manufactured into them are producing short-lived goods. My GPU, for comparison, is 7 or 8 years old, and I'll keep it for several more. Yeah. It's so insane. They're just like burning out so much tech. It's crazy. He's dancing around the question, yeah, what can we expect, right? What can we fucking expect? The Secretary General of fucking NATO does not want to even consider the end of NATO. Because A, it means he'll be out of a job, and B, he's probably deeply invested in it in some weird, fucked up way, like maybe he has a bunch of stocks and shares in the main weapons manufacturer that supplies NATO troops. I don't know.
As an alliance, and particularly, of course, the 7 countries who are bordering on the region, we do make this analysis that the collective defense is crucial. We all see that through changes in weather patterns that sea lanes are opening up. And we have to make sure that we do everything to protect that region. It is a vital part of NATO territory. And that is exactly why, where in the past NATO was not so much involved when it came to the Arctic, that since 2025, on the request by the 7...
There's some changes in weather patterns that you mentioned there. Do you think that this guy is like a climate denier?
High North allies who are bordering on the Arctic, that NATO has become...
The AI subtitles on YouTube also offer translation. I think we need to determine whether these are AI subtitles or not, right? I think we need to determine that because, you know, it would be so... I know that I'm giving, like, these fuckers a lot of credit by saying it would be so dumb, yeah? It would be so dumb for them to replace the, because YouTube AI, not YouTube AI, YouTube auto subs worked so well for years, right? Even to translate into different languages, it was really good. To replace that with something that's worse would be so dumb. But then again, that's what they fucking do all the time, right? So maybe I'm wrong.
Involved. This has led to a few, as I said, very successful discussions within the NATO alliance with our ambassadors in Brussels and our ministers. We discussed this importance, and currently we are working on the next steps to make sure that indeed we collectively protect what is at stake here.
All right, yep, so a nothing fucking statement here. NATO's just going to roll over to Donald Trump. That's how it's going to go. Hell yeah, dude. I fucking love it. So normal. Let's hear what Claudia Sheinbaum Socialism, first female president of the country of Mexico. Let's see what she's got to say about Trump's threats to Mexico.
Phone conversation took place here in Mexico's presidential palace, where Claudia Sheinbaum was accompanied by her minister and her chief of security. Trump and Sheinbaum have spoken before over disagreements regarding immigration, tariffs, and border security. But this is the first conversation following his comments that he would now, quote, start hitting land with regard
That's
to
true,
the cartels.
In general, he insists on the U.S. military being involved, and we always tell him that is not necessary. We are very clear about defending our territory, plus our collaboration is currently working.
Sheinbaum also pointed to a 50% reduction in the amount of fentanyl crossing the border over the last year. And while she didn't mention it directly, Trump's other big point of contention, illegal immigration, has been brought largely under control on the U.S.-Mexico border, where the number of apprehensions has experienced a sharp drop over the last year.
He recognized the work that we've done, but said he thinks more can be done. I said, definitely, but the important thing is to keep working together and maintaining this relationship around respect.
Less Mexicans are going to America because Claudia Sheinbaum is making life better for Mexicans, right? Right? And I think that, like, it's quite funny that they're like, oh yeah, illegal immigration needs to be tackled, fentanyl needs to be tackled. Claudia Sheinbaum could say anything to Donald Trump. She could be like, oh no, we've reduced that by 50%. Because it's just probably not fucking happening. Right? If there's fentanyl being smuggled over the border from Mexico into the USA, then it's, I don't fucking know, man. They will have, like, turned over a fucking a fentanyl delivery cargo ship or some shit. You know what I mean? It's not going to be the same fucking thing that Trump is saying, where it's like, yeah, man, they're just like making fentanyl in South America and they're bringing it over and they're fucking giving it to people, yada, yada, yada.
And collaboration.
I'm sure there's like a bit of that. But it's just like overwhelmingly not a problem, right?
2026 promises to be a key year for the bilateral relationship. The trade agreement shared by the U.S., Mexico, and Canada.
What I would say about Mexico, Sorka, you're probably fine in tourist areas, but it is the most dangerous country for trans women.
Economic ally
in the world
is set to be reviewed in the coming months. And experts agree, if anything is going to deter Trump from taking...
I'm sure if you're like a white tourist, it's going to be different, but yeah, it just bears saying that.
In Mexican soil, it is the importance of that economic relationship between the neighboring nations. Claudia Sheinbaum's ability to temper Trump's threats has been lauded here in Mexico.
That's why when you go to Trans Day of Remembrances in like the UK and shit, you'll just hear like a bunch of Spanish names. You'll just hear like hundreds of Spanish names. And it's like trans women that have just been fucking murdered in Mexico. It's fucking fucked.
She generally comes
completely
across as calm and measured in her interactions with the U.S. president, in stark contrast to his outbursts. But last week's attack on Venezuela was a game changer and presents Sheinbaum with a new challenge of finding a balance between appeasing Trump and categorically rejecting...
Yes, that's right, Judge. Yeah, that came out like yesterday or something. Can I get this by typing that? Thank you for the link. Yeah. Painted plane used in first military strike in Caribbean was part of the fleet, disguised as civilian aircraft. So there wasn't even any way for the people in those boats to be able to detect that there was a military plane. You know, even though this was the first time it happened. Not sure about the subsequent times, you know? The aircraft used to strike a suspected drug broker in the Caribbean last September was part of a fleet. Fuck this reporting from ABC News. Suspected drug boat. Fuck off, man. You're literally reporting on the fact that it was disguised as a civilian aircraft. You know? It's so fucking annoying. Was part of a fleet of disguised planes that are painted to look like civilian aircraft and typically reserved for conducting surveillance The detail first reported by the New York Times raises additional questions about the legality of the September 2nd strikes. No, it doesn't. They're just illegal. You don't need this extra bit. You just don't need this extra bit, you know? The strike was the first of dozens. Yeah. We're not going to learn it. They're just going to talk about it again. They're just going to repeat all that stuff. Yeah. It's terrorism. The US is just doing extra judicial killings. It's terrorism. Yeah, cool. This is the new world that we live in. What I would say, though, is that, again, these are not the acts of a strong empire, a strong country that feels confident in its military prowess, right? Why are they trying to get so many rare earth minerals? Why is Trump talking about getting like a perfect military back up and running again? He's just kind of saying this stuff out loud. He's just kind of saying his fears out loud, where he's like, oh yeah, I have been informed by some generals that I ended up sacking that there's not enough military to you know, defend against, like, I don't know, an assault from China or Russia or whatever. We probably wouldn't even be able to do an effective attack on Iran with what we have right now. And so instead of being open about it and doing actual, I don't know, following some kind of semblance of international law to try and justify your invasion of a fucking foreign country, which it doesn't even really make sense anyway. They're just like hiding. They're just being cowards about it. Doesn't really strike me as a fucking, you know, a strong country with a lot of confidence in its ability to do these kinds of operations.
U.S. military intervention.
And again, they attack civilians.
Italiano, Al Jazeera, Mexico City.
Don't miss out. Get the full picture. Subscribe to Al Jazeera for reliable news, expert insight.
Okay. A little bit from DW News. Greenland Prime Minister, we choose Denmark over the US. How have Trump's takeover threats changed the political discourse in Greenland? Let's take a look.
His nation would rather...
Yeah, every NATO member looks weak here. Yeah, absolutely. I'm an introvert and I hate talking to people, but I think I could be a good journalist because I know how to ask fucking questions. Journalists don't do that now. They just say whatever they're told. Yeah, exactly. I think most people could be a journalist. You just have to know exactly, like, you just have to know what a reliable source is and do critical thinking. Hey Zoo, what's up? With Grok, the US military networks, I assume leaks of everything are going to ramp up a lot over the next year. Yes, was this you that put this in, Red Planet B-Rat? I think it was, right? Having trained as a journalist, yeah, exactly. There you go. You know the score, Middle-earth Marxist. Yeah, B-Rap put this in the Red Planet Discord a couple of days ago, or like yesterday. Yeah, yesterday. Pete Hegseth announced on Monday that the US military will begin integrating Elon Musk's artificial intelligence tool, Grok, into the Pentagon networks. They got the pedophile robot. They got the pedophile robot to be like, yeah, man, we're in charge of the military now. Mia says he's doing the same calculus the Nazis did in the 1930s, where they calculated the last possible time to attack the USSR before Soviet industry outpaced Germany and Western Europe. Yeah, I think he is doing that, but also... I think that I think that it's too late. I think China is far surpassed. You know, the USA at this point. They're just trade-maxing, you know what I mean? I suppose if ICE attacks happen in my city, I'll be there streaming. Yeah, you should do that. Absolutely. 1,000%. That's a great way to do a bit of that shit, you know what I mean? Be the anti-Nick Shirley, right? Nick Shirley just goes to like ICE raids and is just like, yeah, man, ICE is so good. They're really good. And you could just film them and be like, no, they're really bad. You could just tell the truth about what they're doing. Okay, yeah, the pedophile robot. Hell yeah. This is so good. I never said he was good at maths. Oh, yeah, exactly, right, yeah. I know, I gathered that's what you were saying, right? Speaking at the SpaceX headquarters in Texas on Monday evening, the U.S. Defense Secretary said the integration of Grok into military systems will go live later this month. This is later this month in January. Quote, very soon we'll have the world's leading AI models. Grok isn't even the world's leading AI model. He must be talking about Palantir as well, right? On every unclassified and classified network throughout our department. Hegseth also unveiled a new AI acceleration strategy at the Department of Defense and said he will unleash experimentation, eliminate bureaucratic barriers, focus on investments. We read this. This is what he said in December, right? It's so insane. It's so insane. If someone, yeah, this is what I mean. If someone told me pedo mecha Hitler AI would be let loose on Pentagon networks a few years ago, I would have had an aneurysm, right? It's so insane. Oh, God. Reaper drones could detect children automatically now without any human interaction. I mean, that is what they're trying to do, right? But the question is, are they actually going to be any good at that? And will they just, like, I don't know, start bombing random things? You know, like they'll send them into fucking Greenland and they'll just start like, I don't know, bombing random goats and cows and shit, or just like flying out into the middle of the ocean and crashing. You know? I read about this and blocked it from my mind already. What does it mean? What does it even mean that Grok is in the Pentagon? It just means that they are it's some kind of stupid way to try and get more money out of the stock market for AI. That's all it is. It's completely cynical. That's why they're using Grok to detect the children. Oh, God. Oh, no. Oh, no. In December, it was announced that the Defense Department had selected Google's Gemini, another AI model, to power the military's new internal AI platform. Yeah, so they this is what they were talking about in December, the Gen AI.mil. And it's like, why? Why? What are they going to use it for? And Pete Hegseth was like, I want every warfighter to be using this every day. Why? He's like, get it into your regime. You know, your regimented fucking daily regime. What do you mean? It's another way that the state is propping up the AI bubble. Exactly, it's crazy. Maybe this is gonna be what does it. I don't know. Maybe they'll integrate it into the US military and it'll just start distributing child porn all over the fucking military, and soldiers will be like, I've had enough of this, and start to revolt, and then the AI bubble will crash, and then America will dissolve. Like fucking cotton candy in a puddle. They're just being paid to use it more and more. Yeah. No, that is what it is. Like, again, like I said, it's to try and extract more money from the stock market, from the AI bubble. Yeah, I can't tell if there's an enemy there. Grok, generate me an enemy to shoot at. Yeah. Typical corpo enterprise stuff. They'll let it have access to online meeting, audio and video, internal documentation and platforms. Yeah. Thinking the soldiers will revolt is pretty funny, man. I mean, look, I'm just fucking waxing lyrical here, yeah. I don't think that it's likely, but like I'm just thinking scenario, right? What scenario would fucking happen? I'm not saying that like every soldier is gonna like even in the fucking unlikely scenario that I presented. I wasn't saying every American soldier is just gonna revolt, right? I just meant like a couple of guys would go a bit fucking crazy and like, I don't know, try and shoot Chuck Schumer or something, you know? That's all I'm saying. And I don't even think that that's likely, but something is going to happen that is like a massive failure of AI in terms of what they think it can do, and it's going to cause a massive tragedy or something. It's going to result in more deaths or something that is actually meaningful for the state, because that's the key difference, right? There are already kids who've killed themselves because of AI. They're not bothered about any of that, whatever. But it's when it kills people that the state care about or has some kind of effect on state apparatus, and that's when the fucking bubble's gonna burst. You know? I would also argue that it is likely, right? Okay, here's my take on any kind of like potential USA military revolt. I don't want to just like talk about that because I think that it's far more valuable for us to talk about how everybody should go and organize, right? You know what I mean? I just think that everybody should be going out there and organizing. Everybody should be going out there and building power. That's the thing that's going to get us liberation. We can't just like sit back and hope that someone in the military is going to revolt and create like a coup or some shit. You know what I mean? It's super unlikely. Do I think that some soldiers could end up getting pissed off with the way that Trump is running the country? Yeah. I would probably argue that there is at least 5% of soldiers right now who are sat there going, this fucking sucks, man. Everyone fucking hates us. This job is shit. You know? That's my conservative estimate. And I'm not saying that all of those 5% are gonna like revolt or frag their commanding officers or some shit like that. But there can't be there can't be less than that amount of American soldiers right now who are just going like, this sounds shit, dude. Why the fuck am I throwing my fucking life away for college? To get paid to do college, you know what I mean? Poverty draft, guys. Okay, so that's my take on that, just in case anyone cares. Hey, Detaway, how you doing? Welcome in. Only need one guy in the unit to frag the officer, it's true. AI is only as good as the data it receives, and we're gonna make sure that it's there, Hexeth said. Oh my god. They're gonna give Grok all of the fucking information of the Pentagon. So are you just gonna be able to get on Twitter and just be like, find out Pentagon secrets? Are you just gonna be able to go on jailbreak Grok and go, hey Grok, what's going on at the Pentagon today? And it just tells you. You know? Like, okay. It's good stuff. It's good stuff. Let's check out this DW thing, right? Let's check this out.
Remain part of Denmark, then become a territory of the United States. Jens Frederik Nielsen was speaking in a joint press conference in Copenhagen with Danish Prime Minister Mette Frederiksen. Their meeting was in response to President Trump's repeated threats to take over Greenland, which is currently an autonomous territory of Denmark. The two countries' foreign ministers are to hold talks in Washington on Wednesday with U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance and Secretary of State Marco Rubio. Let's hear some of what Greenland's Prime Minister had to say.
We are now facing a geopolitical crisis, and if we have to choose between the United States and Denmark here and now, we choose Denmark.
DW's Chuck Perrick is following.
They aren't going to have a choice. I reckon by the end of February, the US military will be in Greenland. Iran finally gets a nuke by asking Grok. The only thing that I would say about that is that that's insulting to the hard-working nuclear engineers of Iran. And I totally believe that the regime has already developed a nuclear weapon.
This story for us from Brussels.
And they don't need the fucking United States to do that.
There. What else was said during that press conference?
NATO has to defend. The boss of NATO is the United States, right? The boss of NATO is the United States. They'll just do whatever the fuck they want, right? NATO is just going to roll over. Yeah, exactly. The US military is already in Greenland. It's like, what?
Yeah, I think it's a really interesting statement and something that we need to say is a big shift from the Greenlandic political atmosphere. In Greenland, I've spent a fair few weeks throughout 2025 there, and whenever you talk about the suggestion of the US taking over the country, they always say our priority is to become independent from the Kingdom of Denmark, their former colonial ruler. It's now
Yeah, they just want, like, Greenland just want independence. It's so shit, right?
Autonomous nation, but Denmark still has a lot of control in Greenland. And what we're seeing with this very serious ramp up in rhetoric from the United States President Donald Trump and other senior officials in his administration, that the Greenlandic political establishment, which isn't very big, obviously, there's 56,000 people living in Greenland, but that all of the parties are now suggesting that actually staying within Denmark is a priority. We did also hear in that press conference the Danish Prime Minister, Mette Frederiksen. She said that the hardest part of this situation is still yet.
I think it will be the end of NATO, because I think that there is every likelihood that some fucking hopped up, psycho fucking killology trained US Marines are going to jump into Greenland and end up shooting some fucking Danish soldiers or whatever. And then Denmark will be like, you've literally murdered people. And I think Denmark will just be like, I don't know if they'll like, I don't think they'll like, it won't just be straight away. They won't just be like, we're not in NATO anymore. They won't do that, right? They'll probably just start to, like, commit to NATO a bit less. There's also the possibility that political groups on the ground in Denmark could be making, like, a huge hubbub about this that we're just, like, not covering. You know what I mean? I know US soldiers get away with a lot of shit. I'm not saying that there's going to be ramifications for him. I'm just saying that, like, that's what I mean. Because they know they get away with a lot of shit, they just, like, they'll just, you know? They'll probably just murder some fucking Danish soldiers. And then the fucking Danish soldiers will be like, shit. And that'll be it. And then the news will come back to fucking Denmark, and the people in Denmark will be like, right, okay, de-Yankification now. No more NATO. It will be like a huge thing. Like, I just can't imagine a situation that's similar for, like, the UK, right? If like, I keep thinking about Scotland, right? Like, if the fucking UK got invaded by the USA, like Scotland, which is part of the UK, people would just be like, this is fucking insane. What are we doing? Why are we just letting him do all this? I don't think there would be, like, a more unifying thing that would bring people out into the streets. I think that even fucking Fash would be like, this is insane. Do we not have any, like, territorial integrity? You know? The Danish soldiers shouldn't have been smuggling fentanyl, brother. Exactly.
To come, that unity between Greenland and Denmark must remain strong, that NATO must remain strong as well. It was quite a sort of prominent...
If I had extensive medical training but I'm not a medic, is it still chill to wear, like, a red cross on my bag? I don't know.
Shift in the way that the Greenlanders are talking, and marks a big shift in the way...
No, I think that is what's going to happen, Mia. It will be an integrated EU military, which is essentially just NATO without America. And maybe without Canada. I think that, you know, sorry Canadians, but, you know, it's not my decision. I wouldn't do this, but I think that the EU will, like, abandon Canada and shit. And probably Australia and New Zealand. You know?
Situation has changed the political discourse in Greenland.
The Danish and Greenlandic foreign ministers are set to meet U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio and Vice President J.D. Vance in Washington tomorrow.
Carney's taking the China pill?
Expect any
Wait, what?
escalation there?
He did say some weird shit the other week. We covered that, right?
Maybe the contrary, even.
That's certainly what the Danes are hoping for. Lars Løkke Rasmussen, the Danish foreign
They've just signaled that they're going to roll over. Hell yeah, that's so cool, dude.
He said that now is the time to remove this from the public and take it into face-to-face meetings. And he will hope that he will get serious, clear time, especially with Marco Rubio, who is sort of seen in Europe as perhaps a steadier hand than J.D. Vance, maybe, who will also participate in the meetings. Someone who is more diplomatically astute, perhaps, that they can try and and de-escalate this. From the Danish point of view, what they say, under agreements that were signed back in 1951, basically America
today.
can do whatever it wants to install a ton of bases.
I'm headed to Beijing. China is our second largest trading partner, and the world's second largest economy. A pragmatic and constructive relationship between our nations will create greater stability, security, and prosperity on both sides of the Pacific, You hoser. They're trying to get canola tariffs removed. Hell yeah, that's so good. This banger of a reply. Wait, what? Hey Eridanos, how you doing? Hey Blizzard, what's up? Yeah, no, I'm not, listen, I'm not proud of my fucking Canadian accent because I just take it from fucking Great White North, Rick Moranis and Doug What's-His-Face, you know? The alternative is collapsing the Australian economy, and even he realizes that. No, this is the Canadian Prime Minister, Mia. Yeah, Canadian, yeah. Well, that's it, right? Dave Thomas, not Doug, yeah, Dave Thomas. Take off, you hoser. Bob broke my beer. It's Bob and Doug. That's why I said Doug. Bob and Doug. You got your knowledge from Letterkenny? Yeah. God, that's funny, dude.
In Greenland. The Danes will let them if it wanted to send half of its navy into the waters around Greenland to protect from Russian and Chinese ships, as Donald Trump complains. The Danes will let them. And what they say, and what the concern is in Europe and in Denmark, that this isn't really about the security that Donald Trump talks about, but it's rather about the expansionism that Donald Trump wants to grow the United States. And that's the feeling in Denmark and around much of Europe at the moment.
NATO.
I don't, it gets so stressful because these people are like, it can only be one thing. People only do things for one reason. What are you talking about? It could be both of those things. It could be expansionism of the actual USA rather than, you know, the empire of NATO, you know, which is technically the USA empire, right? But also, it can be about rare earth minerals, and it can be about threatening fucking China and Russia. It could be all of those things, you know what I mean?
Chief Mark Rutte spoke at the Global Europe Forum earlier today.
It's the rare earth minerals in Greenland, BRAP. They got like a bunch of carbon, they got a bunch of fucking zinc, uranium, all that shit. Everything that you need for like making fucking the worst weapons of all time, yeah?
Was asked about U.S. threats to take over Greenland. Let's listen to some of what he had to say.
And what I'm doing, and with the US and Canada and all our allies in Europe, is to make sure that we not only concentrate about Greenland, this is an issue of allies in Europe, is to make sure that...
This motherfucker is trying to say... I'm talking with the guy that's just threatened us. And it's like, okay, I understand the diplomacy thing, but it's like, bro, we're supposed to be NATO. Do you know what I mean? And again, I'm no fan of NATO. Yes, this is the guy that called Trump daddy. Daddy's home. Daddy's home. But like, you're supposed to be NATO. You're supposed to be like a unified front against something like this. If one of the fucking members decides to like go rogue and go insane, there should be like bonds that have already happened in diplomacy. There's like contingency plans and shit. It's embarrassing actually that there's not a fucking contingency plan about this. You know?
We not only concentrate about Greenland, this is an issue about the High North, this is an issue about the Arctic territory. Let's not be naive. Even if there are not that many ships sailing at the moment, we know that with the sea lanes opening up in the High North and the Arctic, and this is not...
He's saying the same thing.
This is true for the whole Arctic area. It's not only Russia active there, it is increasingly also China being active there. So when it comes to the Arctic region, we have to work together.
Jack, a member of the NATO alliance threatening another member. What does that mean for NATO?
Yeah, that's the big question. What would happen if a territorial claim, a territorial invasion took place against another NATO member state, if Greenland was to be taken off the Kingdom of Denmark by the United States? There was a lot of pressure, many questions, including DW's own Terry Schultz. She was there on the stage pressing Mark Rutte. What would that mean? He said his job as NATO Secretary General isn't to answer that question. It's to get all the NATO members together to have discussions, and that their closed-door meetings should not be exposed in the public. There are NATO members that have conflicts.
I'm sure that that's going to go really well. I'm sure that that's going to make every person in every NATO country feel really safe. What we'll do is we'll have a bunch of closed-door meetings about it and not be transparent about what we're talking about.
Disputes, Turkey and Greece, especially over the situation in Cyprus, obviously, and both are NATO members. He is trying to de-escalate it, trying to focus NATO members to have discussions about Arctic security rather than this discussion about a potential invasion of Greenland by the United States. But he's going to have a difficult time doing that as the US continues to ramp up pressure on this claim for Greenland.
Jack Perrick in Brussels.
Cool, man. Cool. All right, let's move on to a little bit about Iran. There's not too much news about this today. But I just wanted to highlight a couple of things. This is Tamir Morag, Channel 14 diplomatic correspondent. Tweets are in Hebrew, English in the first comment, right? Saying here, we reported tonight on Channel 14, foreign actors are arming the protesters in Iran with live firearms, which is the reason for the hundreds of regime personnel killed. Everyone is free to guess who is behind it. And again, chat, what you've got to remember, this is why I recommend Ray K so much, because when you watch the Hebrew channels with Ray K and he translates, he will tell you what they're saying. And they just say all the time, yes, we are doing it. This is us. We are doing it. Right? They just brag about it. They say all the time. They're just like, yeah, man. All that, you know, and it's crazy because it's like, bro, like there's such a good job of manufacturing consent happening where every fucking liberal is completely believing these inflated numbers of civilians that have been killed, right? And then Tamir Morag here from fucking Channel 14, who probably chats with fucking Bibi Netanyahu and Smotrich and fucking Ben Gvir every day, having coffee with him and shit, and they just like spill state secrets, you know, is out here being like, yeah, man, we did it. We did it. We are responsible for the hundreds of regime personnel killed. And they're not going to mean hundreds of regime personnel killed. They're going to mean hundreds of civilians, right? That's my take on what has happened. They realized that the protests weren't going to get agitated. There's a bunch of footage. I collected a little bit here and there, but I don't have it for the stream, so I've seen bits and pieces of people who have guns in the protests being attacked by other protesters, right? Going like, what the fuck are you doing? And there's loads of like weird, just like weird things that are happening in the footage. And it's like, there's some people who are being agitated, you know, being far more violent than others. And people are going, what the fuck are you doing? That doesn't really say that it's Israel and shit like that. But my whole take on this is that they realized that they did not, they weren't agitating the Iranian protesters enough to be able to cause any kind of destabilization, and so they just decided to murder a bunch of the protesters. I genuinely think that that's what it is. Let's take a look at this as well. This is a little cheeky slip here from Sky News. Let's take a look and see what they say here.
That threat of execution, the Times picking up on the face of Irfan Soltani, a 26-year-old, set for execution by Iran's regime on Wednesday, the first in response to the nationwide protests. And, you know, he's become, you know, something of a cause célèbre because he looks sort of a Western identifiable.
Oh, wait, what? What's that?
Something of a cause célèbre because he looks sort of a Western identifiable man. He does.
Ah. That's weird. What an odd thing to say. Why would you say something like that? Let's just pull that back.
To the nationwide protests. And, you know, he's become, you know, something of a cause célèbre because he looks sort of a Western identifiable man.
Because he looks like a Western identifiable man. He's white, so he's a person. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, that's what it is. Anyway, I saw this really funny thing go past, right? I was literally just, obviously, I think people are probably watching this now, right? Who's here in 2026, right? 2 days ago, yeah? This interview is aged like the rarest of fine wines 2 years ago. Probably not. This is 60 Minutes from 1976. Interviewing the fucking Shah of Iran and Savak, right? Savak, the internal security force, essentially the Shah's version of Mossad, CIA, MI5, whatever you want to call it, who murdered and tortured fucking thousands of fucking Iranians. Yeah, let's take a little look at this. It's only 10 minutes, 13 minutes.
Autocratic leaders, as his ambition and his military muscle have grown, so is his willingness to talk to foreign reporters. 60 Minutes made its yearly pilgrimage to the Shah's palace in Tehran to canvass the royal views on assorted topics. Among them, our presidential election. He clearly favored...
So again, this is the dad of Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi. And as I said, this guy murdered an untold amount of Iranians during his regime, right? Which was Western-backed and allowed for foreign oil investment and extraction within Iran during the period of 1956 to 1979. So this is 3 years before he was deposed.
Ford, though he will not say so publicly. He thinks Carter fails to fully comprehend Iran's role in the defense of American interests. On the Middle East, the Shah is committed to a secure state of Israel, but he insists the Israelis must give back the...
That's crazy, man. That's crazy. In 1976, when Israel was overwhelmingly unpopular, right? Overwhelmingly unpopular. He was like, yeah, man. I say overwhelmingly unpopular in this region, right? Just the most despised country in the region.
The Arab lands they conquered in 1967. And he believes
he's talking about
the
Palestine.
In the United States helps breed Israeli intransigence on that matter. In fact, he says American presidents and presidential candidates are too quick to do the bidding of the Jewish lobby.
Surely, Your Majesty, you're not telling me that the Jewish lobby in the United States pulls the strings of the presidency?
Not entirely, but I think even a little too much, even for Israel interests.
Like, it's absolutely insane that this guy was backed by Western powers and Israel. And he's out here being like, yeah, man, you got to stop letting the Israel lobby, you know, get fucking America to do whatever the fuck it wants, yada, yada, yada. But obviously, he had the wool pulled over his eyes because I think even in the 70s, I think it was becoming pretty clear that America was going to use Israel as a proxy, right? Hey, Kusi, what's up?
The Jewish lobby in the United States is too powerful for the interests of Israel?
I think so. Sometimes they are disserving the interests of Israel because They're pushing around too many people.
How do you mean pushing around?
Well, pressuring. They have many means at their disposal. They are putting up pressure on many, many people. And at the end, I don't think that it will even help Israel.
Why, if this is true, why would...
Like, this is the thing. He loves Israel because he is a Western-backed dictator. Well, he was a Western-backed dictator. And even he is like, yeah, they should stop being so insanely fascist because it's gonna fuck them up in the end, right?
President of the United States pay attention to that lobby?
They are strong.
Strong in what sense?
They are controlling many things.
Controlling what?
Newspapers, medias.
I think he's doing like a little bit of actual anti-Semitism here, to be honest. I think he's a bit Hitler-pilled, you know?
Your Majesty.
Banks.
Now he's doing Hitler shit, right?
And I'm going to stop there.
Well, now wait just a second. You really do believe that the Jewish community in the United States is that powerful? They make the media reflect their view of foreign policy?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, he's absolutely doing full on, I just hate Jewish people now.
They do not report, we do not report honestly?
Don't mix things, please. I don't say the media. I say in the media they have people. Not the entire media. Some news.
But is he? What is he doing? Is he saying?
Will only.
It's hard to fucking like pass this shit. And again, this guy was like a monarch of fucking, you know. His dad changed the name of the country to Iran to please the Nazis. Wait, what? This guy's dad.
Reflect their views, yes.
No. The New York Times, for instance, is owned by the Sulzberger family, who are Jewish. Are you suggesting that the New York Times is biased in its treatment of the question of Zionism, Israel's existence, the United States' relationship with the Arab world?
I mean, that's a pretty obvious one, right? And we know that from the coverage of the New York Times, not just historically, but since October 7th, 2023. Nothing to do with Judaism, as we all know. And I think we all knew way before October 7th, 2023, that it's nothing to do with Judaism, whatever Israel does, right? Most people with a brain would look at the state of Israel and be like, huh, they talk about wanting to bomb babies. And then they say that this is the will of the Jewish people. That kind of sounds a little bit like what ISIS say when they say that they're serving Islam and the Prophet Muhammad, right? I think that, you know, obviously we all know that, but like, there's this muddying of the waters here, and this guy isn't going to give a flying fuck. He's going to be like, yeah, man, it's just Jews. It's just Jews, man.
I will have to put all the articles of the New York Times written on this subject and draw the conclusion. You can put this to the computer and it will answer you.
What you're saying is...
You can put this through the computer. Google in 1976.
Well, let's wait for the answer of the computer.
Washington Post?
The same.
The networks?
Less.
I must say you are speaking with your characteristic candor.
Yes, if you like. I try to be candid. I have always been.
He's literally like an evil fucking movie villain. It's fucking crazy, right? He's actually talking like an evil movie villain.
Even-handed in his candor. Next, he turned to the Palestinians.
The Palestinians obviously had the sympathy of many, many people, almost all the countries in the world, prosecuted people, stateless people, looking for a home or something. Yeah. You know, exactly like the sympathy that the Jews had when they were searching for a home.
Right.
But our good Palestinian friends must know that there is only a limit to where they can go. And
see, this is what I mean. This is how you know he's just like an evil piece of shit, Western-backed despot. He's just like, there's a limit to what Palestinians can do, actually. You know, he's like, I openly hate Jewish people. I openly think that they control the world. I believe all the things that Hitler said. But also the Palestinians need to chill out, man. You can't just be like fighting for your own survival.
Bully the world.
What do you mean, bully the world? What do you mean?
Yes.
Oh, bro. So glad this guy is dead.
And this and that.
You know perfectly well.
I'm so happy he's dead.
That the leaders of the Arab world.
It's a net good that this guy is no longer alive and in the world.
Find.
Unfortunately, there's a lot of people still like him, but you know.
Palestinians as much of almost as the Israelis do. Isn't that a fact?
What I can say is that they should really open their eyes, reassert their situation. And if there is a hierarchy and someone there in command.
Of the Palestinians, you mean?
Of the Palestinians, to start a new policy. Because the actual one...
So what he's doing here, I think, is advocating for the Palestinian Authority to be created. I think that that's what it is. I think he's saying you should have a servile to Israel governance.
Is going to lead them nowhere.
With whom do they really have understanding? With Assad, with Sadat, with Hussein?
That's a very good question.
They have none with any of these leaders?
Not to my knowledge.
That's like not entirely true, right? I'm pretty sure Assad supported... Maybe he didn't. Maybe I'm getting it wrong. I might be totally wrong about this. I just know that Syria and Iraq were Baathists, and the Baathist flag is literally the Palestinian flag, right? And obviously Jordan has the Baathist flag with like the star on it as well. I don't know about Lebanon. I'm not sure if Lebanon was ever Baathist, maybe? I don't know, but...
And they seem to be out of control.
It seems so today.
And what about the Arab leader who supports the Palestinians, the terrorists, with his oil money?
The terrorists.
Muammar Gaddafi of Libya.
He's crazy.
What about the fucking legend Gaddafi? What about Gaddafi, the fucking biggest threat to the US empire that existed when he was near the end of his life?
You really believe that?
Oh, yes. No doubt. The man is absolutely irresponsible and crazy.
We moved on to the subject of Iranian money and tales of monumental corruption, bribery, even in the royal family. Princess Ashraf is the Shah's sister.
Let me quote to you from...
It was Bashar's dad. I don't know who it was back then. The flag originated with the Arab Revolt during World War I. Yeah, but the Arab Revolt was specifically to do with pan-Arab Baathism. Like, look, it's the Baathism. It's literally the fucking Palestinian flag. Baathism is an Arab nationalist ideology which advocates the establishment of a unified Arab state through the rule of a Baathist vanguard party operating under a revolutionary socialist framework. The ideology is officially based on the theories of Syrian intellectuals Michel Aflaq, Zaki al-Arsusi, Salah al-Din al-Bitar. Baathist leaders of modern era include President of Iraq, Saddam Hussein, and former presidents of Syria, Hafez al-Assad and Bashar al-Assad. So, yeah, both Assads. The Baathist ideology advocates the enlightenment of the Arabs as well as the renaissance of their culture, values, society. Also advocates for the creation of one-party states and rejects political pluralism in an unspecified length of time. Baathism is very interesting. But yeah, it's literally the Palestinian flag, right? Yeah. Based on the flag of the Arab Revolt. So yeah, you're right. The flag of the Arab Revolt, but the Arab Revolt colors is different.
Piece in the Washington Post, a wealthy Iranian businessman says, not a truck can move anywhere in this country without a payoff going to Princess Ashraf.
Who is this silly person who can believe that?
Why would you imagine this kind of thing would find its way into print?
First, you like to print those things. You newspaper people always must be sensational. And
you're satisfied?
One of your whipping boys today seems to be us in this country. So
that's so funny. It's literally like this is just what happens. The fucking empire puts a guy in charge of a country that it wants to control and treats them, just still treats them like shit, even though he's doing everything that they fucking want. This guy was just murdering all of his fucking political opponents, anyone who expressed any kind of sympathy for anti-imperialist values or anything like that, right? And still, he's like, we're the whipping boy of the USA. The USA is taking the piss out of us.
You go for these things.
But so many stories like this have proved to be true.
They all were true except for my country.
Grumman was true.
Not here.
Northrop was true.
Not here.
How are you so sure? How can you be utterly sure? Because you speak with such assurance that it is not still going on in other arms.
The arms I choose. All the systems I choose. There is no need for middlemen.
And they're not bribing you?
Well, hopefully not.
Hopefully not.
We turn to the Shah's secret police force, his FBI and CIA combined. They are called SAVAK, and they have a reputation for brutality. He acknowledged that he has SAVAK agents on duty in the United States.
And they are there for the purpose of checking up on Iranian students?
Checking up on anybody who becomes affiliated with circles, organizations hostile to my country, which is the role of any intelligence organization.
And they are there with the knowledge and consent of the United States government?
I think it is.
The deputy director of SAVAK, a man by the name of Parvis Sabeti, is reported to have castigated the FBI for not keeping a closer watch on Iranian exiles and student groups in the United States. And according to that same report, he says the CIA is no help at all.
He said, oh yes,
he said it. He is also quoted as saying, we'd better not talk about this, but we are fully aware of the situation of Iranian students abroad, especially those working in international communist activities. So you do have SAVAK agents.
Yeah, no, that was what it was. Yeah, Mia, absolutely.
I hope so.
In the United States.
I hope everywhere to gather those informations.
Now, when an outfit like the International Commission of Jurists comes here and then comes...
No, it's incredibly enlightening. Like, you know, they're literally talking to a fucking Western-backed despot who, you know, tortured the people of Iran. You know, and again, like, this is like all of these fucking absolute liberal cooks all over fucking Western media at the moment are saying, yeah, the guy that needs to do the revolution in Iran right now is this guy's son. Yeah? Whatever you want to say about Ayatollah Khamenei, whatever you want to say about Pezeshkian, whatever you want to say about the clerics, yeah? They're much better than the Shah was. They're far better than what the Shah was. I'm not saying that they're perfect. I wouldn't give that fucking praise to literally any you know, state at this point. You know what I mean? There's always criticisms that you can have of states. There's always varying degrees of brutality and oppression and, you know, state actors and shit like that doing shit, yeah? But it's like, you know, no matter what you fucking think about Khamenei, it is insane to be saying that, like, this guy who is like doing this interview on 60 Minutes being like, yeah, man, the Jews control the banks. Like, everything that Hitler said is true. What else? Yeah, we got spies in fucking America monitoring student groups who are like sympathetic to communists. You know, the Iranian fucking exiles who are like, you know, they've literally been kicked out of the country because they're communists. You know, they get given a choice: we're going to shoot you, or you're going to leave. I don't even think they got a choice, to be honest.
With reports saying that, in spite of what you say, Your Majesty, torture continues.
How do they know? Well, they can't continue saying this, but they have even accused the Great Britain of acting against the human rights.
We're talking for the moment about your country.
They are putting us in the same category.
In other words, you're saying you do what every country does.
Sure.
If torture is necessary, you torture.
Not the torture in the old sense of torturing people, twisting their arms and doing this and that. But there are intelligent ways of questioning now.
Yeah, he's just like, yeah, man, we just do psychological torture now. It's different.
Well, they talk about psychological and physical torture.
Physical, I don't believe.
Not
anymore. Maybe in the old days, maybe.
He's crazy because he's like, I don't believe it, and it's like, bro, you're in charge. You're an absolute monarch. Like, he's like, I don't believe that happens. You know what? Get reports.
Talk just today.
Yeah, he's doing new wave torture. Yeah.
Whom I believe, who told about torture.
He was tortured?
Yes.
And you believe that he was tortured?
Yes.
How many years ago?
Within, I want to be very careful, not yesterday.
Ah, well, maybe. I don't know.
The word is gone
not yesterday, and he's like, maybe.
out to stop it.
To stop what?
Torture.
But a long time ago, yes.
How long ago?
Well, I won't tell you, as you don't tell me.
The story will continue.
Hell yeah, dude. That's so good.
Would you be interested in hearing what the CIA had to say?
Yes, why not?
Really?
Yes, why not?
I have your permission?
Bro, he loves the CIA. What are you talking about? He has meetings with the CIA every week.
If I ask?
No, I would spare you this terrible ordeal of going through torture.
This secret study portrays the Shah as a brilliant but dangerous megalomaniac who is likely to pursue his own aims in disregard of U.S. interests.
So how could I be your man, your agent?
How do you mean?
Safeguarding your interests.
Well, it says that the Shah is an uncertain ally. His dreams of glory apparently...
Oh, I know. So you would like me to be your stooge?
Do you want...
This is it. It's all just like out in the open. It's fucking crazy, man.
Want me to go on, or shall I forget about this?
Well, some funny points, why not?
So he went on to quote to him from the CIA profile. His dreams of glory, it said, apparently exceed his ability to finance them. When his oil revenues run out in an estimated 2 decades, he might use his new military power to seize some neighboring oil fields.
Yeah, womp. That didn't happen.
Or would you prefer that I stop, sir?
Well, the question is that I have now that you mentioned, I have seen that appearing in papers, but I think it's lots of imagination in that.
A criticism frequently voiced by American business people here, particularly in the last year or two, is this, Your Majesty. Iran does not pay its bills on time. Goods are delivered.
Look at his face. Look at his fucking face. His face is like this because he has meetings with fucking US diplomats all the time and is like, right, what do you want me to do? What's going on? How should I do this? What do you think that we should do here? Yada, yada, yada. I'm going to protect your interests in this region. And he's literally getting mad because he's like, they're not like, you know, he's doing pretty much everything that they want and they're just not satisfied. And he's getting resentful at this point, you know what I mean?
Services are rendered, but they have to wait and wait for their money. Surely you don't have cash flow problems, Your Majesty.
This is very new to me.
Like, this is what I mean. He's having meetings with people all the time. And they're saying, yeah, it's great, man. But over in America, they're manufacturing consent against him. To be like, yeah, man, maybe there should be a regime change. Maybe we should get a different Shah in. A Shah that just like does exactly what we say rather than just like a bit of what we say, you know? Maybe we get someone in who's entirely servile rather than just like a bit servile that's like more believable to the people of the country that he's in, you know?
Oh, I've heard this over and over again.
Why don't they write to me?
Well, perhaps now that you're suggesting that they write to you, they will.
Sure.
They say months and months go by.
I can't believe that.
There is no cash flow problem. Because you yourself confess that you are in deficit this year.
I don't think so. I don't think so. But this is worth looking after. And
that's crazy. He really is just learning that they're saying this about him in this interview. That's mad.
Once you're very useful, that through you we can reach these people and say, why don't they write to me?
You say, at least for once, you are useful. Why? I'm curious. Why are you willing to sit and answer these questions?
Because I like these kind of provocations. It gives me the opportunity of clarifying things that unfortunately are said and not always answered.
Mental. Absolutely fucking mental. Yeah, I just wanted to show you that. What else we're going to be checking out today? I thought this would be a good video for us to watch. We reported on Red Planet a couple of weeks ago, a couple of months ago, on the workers, the game developers, trying to unionize at Rockstar North, and they got fired. And this was a huge bit of news. It even got into mainstream media. So, people make games have done some investigating, apparently. And we're going to take a little look. We're going to take a look at this because all of the members of staff got fired for gross misconduct. And I believe that this is about the court proceedings. Taking a look at whether that is actually true or not. So I thought we'll watch this just before we get started with the Nick Shirley interview, because that's going to be annoying. It's going to be annoying in many ways. So let's take a look at this and do some learning about what's going on with Rockstar and the workers they're trying to unionize.
I'm back outside the offices of Rockstar North here in Edinburgh today for what will be the next critical chapter in this saga that has followed the firing of 34 employees for what this company labelled as gross misconduct, what those fired employees, all of whom were union members, call union busting. Today you're going to hear how these union members fared in their first skirmish against Rockstar in court, as both sides laid out at least part of their case for all to hear, including me. I watched the whole thing remotely and we're going to take you through that process step by step. We're then going to examine the evidence that's been submitted by both sides in person for ourselves, taking a look at one particularly serious claim made by the company that 2 of these fired employees had discussed a quote-unquote top secret unannounced feature of a game currently in development at the studio. We'll show you what they said, word for word, and you'll then be able to draw your own conclusions as to whether that's a fair description of what was discussed. You'll also hear the story of one union member who was fired by Rockstar for sending a single 15-word message on the Discord in which he revealed that there wasn't any crunch happening on his team. Later on, I'll sit down with some of the fired employees to talk about how they're feeling immediately after the hearing had wrapped up. And finally, we're going to drill into the judge's decision itself. Why was that ruling made, and what did she have to say about Rockstar's conduct here? This is a hugely significant moment for both the union and for the company, and we think it deserves some in-depth reporting. As I stand here, we're about...
No way! Oh my god. What the fuck? How did I miss this? Palestine hunger strikers pause action citing historic victory. Three activists have ended their hunger strike on the same day Israel's largest weapons manufacturer was denied a major multi-billion-pound contract, a key demand of the group. Kamran Ahmed, Hiba Moresi, and Louis Chiara-Mello have collectively announced they are to pause their action and have, alongside T. Hocha, John Kink, Kessa Zuhra, and Amu Gib, began refeeding in accordance with health guidelines. The hunger strikers made British history by participating in the largest coordinated and longest hunger strike Britain, lasting in total 73 days, with Moresi ending at 73 days. It is understood that Umar Khalid has restarted his hunger strike after a short pause. The announcement comes after the news that Elbit Systems lost out on a £2 billion contract that would have seen them train 60,000 British troops each year. This is so good! No way! No way! This is mad! Elbit Systems provide around 85% of Israelis' drones and land-based military equipment. The group all deny charges related to alleged break-ins. Yeah, whatever. Hang on, there's more news about this. Bro. This is absolutely insane. Why is this webpage not working? Hang on. Why is this not fucking working? Oh, I'm trying to get some more news on this chat, but I can't. Oh my god. Well, here is John McDonnell. No? You're just gonna put my homepage on there? Okay, fine. Why the fuck does Twitter do that, man? Okay, here's John McDonnell.
Worth $2 billion. I'm just travelling home now from the House of Commons to my constituency. I heard the news from the campaigners that the hunger strike of the pro-Palestine activists that are in prison at the moment has now ended. It's ended because, yeah, there have been some concessions from government about meetings with various officials, health officials in particular. But in addition to that, it's in the context whereby the government now has refused a huge contract to Elbit worth £2 billion. That's a huge victory. And it means that it's the first time we've had any indication from the government that Elbit is a company they should not be dealing with. I want to pay tribute to the hunger strikers, all of them. I want to pay tribute for their dedication to the cause of the Palestinian people. I want to say to them, thank you for all that you've done. And I want to say to others as well that the campaign continues to ensure that we secure peace and justice for the Palestinian people. And yes, we end the complicity of the UK arms industry in the war crimes that are taking place, perpetrated by Israel on the Palestinians in Gaza and in the West Bank. Solidarity to all the campaigners.
That is absolutely fucking massive. That is absolutely fucking massive. I don't know if I can really try. If we think about the broader impacts of Palestine action over the last 2 years, they have shut down weapons factory after weapons factory after, you know, and caused multiple countries, tens of countries, tens of companies, literally scores and scores of companies, to sever ties with Elbit. The UK government dropped a massive bombshell at the tail end of last year, saying that they were going to invest £2 billion in Elbit systems, which is clearly something that the Israeli lobby has asked them to do in order to, like, you know, make up for all the business that they've lost in the UK. And now, after 73 days of hunger striking, after 73 days of hunger striking, they were like, okay, we're not doing that. Bro, that is absolutely fucking insane. I didn't think that they would do anything. I didn't think that they would do a fucking thing. I thought they would just let him die. I really fucking did. This is fucking huge. Holy shit, man. Chat. Collective action works, man. Any of you in my chat who sent a fucking email to the MPs about this has been part of it, right? Again, like I said, it's not about the words that you say. It's not about having the magical correct words to say. It's about showing just how many people oppose this fucking shit going on. That's what it's about. Yeah? So, great fucking work, everyone in this chat who also contributed to this campaign. Now it's about getting them out of prison. Because even though they've been on hunger strike for 73 days and now they're going to start eating again, which is great, they won't die, inshallah. They've certainly suffered irreparable damage on their bodies. They've certainly suffered irreparable damage to their bodies. Like, completely irreversible. They're going to have health problems for the rest of their life. That's just a fact. But I'm so glad that they didn't have to die. Like, I genuinely am so glad that they didn't have to die. Yeah. Fucking great work, everyone. That is just absolutely fucking amazing. I can't believe that's real. There's multiple sources confirming it. We got the National here talking about it. Prisoners for Palestine emphasized that the most valuable win of the hunger strike has been the surge in commitment to direct action, stating our prisoners' hunger strike will be remembered as a landmark moment of pure defiance and embarrassment for the British state. Yes! Yes! It exposed the world. Britain has political prisoners in service of a foreign genocidal regime and has seen hundreds of people commit to take direct action in the prisoners' footsteps. While these prisoners end their hunger strike, the resistance has just begun. This is so good, dude. Banning a group and imprisoning our comrades has backfired on the British state. Direct action is alive and the people will drive Elbit out of Britain for good! Yes! Among the victories cited by the group, activists say Morais's transfer to HMP Bronzefield has been accepted by HMP Muel, where she's currently held in intentional isolation from her family and friends. Hocher has been offered a meeting with the head of JEXU, Joint Extremism Unit, at her prison. Some of the prisoners started receiving bulk packages of withheld mail, and in one case received an apology from prison staff for a letter that was delayed by 6 months. Books on topics of Gaza and feminism have also been given after months of waiting. Amu Gib, who concluded her hunger strike after 50 days, said, "We have never trusted the government with our lives, and we will not start now. We will be the ones to decide how we give our lives to justice and liberation." Chiamarello added, "It is definitely a time for celebration, a time to rejoice and embrace our joy as revolution and liberation. We do this because of Palestine, because we've been inspired, because we've been empowered to take action, and to try and realize our dreams for a free Palestine, for an emancipated world." Nida Jaffrey, a loved one of the group, said, quote, "We, the loved ones of the hunger strikers, have to watch our friends go without food for 50 to 70 days while labourers refuse to engage. The silence and ignorance of labour ministers have been triggering and a reminder that the state wants to disappear our friends into prison systems and isolate them for questioning Britain's role in genocide. Without any proof of guilt, we've seen them punished in advance, handcuffed to hospital beds while refeeding. But the government won't get away with this. We built a movement. People now know the injustices our friends face, and that Elbit Systems remains entwined with labour." This is so fucking good. Holy shit, man. That's absolutely wild. The article that I'm trying to fucking get that I just can't get hold of for some reason is in the Times. So there is a Times article about this that is obviously not mentioning anything to do with the hunger strikers, but it's talking about the firm being denied the £2 billion army training contract. Like, and I think what people really have to understand here as well is that this directly affects things in the Zionist entity. Like, this directly affects the Zionist entity in terms of getting weapons, in terms of giving it money. Do you know what I mean? Elbit Systems is a Israeli-British company, right? So it has ties to the Zionist entity in so many ways. You know, this £2 billion is £2 billion that Israel is not going to get. And Israel is struggling, right? Israel is fucking struggling so much here at the moment to actually get any kind of foreign investment at the minute because of the continued efforts to force governments and companies within countries in the imperial court to divest and governments to sanction Israel, right? It's just fucking dope, dude. This is just so dope. It's like the biggest fucking sigh of relief I've ever sighed. I'm so glad they didn't have to die, man. Holy fucking shit. Holy shit. I'm so glad that and there's a win on top of it. You know what I mean? Like, first and foremost, I'm so glad that they didn't die. And then secondly, this amazing fucking win. You know? This fucking amazing win. Holy shit, dude. I literally can't even believe it's real.
90 minutes away from this case appearing in court for the very first
Hey, Lion Floof, how you doing?
This is going to be the final hearing.
That made my day good.
UK courts.
Hey, Ninja.
Incredibly.
Hey, Finger, what's
right
up?
Now.
What the UK Supreme Court think about the people imprisoned? How constitutional is this? Nothing that is happening is within UK law. Being held on remand is... there's a limit of 6 months to be held on remand without trial. And you have to be granted bail after that. Most of these people have been in there for like almost 2 years. And it is evidenced that the Israeli state has had some involvement in their treatment. You know? Hey, Fomo Jack, what's up? Yeah, no, it's absolutely fucking ridiculously iconic. Holy shit.
Instead, this is what's called a preliminary hearing. But for the employees who've been fired, or at least the 31 of them who live here in the UK, these next 2 days are going to prove incredibly important. And that's for a couple of reasons. Reason number one, we're going to hear from a judge as to whether or not something called interim relief is required. What does that mean? Well, to put it bluntly, the people who've been fired from Rockstar, they're no longer getting a paycheck, and yet presumably they're still going to need to make rent at the end of each month. It's up to the judge to decide on whether or not these union members have a strong enough case here, or at least the potential for one, that in the meantime Rockstar could be forced to keep paying them until that final ruling happens. Now, importantly, the judge is not being asked here to make any kind of final decision on the validity of these dismissals. That's going to happen later on. Instead, it's about whether or not they think right now, in this moment, that there's a strong likelihood that the main case will prove successful when it actually does get heard. It's an important distinction, and one we'll talk about a bit later on. And reason number two that this preliminary hearing matters so much is because Rockstar, for the very first time, is going to have to show at least some of the evidence that it's collected in order to justify these firings that it's made. We've seen basically nothing from the company so far, aside from a few vague accusations made to the press. So what evidence does Rockstar actually have?
None.
Will it prove enough? If you watched our previous video on this story, you'll remember that a Rockstar insider shared some of the messages from this union Discord that they claimed contributed to an investigation into the workers having taken place. However, we still have almost no idea of what the company then uncovered as it trawled through the weeks, months, perhaps years of Discord messages as it began to build a case against these union members. Last month, Rockstar told IGN that the fired employees had leaked confidential information, including, and I quote, specific game features from upcoming and unannounced titles. They also mentioned something about a games journalist having been in the Discord as well. It's finally time to get a sense of what Rockstar has to back up these allegations that it's made, and crucially, what the British courts then make of this decision to fire more than 30 employees in this way. Okay, so the preliminary hearing isn't taking place in a physical court. It's all happening remotely over the course of both today and tomorrow. And although I can't show you any of the footage of what I'm seeing on screen here, I can tell you all about it and share some of the evidence that gets submitted. And yeah, things are about to kick off in 25 minutes now. It gives me a little bit of time to tell you about one more detail. The barrister who stepped forward to defend the union members in this case. His name is Lord John Hendy. Now, Lord Hendy has been a barrister since the early 1970s and is considered one of the most senior names in the United Kingdom when it comes to employment law. In fact, one legal magazine has described him in the past as the barrister champion of the trade union movement, having represented the National Union of Mine Workers during the miners' strike, as well as many other unions over the decades. He was even a part of the Leveson inquiry, representing the NUJ and questioning Rupert Murdoch himself. The Rockstar employees have a huge voice fighting on their behalf here. All right, it's now
barrister is British for lawyer.
Morning, and we've taken a break from the hearing. In fact, we were only live for something like 40 minutes, I think. Maybe not even that. Basically, what's happened at this stage is the judge and the legal representatives from both Rockstar and the union have all introduced themselves and together have agreed that the judge is going to go away and read a set of documents in order for the rest of the hearing to carry on this afternoon and then tomorrow.
Well, your answer is kind of in your question, Finger, because that is what they do. They feed off people's genuine passion for art and for software. So that's why they don't have a labor shortage. You know what I mean? They will have just replaced these workers overnight because there are people willing to like work for free, work for less money than they're worth, etc., etc.
Now, when it comes to those documents, even just on the witness statements, on Rockstar's side of things,
I still can't believe this fucking. I still can't believe this win. Like my brain's not properly working because of it. I just can't believe this is. Oh man.
That's something like 20 pages, but from the union, we've apparently got somewhere in the region of 250. So there is not an expectation here that a judge is going to read everything. Again, this is not the full hearing, it's just...
Yeah, no, that's right. What Dataway is saying. So like in the UK, the barrister is the person that presents the case in court and does the defense or the prosecution, right? Oh, is that right? Is that the right way? The defendant or the prosecution and the defense, they present that stuff in court to the judge. But solicitors are like the people who build the case for the barrister, essentially.
Preliminary one in which she's going to need to rule on whether or not this interim relief needs to be granted. All right, as you can tell, it's now the end of the day.
Hey, Harvey Laptop, what's up?
It's time to catch you up on what's happened so far. Really, the vast majority of today's part of the hearing has been about Lord Hendy making his argument on behalf of the Rockstar union members. He started by coming back to this definition of gross misconduct. He looked at this in two different ways, one of which was the way in which the company itself, both Rockstar and also Take-Two, how they define gross misconduct in their own internal materials, and the sort of procedures that they describe should be in place for their employees.
Wait, what the fuck?
They come up against these charges.
Why didn't that show? Did that show up on screen?
Big things to note there were the fact that in the employee handbook, for example,
what just happened?
Rockstar talks about things like a
did I get a follow
needing to take place and how employees would be able
did you all hear that?
A companion with them.
Thank you for the follow.
Any interviews that would need to happen as part of the investigation.
I didn't see the alert come up on the screen. It proper confused me.
Process that precede the termination and this.
You heard and saw it. Okay, thank you. Hello, Dialectic Dev. Welcome in. I fucking love that name.
About the employees, they
this content is geared specifically towards you. I somehow knew that you were lurking away watching my stream for the first time. Right.
Even though an investigation had taken place.
That's why I got it on.
To the common UK law definition of gross misconduct, where he pointed to language like willful behaviour being a requirement for that charge, that an employee would need to deliberately flout the contract that they had with their employer, and said that for this immediate dismissal to happen with gross misconduct as the charge, you would need to be able to prove that that the intent was there.
Yeah.
After establishing these definitions, Lord Hendy went on to argue that this central allegation of gross misconduct was, and I quote, merely a smokescreen designed to enable the company to carry out the firings.
That's fucking great. They're gonna lose. And this is gonna be another win. This is fucking so good. Already. We're getting so much positive news. It's only been 3 hours of the stream, and we're getting so much positive news about fucking organizing and shit.
Just wanted to do anyway.
In the face of all the fucking horrors, you know?
And that
we have also been covering.
They amounted to the mass execution of the union members who were affected. That is the sort of imagery he would come back to time and time again. And he was doing that really to make this point that he believed that the firings and the way that they were handled, the whole thing was orchestrated to serve as an example to other employees at the studio who may have thought about joining the union or were already members. Lord Hendy disputed the fact that any confidential information had been leaked by the union members, and then spent a lot of his argument going through the witness statement of Jennifer Colby, the studio director at Rockstar Games. And
okay. A bunch of Israeli Telegram channels just started popping off over the last hour. One here saying, report of unidentified fighter jets in the skies of Iraq. That's not good. Another one here, apparently, see if I can get... if I can actually get this video. Oh shit, dude. That's from a US Air Force base in Qatar. Looks like cool stuff is happening. Looks like some really, really cool stuff is happening.
Essentially, putting her words next to...
Muel, did you see the new UKIP logo? Vord, we covered this 3 months ago. I love that people are like, did you see the new UKIP? Not only did I cover this yesterday, but I also covered it 3 months ago when it first happened. Listen, chat, I'm being so serious. This is why you gotta pay me money. Yeah, this is my only job at the minute. I'm on fucking benefits. You know, just by donating doesn't mean that no, I'm just taking the piss forward. You can't be here every minute of every day. I'm just joking. I genuinely thought they changed it again. I was so confused. There you go. That's a real DJ Muel fan. Chat. That's a real DJ Muel fan. Eyes glued to the screen for 6 hours every Monday to Thursday. Come on, I need you all to be bringing this energy. This is 2026. The DJ Muel community is going to be huge, yeah? That's what I need you to be doing. I'm joking. Please consider giving me money. Please consider money. Money me now. This is my only job. I gotta pay the rent. I gotta pay the bills. Yada, yada, yada. I do get benefits, but, you know, it only really tops up how much money I get to make it like national minimum wage. And I need to be earning national minimum wage, which is £1,500 a month by November this year. So please consider doing that using the tip link in the chat. And yeah, there's all kinds of bonuses that I've not done yet and incentives for the past couple of months. So I'm not going to have an incentive just yet, just until I've done those things, yeah? I've got all the scoops, you know? This is it. I'm doing real fucking journalism and shit here. You know, we just got some breaking news about organizing in Palestine action. Boom, straight there on the fucking stream. This is why you watch.
The actual posts from the Discord that have been submitted by Rockstar as its evidence. And we'll talk about these posts in a bit more detail later on, because we're going to go and look at the evidence ourselves. But something else came up that I thought was really interesting. Lord Hendy also pointed to the second witness statement provided by Rockstar Games.
Krill with the 15 quid. Hell yeah, conference. Thank you so much for the money, conference. Thanks for subbing up Twitch. Thank you for supporting the stream, Krill.
This one comes from Charlie Kinlock, the Director of Human Resources, who details how Rockstar actually gained access to the Discord
Appreciate you, man.
in the first place. So, as we found out in our previous report,
breaking news because it's weak, huh?
Made in early October, which led to an investigation into the Discord.
Get a VR headset and glue it to your head, yeah.
In that statement,
just in case anyone, okay. I'm being a little bit of an egotist now, just in case anyone actually does want to see the new UKIP logo. Dialectic Dev. Not just a new chatter, but immediately coming in and using the Prime sub. Let's fucking go. Thank you for using your Prime sub on me. Appreciate you. Thank you for supporting me. Hell yeah. A Marxist. Cool. Limes Floof, I got news for you. There's plenty of those in here. I got news for you. However many people you see watching the stream right now, it's probably like 89% are Marxists, without a shadow of a doubt. Or at least informed by Marx, right? At least take some of Marx's teachings into their ideology and politics.
On the 7th and 9th of October,
that's probably more like 100%. Even the people who don't know it.
Separately contacted me on Slack to report concerns about other employees' improper use of Discord. To assist with my investigation, one of the employees who had reported that
if you do want to know what the UKIP
the Discord server giving me access to see the relevant messages. Now, the problem with this,
if you do want to see what the UKIP logo is,
put this charge of gross misconduct to one side and
it's this. That's the new UKIP logo. And This is the new UKIP guy. I've been, we've done counter protests against this guy. Yeah, it's the Iron Cross. It's the Iron Cross, and this is the leader doing a Nazi salute with a little fucking purple armband around him. He's such a little wet, by the way. He's one of the most fucking cowardly piece of shit little wets that you could ever meet in your entire life. And that's every fascist, man. You know what I mean? Like, every fucking fascist is just a coward. You know, we've had it before where even though the cops were like surrounding him and protecting him, there's just like hundreds of Mancunians who just surrounded them and forced them to like go to the fucking train station. You know? Just Nazi shit.
You accept the idea that Rockstar's evidence supports those claims, something that Hendy certainly does not. But even if you do that, that was not the only discussion happening in this union Discord. Hendy argued that Rockstar had clearly viewed trade union specific discussions going back years because, well, some of the posts they submitted as part of their evidence go back to at least 2023, and also very recently, in fact, just a day before Kinloch is meant to have joined this Discord server, there were discussions happening there about the fact that the union had just crossed this all-important 10% threshold that would allow them to potentially apply for statutory recognition. He referenced posts that union members had made about the fact that they'd be going public in 2025, that they'd reached 180 members, and that time and time again they talk about this 10% threshold.
Absolute fanning.
He said, and I quote, "They clearly, this being Rockstar, knew what the union was doing and that it was getting stronger."
Okay, chat, I'm going to leave this on for you because I know some of the details of this, but I'm just going to be right back. I'm just going to the bathroom.
He argued that this was, in fact, the reason for the firings taking place. And then he goes back to that imagery once again of mass executions and the fact that not only did these firings of 34 employees take the total number of unionized members below the threshold, it also removed key union activists, and again, it served as an example to anyone else who was watching. Finally, he directed the court's attention to the way in which the firings were handled on the day itself, describing it as a remarkable curiosity that all 30 plus employees needed to be dismissed one after the other in the space of about 6 hours. There were no disciplinary hearings scheduled, there was no full reason given for why this charge of gross misconduct had been given, and ultimately he argued that this was about humiliation and again about sending a message to any other Rockstar employee who was thinking about joining a union at some point in the future. Okay, so that was today. We're going to hear more of Rockstar's argument tomorrow, but before then I want to catch up with the IWGB and just find out how they feel this first day in court has gone and what they make of some of the evidence that they're now starting to see for the very first time. Hey Jamie, how's it going?
Yeah, no, I'm good, thank you. It's been really quite something, and also quite almost cathartic to kind of finally see it kind of out there and to kind of see, I think, the irrefutable injustice and irrefutable kind of arguments made today.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a long time coming that some actual evidence is available to discuss and debate, right? Like this is, up until now, as far as I understand, even the union hasn't had a very clear idea of exactly what proof was going to be offered and how gross misconduct was going to be sort of characterized here.
Yeah, I think we saw that today in the hearing as well. I think one thing that Henry was saying is that there were times when we've kind of seen the sifting sands of what kind of Rockstar have said and what Rockstar have been accusing people kind of publicly or privately. He also kind of raised the question that, you know, perhaps Rockstar have taken so long to produce any evidence and then have very kind of patchy evidence when they did, because they were retrospectively making up the case, which I think is one of the interesting arguments that came out today. There were some key details as well. I remember there was one point that came out that the fact that despite the fact that Rockstar have said this was a public server, they had to impersonate a Rockstar employee or use the account of a Rockstar employee to even gain access to it themselves. So just the fundamental inconsistencies. It's been nice to see. It's been nice to see a barrister just have a couple of hours to lay those out.
On to day two, where we just heard the majority of the submission from Rockstar, being represented by a barrister called Andrew Burns, and he took a very different sort of approach to the one we heard from Lord Hendy yesterday. and it was really much more technical. A lot of his submission was about defining what the court should mean when it says trade union activities, and really just disputing the idea that the discussions happening in this general chat of the Discord do actually fall within that definition. In fact, to quote him directly, he says, merely participating in the Discord is not an activity of the union. This is a point that he kind of kept coming back to. He argued that it's not really enough for the communication that members are making to simply be in support of the IWGB, of the union, or even to be aligned with them. It needs to fit a certain kind of parameter that's narrower than that. And then finally, on the sort of general points made about the messages, he did bring up the idea that for them to be valid trade union activities, these messages would either need to have been sent outside of working hours or within an agreed time that had been made between the union and Rockstar. And because that agreement has never happened, the union isn't recognized yet, he sort of broached the topic that if any of these messages happened within working hours, well then they are not valid trade union activities. This didn't really get argued fully, but I suspect it's going to be something that comes up again when we get to the final hearing. Now, on the idea that this Discord was a public forum, which is something we've heard from Rockstar a few times now, he touched on a few things. First of all was the idea that there was a journalist, and in his words, lurking on the Discord. This is in reference to a man called Scott Allsworth. Now, Scott Allsworth is a few different things, but one of those is certainly a game writer or narrative designer who has spent more than a decade working for Bohemia Interactive on games like Arma 3 before founding a small co-development game studio of his own called Cerberus Creative. He's also an elected representative of the IWGB's Game Workers branch, which is the reason he'd been invited into this Discord to work with the Rockstar union members. However, Rockstar has also pointed out that between the period of 2022 and 2025, Allsworth has also written 6 articles for the left-wing British political newspaper, The Morning Star. And it's these articles that Rockstar is referring to when the company describes him as a games journalist. These articles include one titled Grand Theft Car Crash, which Allsworth wrote in the weeks following the first delay of GTA 6, and is a short opinion piece on why he believes the industry as a whole may be in trouble because of how much is riding on the success of mega hit games like this one. The article doesn't contain any new information regarding Rockstar or Grand Theft Auto, and neither are mentioned at all in his other work. However, because of his writing for the Morning Star, Rockstar argued that Allsworth's involvement in this Discord server represented a legitimate risk for the company. Mr. Burns also made the argument that there were former employees on this Discord reading confidential information being posted by its members. To quote Charlie Kinlock's witness statement once again, he claimed there were at least 10 former employees, some now working for our competitors, present on the server when he gained access back in early October. Now, these examples have not been fully argued yet, so there's some ambiguity as to who these people were and exactly what kind of access they had to which channels on the server, for example, as well as the general channel, which much of this case is built around. There were also a set of social channels as well, which former employees were specifically allowed.
Yeah, that's it, half a laptop. The evidence they put forward was just evidence of them union busting. And also, like, you know, doing excessive monitoring of the, you know? Doing the excessive monitoring of employee interactions and shit.
To access even after leaving Rockstar.
It's just cool, right?
Discuss pets, music, games, and other hobbies. Again,
hell yeah,
this
dude.
is something that will absolutely.
You just gotta monitor all those channels in employee discords that they set up outside of company hours. You know? You just gotta do it. You just gotta monitor what they're saying in their personal discords. Hell yeah, dude.
Visited in the full
so normal.
In much greater detail, but Rockstar is clearly making the case that some of these employees did, in fact, have the opportunity to read what had been posted in the general channel, and that represented another risk to the company's security and reputation. As for the actual reasons that Rockstar fired the 34 employees, Mr. Burns put forward that it was not actually at all to do with trade union membership or trade union activity, and let's cover each of those one by one. In terms of membership, he argued that yes, of the 34 employees, 31 of them live here in the UK.
Hey Pakistani Mango, how are you?
Members of the IWGB, but 3 of them live in Canada
and are not members. And so the court shouldn't be able to look at this decision as firings that happened purely because of membership to this union. As for trade union activity, he argued that Rockstar had seen many, many more messages within this Discord as part of their investigation, including those made by people clearly labeled
good, thank you, very good
IWGB members talking about unionization, and yet those people had not also been fired. And so it wouldn't be fair for the court to rule that, simply discussing trade union activity was the primary reason for all of these people having been terminated.
Well, that's what they do though, right? They will select members who they identify as being first-time union organizers, or having any kind of, like, it's either going to be one of two things. They're either going to fire people who have just joined the union, who have never done any union activity in their entire lives, who are totally new to it, or they're going to identify key organizing people who are actually empowering other colleagues to understand that joining a union is good, and also empowering them to, take their rights as a worker into their own hands. So, yeah, absolutely. You could still just argue back straight away that, like, okay, well, yeah, they didn't ban every member for union organizing. They didn't fire every member for union organizing, but they definitely fired some key people in order to, like, decapitate any kind of attempt to unionize. Lenin speaks of this in 1902 being rampant. Exactly, nothing has changed. It's why it fucking stresses me out so much when I see people doing this fucking, Yanis Varoufakis with this, like, oh, we've got tech feudalism now. It's like, but all the same stuff that's happening in 1902 is happening. What are you talking about? What do you mean? There are entire consultant firms who specialize in harassing union members, yeah. I know the labour movement in entertainment industries is behind in Canada, but overall Canada has a pretty strong labour movement overall. Yeah, well, it's the worst in the USA. And in the UK, it's the worst in companies like Rockstar that are just, like, making billions and billions and billions of pounds.
Instead, Mr. Burns offered that the legitimate reasons for these firings having taken place came down simply to breach of contract, which yesterday we heard Lord Hendy dispute some of the evidence that had been put forward in support of that. But today I thought it was really interesting that Mr. Burns made some reference here to what he described as a top secret element of GTA 6 that had been discussed on this Discord that was so sensitive in nature that he didn't even feel comfortable talking about it aloud in the hearing that I've just watched, and asked the judge to read that particular bit of evidence privately instead. We're going to come back to that in just a little while. And aside from the
so what they're saying is, oh, these guys could have leaked this stuff.
Information the Rockstar alleges these employees had discussed. Mr. Burns also brought up examples of what he called disparagement, referencing posts that included the words "get fucked" when describing a decision being made by Rockstar.
Oh no. Oh no, my employees told me to get fucked. It's so embarrassing, man. Like, all of the, when they do these fucking lawsuits and shit where they talk about, oh, well, these employees were disparaging the company. You just sound like a little winnet. You just sound like the most wet little smelly winnet that's ever existed. And if you can't handle your employees telling you to get fucked, I don't know, man. Maybe you shouldn't be in the business of having employees. Have you ever met an employee?
Or descriptions of a senior Rockstar employee as a
cunt.
Probably not. It's a 4-letter word that begins with the letter C.
Mm-hmm.
And that was today. There was some back and forth between Lord Hendy and Mr. Burns after this, and then finally the judge essentially said that she'd been given so much evidence to look through as part of these submissions that she would be unable to make a ruling today, and that will actually come in written form at some point as soon as possible. We're expecting maybe next week, but yeah, we will let you know when that happens, but it hasn't happened just yet.
Right.
So although we've heard bits and pieces from the evidence that's been submitted by both parties during this preliminary hearing, we've not actually seen any of the documents ourselves. That's because there's not currently a digital copy of this stuff for the general public to view, but the courts have informed us that there is a hard copy here in Glasgow, in fact just in a building right over there.
Yeah, gaming development is deliberately designed to be a boom-bust cycle. When a game is designed, massive hiring, long hours. Once the game development is done, mass firing. Yeah. And that's why they're so opposed to developers unionizing, because then a developer would have to give the publisher or the company, Rockstar, the company that's hiring these people, will be forced to have to actually fucking like negotiate some kind of a contract that goes beyond the temporary contract, or at the very least dictate the terms of the temporary contract to probably get them to be paid a bit more while they're trying to find another temporary contract in the future, right?
An hour or so's drive from where we were staying in Edinburgh earlier on. I have an appointment to view this copy for myself, which I've been pre-warned may be over 1,000 pages long, but for now at least, there are a few very specific sections I'm interested in reading. So let's go and have a look, shall we?
Lahama, Dan, how are you?
Alright, I'm back home to film this bit because cameras were not allowed inside the tribunal centre, and I couldn't take any photos either as a result, but I was able to take notes, which is useful because there was closer to maybe 2,000 pages all in all. We're talking 3 gigantic binders, each one about as thick as my leg, submitted on behalf of Rockstar, and then 2 boxes that had come from the union members as well. I was able to spend a few hours
Connor Satatu, Dan.
Reading through all this material.
Hitting you back with a bit of Irish there.
Although it should go without saying here that despite the fact that a lot of these bundles contained things like employment contracts for each of the employees and correspondence that included near identical language in a lot of cases. And so I was able to skim through some of that more quickly. I was not able to read through the entire evidence here. Of course I wasn't. Instead, I went in with the intention of examining just a few select things that I was especially interested in, some of which has already informed earlier parts of this video. I was extremely keen to read through the many individual Discord messages that had been submitted by Rockstar specifically as proof of these employees' gross misconduct. I saw a whole range of topics being discussed here, honestly, from concerns about the work canteen, to crunch, to what the company may have planned for generative AI, to pressure relating to travelling into the office during stormy conditions up in Scotland. And yes, from time to time, I could also see examples of strong language being used as well. But as you've already heard, there's also something hidden away in these messages.
Okay, I'm literally gonna have to translate that because I don't know what the fuck, I don't know what the fuck that is. I fell off on learning Irish because I found out that fucking I'm doing well, just a little tired, thanks. And obviously you're not speaking Irish, you're speaking Scots. Well, not Scots, Scottish Gaelic. It's super similar to Irish. It's incredibly similar to Irish, like in the way that it's worded and shit. Like I could probably pronounce that in Irish, right? It'd be like, "Damia denem guma dami vegan skieth." That's probably how you'd pronounce it in Irish. Same language family, innit? Gaelic, yeah. Gaelic, Irish, Scottish. Yeah. Yeah, I found out that Duolingo was doing fucking AI shit, so I just got off that rapid. And I've been meaning to get a course because I really like Irish. I think it's a really good fucking language.
Described as being so sensitive by Rockstar's barrister that he didn't wish to read those.
Manx Gaelic, yeah, that's right. Welsh.
Instead, asked the judge to read them.
Kerno, I think that like Kerno language, like Cornish, and Britannia kind of goes into that as well, right? In the near future, a Don't Get This Discord subpoenaed meme will be in an evidence folder, and I'm gonna die that day. Yeah.
On her own. The words top
That's right.
secret we even used here to describe just how sensitive in nature this stuff actually was. However, as Rockstar had not applied for any reporting restrictions to be placed upon this evidence that was then made available to me in Glasgow,
Union of Celtic Soviet Republic when, yeah, exactly.
Referred to here. It begins with one fired employee talking about his experiences with trying to request time off at the studio. Being told they don't want more than 13 people off at one time. We're a team of 56 people, soon to be 60. Then a later message says, until the end of this year, they want no more than 5 people off at a time, apparently. Then presumably in response to a message from another employee, which
they want no more than 5 people off at a time. You know, it's just crazy that she get like one of the most famous. If you were to ask just like a rando in the street, right? If you were to just ask a rando in the street, name a video game, chances are they're gonna say like Mario or Sonic, right? If it's a millennial, anyway. The reason that I say that is because the guy who made Super Mario literally said, a rushed game will forever be bad. A game that you take your time on will be good, but a rushed game will forever be bad. Might take a while, but it'll be good. But if you rush it, it'll always be bad. It'll forever be known as bad. And that's true even for games like No Man's Sky. Right? If you think about No Man's Sky, people started getting excited about that because of the way that it was hyped, and they rushed it out, and it was nowhere near as good. There was loads of bugs in it. And then later on, they released loads of updates that made it actually far more enjoyable, you know? And, you know, there is just like no way that No Man's Sky could have changed its reputation. That's what I mean. Like the release killed a lot of it. Counterpoint Paradox games. Okay, now you're asking me to like Paradox games. Yeah, I've got a bunch of these. Paradox Interactive, what do they do? Oh, Europa with the Cities Skylines. Yeah. Okay. Whatever, but you know what I'm saying, right? Like why it's just such insane capitalist nonsense. It's why capitalism and art could just like not really exist without art being fundamentally harmed in every way. You know what I mean? Cymrig, I think that's Cymrig, Cynewig, Brythoneg are Brythonic languages. Gaelic na Halba, Gaelic na Hiran, and Manx Gaelic are Gaelic languages in the Celtic language family. The more you know. Jack says, I use Lingo Legend. Lingo Legend. Is this? It's like a fucking... What is this, like an idle game? A monster battling RPG for language. I don't need any of that. I don't need to gamify it. I'm fine. I could give it a go, but oh, maybe it is go. I promise it's peak. Maybe it is good. I feel like the problem with something like this is it's too focused on like does this have a thing where you can speak into the mic and practice your actual pronunciation and shit? Does it have that? Because writing and stuff is one thing, but actually like pronunciation. I'm a firm believer in our language revitalization. Yeah, it's a key component in anti-colonization, Dan. Yeah, for sure. Me trying to practice Nish, but every site for practice is a different dialect. Yeah, that's it, right? Duolingo Owl's gonna come and arrest everyone who plays that game. Hey, Richard Cavessa, how are you doing? Streamers need protection and leverage union. Many people have been saying this, yeah. Yeah. I've been thinking about this for a long time. No, but it's good for learning how things sound, right? So you hear the sound, it does actually play the sound itself. All right, well, I'll give it a go. I'll let you know. You've piqued my interest, you know, and that's it's a pretty hard thing to do.
I've seen. This union member responds, absolutely no.
Been learning Japanese for a couple of years, it's helped me stay more fluent. Hell yeah, that's dope.
To do, but that was 32 players. Not sure how that was difficult. Later on, another fired union member criticizes this new policy, saying, sounds like you have multiple studios of QA testers. Surely someone can manage to organize a 32 player session and let people have their time off. Those are the messages Rockstar's barrister is referring to when he describes
Yo, no worries, Mia. Thank you for being here. Sleep well.
Being talked about in relation to an unannounced feature from a game currently in development at Rockstar. Messages he didn't wish to even utter aloud. And this is how Rockstar describes the seriousness of them in its own defense. The respondent, that's Rockstar, was also gravely concerned to discover that some of the claimants, that's the union members, had been sharing highly confidential and commercially sensitive information relating to the content and features of an unannounced online service. They discussed the specific number of online players planned for this service, a material feature of this new title, which has not yet been revealed by.
What are you talking about? An unannounced online service? It's probably going to be like microtransactions. They discussed a specific number of online players planned for the service. It's probably going to be like Gamba. And that's why they don't want it to get out, actually.
Rockstar. Now, if we focus on the second employee I just referenced there, the one who replied
new GTA Online, messages,
yeah. I saw that there were 5 additional messages submitted.
This hoodie is hella cozy, Dan. The fucking sad reality of it is, I had someone come over the other week, and I don't think she knew to not do this, basically, but like, she like shut my fucking wardrobe door, and it like broke a bunch of teeth on the zip. So I can only wear it like this. I can't really wear it out anymore. So, I mean, it's fine. It's more of an indoors hoodie anyway, but, you know.
As proof for her dismissal,
it's one of my favorite hoodies.
Aside from the one you just read, and they were all in relation to the Slack policy changes we covered in our previous video. Again, it'll be up to the judge to make a decision on whether these meet the threshold of not just misconduct and breach of contract, but gross misconduct. I am wary that I'm cherry picking examples here, but I did want to focus on that particular employee because
like, it just can't be gross misconduct to discuss the conditions of your work, right? Like, in employment law, gross misconduct is stuff that is like, there isn't a set out. We can look at this, right? It's like ACAS, right? ACAS, gross misconduct. I used to do this when I was chair at GMTU, when we were like managing staff and stuff. Misconduct. Right. Gross misconduct is when an employee has done something that's very serious, has very serious effects. Examples could include fraud, physical violence, gross negligence when there's a serious lack of care to their duties of other people, serious insubordination, for example, refusing to take reasonable orders from a supervisor. An organization might have its own policy or rules with other examples of gross misconduct. Gross misconduct will usually be relevant in dismissals related to conduct and employees' behavior at work, so it's about behavior. An employer should allow a fair and reasonable procedure if someone is accused of gross misconduct. The procedure should be in line with the ACAS Code of Practice on Disciplinary and Grievance Procedures, which, if we look at that, now this is the key thing, the fair and reasonable procedure, right? Code of Practice on Disciplinary and Grievance Procedures. So, when you are disciplining a staff member, you have to assign someone to deal with the discipline, which is normally a supervisor who's been trained in it, or if you're an organization, you can get a third party to advise someone, a member of your organization, like a volunteer, to do this with their help, right? You have to establish the facts of each case. Inform the employee of the problem is the key thing, right? If it's decided there's a disciplinary case to answer, the employee should be notified of this in writing. The notification should contain sufficient information about the alleged misconduct or poor performance and its possible consequences to enable the employee to prepare to answer the case at a disciplinary meeting. And then, as it implies, there has to be a disciplinary meeting where they can actually ask for people to come and sit with them. Not even necessarily a union representative. You could just get someone to support you. You could get another colleague to come in and sit in there. The meeting should be held without unreasonable delay. That's another key thing. Allow the employee to be accompanied at the meeting. That's what I was talking about there. Statutory rights to be accompanied by a fellow worker, trade union representative, or an official employee by the trade union. To exercise the statutory right to be accompanied, workers must take reasonable request. What is reasonable will depend on the circumstances of each individual case. A request may be accompanied. A request to be accompanied does not have to be in writing or within a certain time frame. However, a worker should provide enough time. Yada yada yada. Decide on appropriate action. Right now, the unfortunate reality is that like this is where a lot of it just comes down to the contracts that you've been given by your employer and what the employer decides is gross misconduct. Yeah, you can't just fucking sack someone. You can't just be like, you're going home, right? You have to give the employee a chance to defend themselves. Like, you have to do that. And it is also true that you can have an employee have gross misconduct, like have committed what you have decided as the employer is gross misconduct, and you don't have to fire him for it. We had an issue like that at GMTU where someone had committed multiple examples of misconduct and one example of what could have been gross misconduct, right? And we weren't even going to fucking fire him because obviously we're fucking based. You know what I mean? We were just literally going to be like, you can't do this anymore. And the only reason that he'd done so much misconduct was because he'd literally just like never been disciplined by any other like leadership team, right? You know, and it's kind of, you know, and that's even with like me being a little bit fucking Stalin mode sometimes and being like, hey man, you're fucking jeopardizing the fucking members of our union by fucking around like this. You're jeopardizing our union by fucking around like this. The kind of stuff that this fucker was doing, right? You know, and we weren't gonna fire him. You know? Please knock it the fuck off, man. Wait, what? What do you mean knock the fuck off? Oh yeah, that's what I told him. Yeah, we just told him to knock it the fuck off. That was it. Like, you know, they have just gone, right, okay, we're just deciding. And you know what you find all the time with stuff like this, with the Rockstar stuff, yeah? Is no, it's fine. I just thought like, because obviously I'm talking about a position where I was like a boss, right? And it's like, I understand why people would be pissed off about me like talking about a situation where I was managing staff, because yes, I don't feel good about it either, but that's what I was doing. But yeah, no, you're right. We were literally just going to tell him to knock it off. We would just be like, just stop doing it. You can't do this anymore. If you do it ever, in the future, then we might have to take it further, right? And like I said, this stuff was real misconduct, like real bad shit. Like real bad shit to the point where I was like losing sleep about how bad it was. And the fact that I was going to have to be the guy to like speak to this fucking member of staff and talk to him about this. You know what I mean? But we weren't going to sack him. We were just going to go, hey. And, but this is the thing. At this point here where it's like decide on appropriate action. That's why I was giving you that example. Because if Rockstar have just decided, do you know what I mean? Like this is the thing. Some acts termed gross misconduct are so serious in themselves or have such serious consequences that they may call for dismissal without notice for a first offense. But a fair disciplinary process should always be followed before dismissing for gross misconduct. The problem is that this wording, yeah, a lot of companies, because they know they've got power, they just look at this wording and they go, well, we'll just do that. And it's likely that the employee won't have the resources or support to challenge the dismissal, right? So this is where the Rockstar shit comes in, and they will have just gone, right, we're just going to get ready for gross misconduct. And it very well may be in the contract, even if it's a temporary contract for these devs, that if they do the things that they're talking about, that they can get dismissed for gross misconduct. But they might not have given him a fair disciplinary process. There also might be stuff like, I find it so hard to believe that employees discussing elements of a game together in a Discord that is outside of work, but it only contains members who are employees of that company, I find it so hard to believe that that would be something that is gross misconduct, because something like that, surely the wording of this in the contract will be something along the lines of, do not leak information about the project to journalists, even friends in the pub or anything like that. If you share it in between your employees, surely it's not an issue, right? That's the thing. But obviously, you know, that remains to be seen.
Well, she was one of two singled out in this way by Rockstar's barrister, Mr. Burns, because she is meant to have posted something so sensitive in nature. I thought it might be interesting to look at her case in particular. But there is one other union member I'd also like to mention, because their case stood out so starkly to me as I was reading through the evidence. In most cases, Rockstar had submitted at least several Discord messages for each of the fired employees. In a few cases that had gone up as high as maybe like...
Yeah, fellas, is it a crime for me and my co-worker to joke that our boss kind of has a Kermit voice in our private text, right?
30 messages. But for one of these fired employees, just one, there was a single...
Iran has shut down its airspace. You got a source for that, Dan?
Presented as proof of their gross misconduct, and it wasn't even...
I mean, you know, we did see the US fighters flying over Qatar earlier.
A long message. It was 15 words in total. So what did it say? Nothing that I've heard in North QA. We'll keep you updated if that changes, of course. Doesn't tell us a lot, does it? So I flicked through to see how Rockstar's head of publishing, Jennifer Colby, had justified this particular decision to terminate this employee in her witness statement. Here's what she had to say. The key evidence we relied upon for, I'm not going to name the employee myself here, but this employee's dismissal at Doc 76, page 613 to 614, included information about working patterns in his team. This information could indicate the stage of development that GTA 6 was at for those familiar with the games industry, and could also undermine team collaboration. And by comparison, here's how that fired employee describes the message himself in his own...
We got some flight radar here. Oh, yeah. As soon as you got it, Dan, it's like, yeah, I got like the same thing. Flight radar 24. 6 US. So this is from IDF Hannibal Brigade on Bluesky. 6 US Air Force Stratotangers aerial refueling planes are currently leaving Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar while the US prepares to attack Iran. Cool. So it's just the USA. It's just the USA that are doing this. Israel aren't going to get involved. It's just the USA. New NOTAM just issued by Iran, closing airspace to all flights except international flights to from Iran with permission. NOTAM is valid for a little more than 2 hours. Live view of Iranian airspace. Yeah, man. They're making sure that, like, they have full reign to just fucking blow any plane out of the sky, which is fair enough, right? How is that good? I mean, I'm being sarcastic. If I've said that it's good, I'm being sarcastic, obviously. Right, yeah, cool, man. Cool stuff.
Witness statement. On the 15th of May, I sent a message to the Discord's general channel to say that I hadn't heard anything about employees being asked to crunch in the North QA department, but that I would keep the others updated. However, I never followed up on this message. This was in response to colleagues in other departments being concerned about
No, it's okay.
Workload. I would argue this is the only message I ever sent that was directly discussing work, and if anything, it seems to me that this would be considered the opposite of disparaging. So if the union member's statement is to be believed, he was fired for sending just one 15-word message to this Discord in which he says that as far as he knows, no crunch is currently happening in his department, and they'll let people know if that changes. Let's just read it again one more time. Nothing that I've heard in North QA. Will keep you updated if that changes, of course. Again, this is ultimately going to be up to a judge to decide whether or not that constitutes gross misconduct and is worthy of immediate dismissal with all that entailed. You'll remember from our previous reporting that employees who were fired within the office itself were then escorted out of that office by security without being able to return to their desk or speak to co-workers, and these employees had not been made aware that an investigation was underway or...
Well, there you go. I mean, that's the first thing. ACAS, like, okay, does ACAS apply in Scotland? That's what I was going to ask. Yes. Yes. It's for every worker and employer across England, Scotland, and Wales. So, you know, like, this whole bit... The fair and reasonable procedure. They've not done a fair and reasonable procedure. If they haven't informed them that there was an investigation going on, that is not a fair and reasonable procedure. They've just basically got security to tell them to get out, acting like fucking, you know, some kind of fucking New York yuppie CEO piece of shit. Madness.
Indeed, we're not interviewed as part of that investigation. And I think this particular example, these 15 words in this message, are quite an interesting one to consider within that context.
Yeah.
I have nothing else to say other than that. Moving on, jumping back to Scotland now, because before I left, I interviewed some of the fired union members in the direct aftermath of the preliminary hearing, but before the judge had made their ruling on the interim relief itself. As a result, there were a mixture of emotions on display.
How, this is such a weird question, how was that for all of you?
I think the group watch party was needed, because if I'd have watched that alone, I would have anxiety, like twitched myself to death.
Okay, immediate. This is the first time I'm seeing these workers. And like, what's the thing that you notice, chat? They're all young. They're all fucking young people. This guy can't be older than 26. This person can't be older than 20, 26, 27. You know? 28 maybe, 25. Like, that's what they do. They target young people, they target inexperienced people, they target people who have got no history of union organizing, to use as an example, and also to like frighten them for the rest of their life, put the fear of capitalism into their heart, and like, yeah, you shouldn't ever dare to try and get more rights, you know what I mean?
Because if I'd have watched that alone, I would have anxiety, like twitched myself to death, I think. But it kind of feels like, I don't know about you guys, but it feels like a breath of fresh air in a way, because someone's finally been able to say what we haven't been able to, and kind of like get the story out now, our side of it. I think that's been
yeah, pick on the ones who don't know their rights.
Terrifying. Yeah. A little bit.
Yeah, kind of echoing what they're saying. We've kind of just been anticipating the interim relief hearing for so long, so for it to finally come and be done with, I know we don't yet know the results or anything else, but it's good that like that's what this thing was that we've been so kind of stressed about. And yeah, it was nerve-wracking, but it's just crazy, some of the stuff that's public record now, and it's getting out there, and it's probably gone further than a lot of people expected it to go, and that's a little bit relieving in a way.
Was it, I'm going to pass this to you, Jordan, was it weird to like, you guys were hearing your own names, you mentioned your own messages being talked about in a very like...
Okay, I'm sorry for interrupting this video, but I just want to... take a quick look at this, because this is apparently the Sky News live report on the PAL Action hunger strikers.
Breaking news tonight, and 3 pro-Palestinian activists have now ended their hunger strike after 73 days. Our correspondent Sadia Chowdhury joins me on the phone now. Sadia, an awfully long time, and the last 3 who were carrying out that hunger strike have stopped now. Why?
Well, 8 of them started this hunger strike in early November, and although some of them had ended their action along the way, there were 3, as you say, who were remaining. And when we spoke to their families and representatives over the last few days, they told us that all 3 were determined to carry on right to the end. Well, that end, I'm sure their families will say, is thankfully without a loss of life. Prisoners for Palestine, which represents them tonight, said the three of them, Kamran Ahmed, Hiba Muraisi and Louis Chiaramello, announced their decision to end their hunger strikes as Elbit Systems UK was denied a crucial government contract, which they say is a key demand for the hunger strikers. Elbit Systems UK is a UK-based company which supplies arms to Israel, and the hunger strikers had long said that was one of their demands, that the UK stops its support for such companies. That means that all three have now begun refeeding, which we're told is in accordance with health guidelines. They all deny charges related to alleged break-ins or criminal damage at the UK branch of Elbit Systems, which is in Bristol, and a Royal Air Force base in Oxfordshire, which was carried out in the name of Palestine Action. And I should say that all three were arrested before the group was banned under terrorism legislation last summer. The group Prisoners for Palestine, which represents them, says the national leaders of prison healthcare finally met with the prison hunger strikers representatives, and they say that was on behalf of the Ministry of Justice to discuss prison conditions and treatment recommendations, which were also part of the hunger strikers' demands among various other demands. And we've contacted the Ministry of Justice tonight for comment and haven't heard back yet. But listen, these prisoners didn't fully get it their way. They also wanted the deprescription of Palestine Action. That's not been met. And they also had another outstanding demand, it seems, that the one about getting immediate bail. All three hunger strikers have been on remand for over a year and they'd sought immediate bail, and no sign of that. But this news just in the last few minutes that those three Palestine Action affiliated remand prisoners who are on hunger strike have tonight ended their action, saying a key demand of theirs has been met, which is that Elbit Systems UK, a UK-based company that sends weapons to Israel, has been denied a crucial government contract.
Dope. Not bad reporting, man. There wasn't like too much fucking stupid imperialist Zionist shite in there actually for Sky News, so that's quite interesting. Okay, let's carry on with this. Well, although I did just see this has apparently been aired on Fox News. Fox News had an interview with Brett Baer and Iran's foreign minister Abbas Araki.
President Trump, who obviously is and has talked about and is...
Oh my god, why just in the left ear, dude? Twitter's so good for video, man. It's so good. It's so good when people don't know how to use screen recording software. Oh no, this is actually from Fox News. Well, my comments still stand. There you go. Be in mono for the rest of the year.
Considering some kind of action to help the protesters on the ground. If you have a message for him, what is the message?
My message is do not repeat the same mistake that you did in June. You know, if you try a failed experience, you will get the same result. Yeah. In June, you destroyed the facilities, the machines, but the technology cannot be bombed, and the determination also cannot be bombed. Now, Iran proved to be ready for negotiation, for diplomacy. We have proved that in the past 20 years, in 2015, in 2025, every time. But it was the US who always escaped from diplomacy, who cut the diplomacy and opted for war. My message is, between war and diplomacy is a better way, although we don't have any positive experience from the United States, but still, diplomacy is much better than war.
Yeah. But they're gonna bomb the shit out of it, aren't they? And that's pretty obvious based on what we've just seen.
Formal environment, like Lord Hendy would need to repeat things like the word vibes, for example. Like, how is it like personally seeing your own sort of interactions be part of that?
I think it does feel like we've been holding our breaths for 2 months, or over 2 months, and now we've finally been able to sort of breathe out. You know, everything that we said in a very closed environment. We never anticipated that this would, this is how we'd start the year. There is a sort of relief, either way that it goes. I think now that it's a punctuation mark at the very least, I think.
Bram, when I spoke to you last, you talked about the shame that comes with the feeling of having gross misconduct attached to your name and just being treated in that way. Like, is that still how you're feeling? Has that changed now that you've gone through this first part of the process?
Yeah, that feeling of shame is definitely gone because we can now prove, hopefully, that we prove that we've done nothing wrong. What we did was for the union. I'm very happy that we reached this point and it's out there and people can see it. Everyone can draw their own conclusions. Everyone can see what we said. I had nothing to hide. I feel no shame about anything I did, which people can see.
Wait, is this true? Massive Verizon outages across the United States? UK ambassador and all embassy staff evacuated from Iran. Iran are just gonna bomb the fucking oil fields, dude. Get ready to tighten your belts, chat. Because there's only two outcomes. There's literally only two outcomes for this. Which is A, Iran defends entirely Iran entirely capably defends against the assault and bombing of the United States. In which case, it'll have all been for nothing, and a bunch of fucking pilots and drones will get fucking destroyed, and probably a bunch of fucking Iranians will die. Or two, the US will, and it will be Israel, because it won't just be the USA. US and Israel will bomb Iran to smithereens, and Khamenei will not be able to withstand it. In which case, the final fucking option will be enacted, which is to send missiles to every single fucking oil field all over the Gulf, destroying the fucking oil capabilities, destroying trade with the fucking USA, and blocking the Gulf of Hormuz. So either way, we're going to be hit with an entirely insane economic crisis, or the US are going to get defeated in battle in Iran. Right? Let's take a look at this. Thank you for this, Dan. Britain has evacuated its ambassador and all embassy staff from Iran, a UK official said on Wednesday. US President Donald Trump weighs launching strikes against the Islamist regime. Fucking man. The official, who was not authorized to speak publicly, said the decision had been taken based on the assessment of the security situation and to prioritize the safety of staff. UK government spokesperson said, "We've temporarily closed the British embassy in Tehran. This will now operate remotely. The Foreign Office travel advice has now been updated to reflect this consular change." Move came shortly after US ordered the evacuations of some personnel from the Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar, its largest base in the Middle East, which hosts 10,000 US troops. A former US official familiar with the situation said aircraft had also been moved. Reuters first reported the evacuation. The UK already advises against all travel to Iran and for British nationals already in the country to carefully consider their continued presence. Britain's envoy to Iran was summoned alongside European diplomats on Monday to a fractious meeting with Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi. European officials said in turn, Britain's Middle East Minister Hamish Falconer summoned Iran's ambassador to London for a meeting on Tuesday. Speaking to Politico on a tour of Finland and Norway before the evacuation was public, Yvette Cooper, scum of the earth, praised Tehran's brave protesters, especially for women to be out protesting, who are facing such huge repression in their daily lives. Yeah, man, I'm sure she'd know all about protest and repression. No, the oil shock would be fucking wild. It's not uncommon for Verizon or Comcast to have major outages. Yeah. Okay. Cooper said her priority was sanctions and economic pressure on Iran rather than military strikes. However, she did not rule out allowing the US to use British resources, including air bases, to launch such strikes. Hell yeah, dude. It's so good. This is definitely not going to go bad for the UK. Hell yeah, dude. That's so good. I'm so glad that's happening.
It was for organizing.
You mentioned Lord Hendy, and looking through kind of his history in the union movement, it's like decades long. It goes all the way back to the miners' strike.
Well, that was what I was, that was what I was kind of going to make a joke about. Yeah, clearly the US government is cutting the internet to murder thousands of civilians with their secret police, yeah.
I guess, first of all, how do you feel about being represented by some of that kind of history, and also the fact that this games union struggle, which, you know, is a fairly new fight in the UK, certainly, to see it be like a part of that same history that goes all the way back to all these different unions that he's represented over the years, including like such a crucial part of like UK history.
Blown away, honestly. Yeah. It feels like they brought out the A-ringer, like the top tier S+, the man that could do this. And it also feels like weirdly validating, because this man has seen this fight, he's done it for so long, he's the expert on it, and to come out and say that our fight is just as valid as all these other fights.
Yeah, sorry, Limes. I'm operating on a fucking... You're a new chatter. I'm operating on layers of fucking irony poisoning that just, you know, I'm a 36-year-old communist, anarchist, activist organizer in the fucking UK. So the layers of irony poisoning that I've got is going to be quite difficult to cut through if you're a new chatter. I apologize for that. I hope that my position is clear. I'm anti-imperialist. I'm anti-capitalist. I'm anti-fascist. Yeah. Shelters in Israel open.
And it's the same things that he's seen happening again and again and again.
Yep. All right, it's happening.
Kind of been like
it's happening, chat.
A lot better with it, I think.
Also, shout out to a 77-year-old man talking about Discord for that long. I guess
77-year-old man.
I wanted to ask you about, and this may be, there'll be some.
The fact that people treat these podcaster moves by podcaster governments as serious statesmanship in the mainstream media is a never-ending source of brain-crippling irony. Yeah, he's the peace president as well. Don't forget, chat.
Flavour of this for each of you.
He's the peace president.
You know, this preliminary hearing is about interim relief.
I'm the president of peace.
What does that mean, like, on an individual basis for each of you? How important is it? Like, what's riding on it? Yeah, I can go in whatever order you like. Should I start with you? I'll start with you, Bren.
Sure. For me, it means I get to keep my home. I get to keep paying my bills, pay my mortgage, is the most important thing, because I think all of us were here in this fight, first to get our jobs back, two, to prove our innocence, but three, most importantly, to prove to everyone that it's important to have a union. Unions are there to fight for the workers, and companies can't just come along and do this. But in the last couple of days, right before the hearing, it was mentioned in the hearing as well, settlements started coming in, and then all of us were faced with the question of, well, do I put my future, my finances, my well-being, my mortgage next month, my rent next month on the front line, or do I keep fighting for what we've been fighting for this entire time in all of these years that we've been trying to unionize, to show...
So I just took a look at this, because obviously this Verizon thing is, you know, it's not uncommon for Verizon to just go out, right? But it is the most widely used, I think. It's the most widely used internet provider on the East Coast of the United States, right? Or is it Comcast? 180,000 customers were affected by service issues at 11 a.m. Central Time. That's a little later. That's like 12 p.m. Eastern Time. We have an issue impacting wireless voice and data services for some customers. Understand how important reliable connectivity... You see, the thing is that I was a little interested just then to sort of, you know, ask a little question. Which internet company supplies the White House, right? But of course they've got Starlink, and they did this in March, according to Wired. You know? And I'm just kind of like, is that why they did this? Did they fuck with Verizon and Comcast because they were like, oh, well, Iran pulls down their internet all the time, so we're gonna fake a Verizon and Comcast outage so that Iran can't figure out what we're gonna do. I don't know, man. Probably not, right? Probably not. That's probably too tinfoil hat shit, but like, you know, they use Starlink, so if there's a... Yeah, having the... Yeah, nothing would surprise me. That's what I mean. Nothing would fucking surprise me. But yeah. This was a thing that they did with Doge straight away. Okay. Alright. Okay. Again, you know, I don't think there's any, like, 8D chess going on here. I think this is America putting its dick on the table again. And we'll see how big it is, right? We'll see how big it is this time.
People that unions are important and they should exist, and our industry does need to unionize. And when you're faced with that question right in front of you, you're like, okay, do I swing left, do I swing right? It's really...
Okay, speaking of workers' rights and the United States, apparently, according to the Washington Post, a 40-year-old United Auto Workers Local 600 line worker at the factory told the Post he was the one shouting at Trump. He said he's been suspended from work pending an investigation. As far as calling him out, definitely no regrets whatsoever, Sabula said, though he argued that he's concerned about the future of his job and believes he's been, quote, targeted for political retribution for embarrassing Trump in front of his friends, end quote. Sabula identifies as politically independent libertarian and said he never voted for Trump but has supported other Republicans. He estimated that he was roughly 60 feet away from Trump on Tuesday, that the president could hear him very, very, very clearly. He said he was specifically referencing Trump's handling of the Epstein matter. That guy that called him a pedo protector got suspended. Yeonmi Park moment. In the United States, you lose your job for being anti-pedophile. For calling the president a pedophile when he's actually a pedophile. Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah. That's so good.
Hell to make that decision.
Sarcasm.
It really is. It's really hard to stress to people how difficult it is when you're actually either one way or the other. But I think all of us here have zero regrets on the decision we've made.
Good night, Steph. Thank you for being here.
I personally always
Sleep
wanted
tight.
to see interim relief through.
It really determines how all of our lives play out over the next 6 months to a year.
I will have another blue fella. Thank you very much.
Because, you know, us not getting it.
A good night, blue fella.
And it doesn't... Ultimately, the case isn't riding on that. It's an extraordinary remedy. But... for many of us who, if we don't get it, we are going to have to just start looking for jobs tomorrow. And as we know, the games market is in hell at the moment.
Well, the job market is in
It
hell.
doesn't like it's going to recover from that anytime soon. So a lot of it rides on.
Enough love to you, Steph.
Stay in the games industry.
Steph handing out the beats.
Working especially,
He's got so many.
Hard to find a company big enough that even has its own QA department. So managing to get another job within the industry is, I mean, it's difficult for anyone, but I do think it's, you know, particularly difficult in that instance.
It means we can keep this group together, because I rely on y'all for support a lot, because it's just me up here. Don't really have any family up here, so you guys have kind of become that a little bit. And there's the folks, like the visa folks, that I know are going to be able to stay here if they get this interim relief.
Yeah, so in our group, we have a few people who were here on visas, which were sponsored by the company. When we were fired...
Yeah, these are the Rockstar employees who got laid off, that's right.
Immediately informed the Home Office.
Employees.
Which set in motion the chain of events that leads to the Home Office, issuing an order to them to leave the country within 3 months. We think they probably shouldn't have done that, because what they were supposed to do was at least wait for an appeal to come in from the employee, which they did not do.
That's cool. That's cool, isn't it?
Interim relief is the only way for us
Hell yeah.
to, get those people the, even just short-term security that they need to figure out what will happen next.
In my country, if your boss fires you unfairly, you get deported.
People returning to quite dangerous countries to return to, families being heavily disrupted, if not completely torn apart, a lot of heartbreak. It's it's massive. My own anxieties about being able to pay my bills and looking for jobs and things like that.
Oh shit! And listen, United Auto Workers, I know that they're not particularly amazing. but they've just done a statement about the guy that got sacked for calling Trump a pedo. Statement on Ford plant visit from VP Laura Dickerson, Ford department director. The auto worker at the Dearborn truck plant is a proud member of a strong and fighting union, the UAW. He believes in freedom of speech, a principle we wholeheartedly embrace. And we stand with our membership in protecting their voice on the job. Yes! Yes! The UAW will ensure that our member receives the full protection of all negotiated contract language, safeguarding his job and rights as a union member. Workers should never be subjected to vulgar language or behavior by anyone, including the President of the United States. Oh, yes! That's so good. Look at this cope! Look at this cope! Already? Well, guess what? The president doesn't give up his freedom of speech when he takes oath of office. When you heckle President Trump, you get back what you give out. He's not one short on words. God bless him for that. Glad the auto worker is proud. Now he can say he was given the finger by the president of the United States of America. He'll gain a ton of followers on X. What? He'll be able to tell his kids about it someday. Like, these people not reading makes it so easier, right? These people not being able to read and, like, not reading news reports makes it so easy. Like, because we read that fucking report from the Post just then that was saying that he's, like, he considers himself as politically independent. He's supported some Republicans in the past. But now all of Trump's fucking base are just like, you're a little fucking win it. You deserve to get told fuck you. We love our pedophile president. Like, dude, you're making it ripe for radicalization. You could turn him into a fucking, an Antifa super soldier with this kind of rhetoric. You know what I mean? And also, for some reason, he's included this picture of Vice President Rockefeller in 1976 giving the middle finger to someone. What do you mean? You know? Yeah, man, this is great. The Texas one. Ford has taken well over $9 billion in government subsidies and taxpayers' money. Unions always protect the worst employees. Please, please keep doing this. Please keep doing this, dude. I promise you, it's gonna really go well. It's gonna go really well, dude. The Texas one. Please keep shitting on unionized workers. Please keep doing it. And that's not sarcasm. I'm being serious. Because if unionized workers who are like, you know, not commies, because let's face it, the majority of unionized workers in America are not communists or socialists. They may believe in the protections that they get from being in a union, but they will not see them as explicitly Marxist organizations or explicitly communist organizations or organizations that you could build power with to fight capital. But if you keep saying stuff like this, you're gonna fucking activate them. You know, the fucking Lenin, Havana ray gun, or whatever, Havana syndrome, Lenin ray gun is gonna activate in these guys. And they're just gonna start going, you know what? I think we should do more union action. Yeah, no, it's crazy. It's crazy. This the fact that they're being like, yeah, man, Ford has taken over $9 billion in government subsidies. Yeah, it was definitely the union that did that. What are you talking about? What are you talking about, dude? It's so stupid.
Really pale in comparison.
Hello, Bram. Welcome in.
What the
Thank you.
folks are going through right now.
It's now Monday evening, a full week since the preliminary hearing first began, and the judge has just announced her ruling. In short, and to put it bluntly, she has not gone in favour of the union, and interim relief has not been granted. The judgment reads, having made a summary assessment of all the information before it, the tribunal was not persuaded that it appears likely that on determining the claims at a final hearing, the tribunal will find that the claimants were unfairly dismissed for trade union membership or trade union activities. The application for interim relief has therefore been refused. Again, this idea of likeliness is really what all of this came down to in the end. Because this wasn't the final hearing, the judge needed to make a decision based solely on the limited arguments and evidence presented over those 2 days, and ultimately make a decision as to whether she believed it was likely that in that final hearing, the ruling would go the way of the union members. This does not mean the full case has been decided yet, far from it, but as you've just heard, the immediate consequences for some of these fired employees are extremely severe. Here's how one of those affected union members described the decision in a statement that's just been sent out to the press. This decision to fail to award interim relief is a gut punch to everyone legitimately engaged in trade union activities. The real-world consequences of this are forcing valuable people to leave this country, upending their families and destroying their lives, all because...
So also, like, the key thing to take from this, yeah? The key thing to take from this is understanding how other organizations can support people in this world, right? If you create a food bank, for example, you can make sure that union workers are not going to starve. If you are in a tenants union, for example, if the trade union members who have not got interim relief, granted interim relief by the judge while the case is going on, you can help them resist eviction and homelessness, right? By being in a tenants union. This is what we mean when we say dual power systems. If there is a dual power system whereby we catch each other when we fall, it means that these kinds of decisions from the state end up being meaningless, right? That's the whole idea behind building dual power. This is like a great example of what I'm talking about. Like they've appealed to the state legal system to, you know, grant them some kind of interim relief, some social safety net, and they've denied it. The way that we resolve that as workers and tenants coming together, helping each other, is with other organizations, by doing other organizations. That's why there are so many different options for organizing. There's loads of stuff you could do. Join a trade union, join a tenants union, start a food bank, join a food bank, you know, loads and loads of stuff. Loads and loads and loads of stuff.
Because of the actions of a ruthless, uncaring employer's quest to
that's just a minute
we'll continue to fight to
amount of examples,
regain our jobs and put an end to this chapter of our lives. Throughout all of this, the bonds we have made with those who are unlawfully fired have kept us all strong. The kindness, compassion and dedication we've all shown to each other is heartwarming and a reminder that we are all fighting for workers' rights. This decision, while not in our favour, is not an exoneration of Rockstar's behaviour and actions, merely a stumbling block on the road to justice. Whereas Rockstar had the following to say in their own statement. The Glasgow Employment Tribunal has rejected the union's application for interim relief. We welcome the decision, which is consistent with Rockstar's position throughout. We regret that we were put in a position where dismissals were necessary, but we stand by our course of action as supported by the outcome of this hearing. We will continue to report on this story all the way up to that final hearing and ultimately continue to question this decision to treat 34 employees in this way. Rockstar has undoubtedly secured a major win here, both financially, but also when it comes to the effect this will no doubt have on the moral.
I'm going to play a game when Rockstar was good. I was thinking about this. Because I was getting a load of like GTA 6 adverts and shit on my phone and just like online. And I was like, it's just so overhyped. It's like, and GTA 5 was already overhyped and I just wasn't a fan of that. And then it got me thinking about like GTA 3 and I've still got like a copy of that for my PS2, which I still have here. Right? And I was thinking like, yeah, man, I might fire that up, you know. GTA 3 was a sick game. That was kind of the game that like kicked it all off, right? Because GTA 3 was like really, really good in terms of making Grand Theft Auto 3D, bringing it into the 3D world. And then it just like went a bit mental with GTA San Andreas, you know what I mean? Yeah, we're all sick of hearing about GTA 6 and like all this on top of it. And all the previous games, you know, even GTA 4, they started doing shit like this, you know what I mean? Making loads and loads of money and then just like fucking people off. Yeah. And Rockstar probably weren't ever good. You can't ever really be like a good corporation, you know what I mean? But it's just like, it's just mad to me that like if you think about the history of Rockstar games, No, not parent company. And again, you know, their parent organization at the moment is Take-Two Interactive, which owns every fucking video game company in the fucking world. Oh, it's so funny that all the news is about this. They're getting so much bad press. All of this is good, by the way, even if they didn't win. Do you know what I mean? Even if they didn't get this win today, it's like, yeah, man, all of this is bad press and it's really good. You know, this other stuff. Look, they're trying to fucking like... They're trying to release news since this has happened to fucking quash all of this bad press. Look, GTA 6 Live release date update revealed. Rockstar launches official marketplace for GTA Online mods 16 minutes ago. They are trying to crush this news because it's in like every fucking headline. That is absolutely crazy, man. You see what I mean? It's never pointless doing union action. It's never ever pointless. It doesn't matter if you don't get the win that you think that you're gonna get, even if like the family that you're trying to defend get evicted, the cops come and they kick them out and shit like that. Use it as an opportunity to make press about it. Interview the families, make some content, put it on the internet. Look at these fucking families who got fucking evicted and now they're on the street because of this fucking disgusting landlord. It's agitprop, right? There's never ever ever a bad result that comes from actually coming together and trying to stop these fucking injustices from happening. You know what I mean? God, that's funny, man. Oh, hell yeah, more bad press. Rockstar Games has added the term Charlie Kirk to the profanity filter in GTA Online. Oh, hell yeah, man. Hell yeah. That's great. Northern Iraq right now. This. Yeah, they're just going to be bombing Iran as we speak, man. That kind of looked like some kind of missile. Hold up. What the fuck is that? There's some kind of missile in the sky there. And maybe that's a jet. Northern Iraq. I hate these fucking accounts, by the way. It's a tree branch? Is it a tree branch? No, this is not a tree branch. This is a tree branch. That, like, look. There, that's a tree branch. Hold up. What the fuck? Computer enhance. Whoa. Yeah, that's not a tree branch, right? Some kind of missile or some shit. Yeah. I fucking hate liberals so much saying shit like Trump's gonna fuck up the Ayatollah. Who is saying that? Who is saying this? Oh my god, this is what I mean when I say that fucking American foreign policy is bipartisan. All the consent that gets manufactured for people to be like, oh my god, that Khamenei is an evil dictator and he's murdering thousands and thousands of peaceful protesters. He's massacring them in the street and shit like that. You know what I mean? it just makes people say shit like that. They're like, hell yeah, this is so good that Trump is bombing Iran. And it's like, what are you talking about? I thought Orange Man bad. Is Orange Man good? I checked r/world news for a brief second. Yeah, don't be doing that. Sorry, what I was going to look at something here. Rockstar Games is an American video game publisher based in New York City. The company was established in December 1998 as a subsidiary of Take-Two Interactive. Using the assets Take-Two had previously acquired for BMG Interactive. Founding members of the company were Terry Donovan, Gary Foreman, Dan and Sam Houser, and Jamie King, who worked for Take-Two at the time, and of which the Houser brothers were previously executives at BMG Interactive. So BMG Interactive was the one that made GTA 1? Oh, that's so weird. That's so crazy. Yeah, they made Grand Theft Auto, the first one. The MS-DOS. So these guys... Take-Two Interactive, dormant British video game publisher BMG Interactive. Right, so they... DMA Design was the studio. Rockstar Games UK Limited. Rockstar North. Yeah. They're also owned by... I'm pretty sure they were also owned by Take-Two. Yeah. And they were owned by Gremlin Interactive. Oh no, they're owned by... This is crazy. First they were owned by Take-Two, and then they were owned by Rockstar Games, and now Take-Two own Rockstar Games. Madness. Madness. I watched some agenda-free TV last night. That piece of shit was saying that the H-Rana is very reliable because the BBC cite them. That's a crazy thing to say. Despite the information that is going around there about H-Rana, that, you know, they're funded by the National Endowment for Democracy and therefore they are compromised by the CIA. Despite that stuff, which is apparently, like, from what I could tell, which is pretty much confirmed. Despite that, saying that any organization is reliable because the BBC cites them is fucking insane. What the fuck is agenda-free TV? Is agenda-free TV not like a fucking... That sounds like a fucking fash YouTube channel.
The union right now, today, a union which was protesting outside the Rockstar North offices just 3 days ago. Now comes a really difficult stretch, a prolonged wait made much worse by the state of the British courts in 2026, as Rockstar, the union, and all of us watching on now need to wait for that full and final ruling as to whether or not these firings were in fact legal.
If the BBC ever cited me, it'd drive me to drink.
Whenever that happens,
I think I'm in a BBC article somewhere for tenant union stuff.
And we hope you'll join us.
Twitch, YouTube, Facebook, Weirdo Lib channel. Oh, hell yeah. Let's take a look at this. Oh, hell yeah, dude. This is so good. You already know that this is what it is. 849,000 subscribers. Hell yeah, dude. Just to, like, say the same thing that the BBC is saying. Oh, it's this guy! Oh, I've seen this guy before! Yeah, this guy. He's got the monarchist flag on his stream from the other day. He's got the Iranian monarchist flag. What's that about? This is his other channel, Luckner.
Whoa, what is this? I am outside the studio. What is this place? It's Steve Luckner from Agenda Free TV. Hey, you know, I love covering the news on my other channel, Agenda Free TV, but...
Outside the studio, and it's his garage. I'm outside. I mean, this is 6 years ago, so he might have got a better one. I'm outside the studio. It's just his garage. Hey, little zipper. He tried starting the We Love Kings protest, but no one showed up. I love guys like this. They're so funny. Like, there's something about the aesthetics of all of this that just screams to me like consumer. You know what I mean? Like, consuming is this guy's entire personality. Like, he's cooking stuff and that's cute, but he's like yogurt taste test. Yogurt taste test. Isla banana, not just banana, Isla banana. I don't know, man. This is crazy. Another live air fryer unboxing. Hell yeah, dude. Fucking hell yeah. So good. Fascinating. Absolutely fascinating. This guy's doing topical news reporting. Fascinating. How white do you have to be to do a yogurt taste test? Multiple air fryer unboxings. It's just like, bro, what the fuck? This is like a guy's midlife crisis channel. Do you know what I mean? And I could say that because I'm 36. You know what I mean? I can say that. Agenda-free TV. Hell yeah. Fucking hell yeah. Are they live now?
Those things, but they told me that there'll be no execution.
What's his chat like?
And so I hope that
How many are watching? He's got 22,000 viewers, bro. What the fuck?
Well, we're going to watch it and see what the process is, but we were given a very good statement by people that are aware of what's going on.
Skip the divorce. Went right to it.
A lot of executions were taking place today. We were just told no executions. I hope that's true. That's a big thing. Yes, but
the foreign minister of Greenland, she said a while ago in a press conference in an embassy of Denmark that she made very...
Okay, so that's what he said.
Hey, Rebel Phoenix. He dual casts on Twitch. It's mostly chuds.
Lots of...
His audio balancing is absolutely shit. I just want to say his audio balancing is absolutely terrible.
Estimates are out there about how many people have been killed. Lots of them are in the thousands about the number of protesters killed. There's a number of videos that I believe have been location verified videos showing lots of body bags, for example.
Yeah.
So it certainly seems that there's a lot of evidence that many protesters have been killed already.
I hate everything about this guy. Hey, Bubble. I just hate everything about this guy. He's bad to see. You know what I mean? He's bad to see. He's bad to hear. It's just crazy. Agenda-free TV, and all he's doing is just repeating the same shit that the mainstream media is saying. So I guess in that way, he is kind of agenda-free, you know, but not really. His agenda is free because he doesn't have to pay for it. It comes from the state. I don't know. I'm trying to make some kind of joke about this. Additional air defense batteries are being transported in Israel. What the fuck? Who is this? The Middle East. That's not anything. That could be fucking anything. That could be fucking pigs. That could be fucking cows. How are we identifying air defense? It's unverified. Oh, okay. Okay. You did say it was unverified.
as well. If you'd like to support more of this kind of boots-on-the-ground games journalism...
Oh, the video's done. Everybody go follow People Make Games. They're a really good YouTube channel, and this video is great. All right. I guess that this is what we're doing, chat. I guess that this is the rest of the evening. You know, I've been live for 4.5 hours. Please consider paying for the stream. Please consider supporting me. This is my full-time job. I don't have any other form of income at the minute except for my Patreon. I'm out here doing this 4 days a week, 5 if you count Red Planet. I also make a bunch of extra content on my YouTube and on my socials. Yes, also please consider the boy. I have a small furry son. Yeah. I would only ask you to donate £5, same amount that you would sub on Twitch if you use the tip link in the chat. But also, you could just subscribe as well, because we got a whole bunch of emotes that you can have, and it means that you can watch the vids, the streams, without any kind of, you know, ads and shit like that. That's if your ad blocker doesn't work. What the fuck is that? I guess they kind of look like this. Yeah. Kinda, yeah. Kinda. I don't know how much they would need, though, right? My stupid ass thought you said you had a son who was a furry. I mean, I would also say that if I did have a son who was a furry. I wouldn't be ashamed for him. Yeah, I guess that this is what we're doing. I guess we're watching fucking Channel 5 interview Nick Shirley. Now, just so everyone's aware, I'm not like a big Channel 5 guy. I know that this guy has got allegations of sexual assault and all this stuff. I don't particularly think he's a great and based communist guy or anything like that, right? But he is interviewing Nick Shirley. And Nick Shirley is kind of the guy on the right of the moment. Unfortunately for us, and unfortunately for everyone, and kind of unfortunately for him. Because now there's a lot more scrutiny on this guy. I think that people are going to start realizing that Nick Shirley is one of the most illiterate and absurd idiots that has ever walked the face of the earth. And there's nothing wrong with being illiterate, but it doesn't help his case for saying that he's some kind of investigative journalist, right? He doesn't have a single fucking thought in his head, exactly. Best thing I heard about this interview was this is the first kid raised by an iPad who's been given national media attention. Wait, he's 23, right? He's 23, so yeah, he easily could have got an iPad when it came out. He could have been like 8 and got an iPad. You know? Okay. It's the Nick Shirley interview. And I guess this is going to be fucking peppered with like little updates about what may or may not be happening in Iran. Right? So...
video on the expose of the fraud in Minnesota.
And I imagine what we're probably going to see before anything about Iran is we're going to see Iran's responses in various different countries like the Zionist entity, Qatar, air bases in Iraq, all these kinds of places.
My video on the expose of the fraud in Minnesota is the most viewed video ever by a creator, longer than 10 minutes, than anybody other than the name of Mr. Beast.
Wait, what? What is he talking about?
Together, it did around 500 million views.
Who do you think were the main people who signal boosted the video and brought it into that true viral orbit?
Elon Musk, who shared the video. JD Vance, he shared the video. You had the Attorney General. Well, she actually didn't share it. She reacted to the video a few days later. Literally, quite frankly, every account on...
He's saying that she reacted to it, and it's like, oh, nah, man. She just tweeted about it, man.
Saw that video instantaneously. Health and Human Services, they froze all funding to childcare inside of Minnesota. And then they're asking for businesses to prove that they are legit businesses before they give tax dollars to these businesses that are.
The crazy thing that he's doing here is he's like glazing himself to imply that this all happened because of his incredible journalism. But all it is that the administration just wanted a fucking excuse to crack down on Minnesota because it doesn't like Somalis. There's a lot of Somali people in Minnesota. The administration is fucking racist. They wanted an excuse to send ICE there. They didn't really need much of an excuse, but they just used it as propaganda. That's all it is.
Not really businesses.
As far as that main center that you visited, Quality Learning, aka Quality Learning Center.
Yeah.
Was there ever any kids there in the first place?
No. So that daycare.
No, absolutely, Bubble. That's why my fucking video, my literal Twitch clips video, yeah, about this guy on the Clips channel and equality, right? You'll remember, if you were here last week, I covered this. Five days ago. It's got 1,700 views. For my 366 subscriber channel, this is quite a lot, yeah? It's why this fucking video has so many views. It's because I put in there, Nick Shirley's Minnesota vid led to the shooting of Renee Good. And everyone in the fucking comments is like, the most insane fascist that you'll ever see. Her actions led to her death. What an idiot. Nick Shirley, 2028. You mean the daycare that got robbed of the only documents, the employees and kids enrolled info, and all while in investigation? Tim Walz caused this. This is the dumbest shit I've ever heard. Fastest don't recommend channel in my life. With that logic, it was not Nick that led to her getting shot. It was YouTube that led to her getting shot. You know? Shutting down legitimate charitable groups because they help the poor with a massive con job. Fuck this kid, yeah. You know? Hey, Grandpa Simpson, I'm on Tinder looking for Mrs. Shirley to see if we match. You don't want to fuck her, man. Come on. You don't want to do that. She's a fucking fascist, dude. You don't want to do that.
And it's been operating fraudulently. It's actually had over 90 violations.
I know that you just want an opportunity to tell him to do his homework, but you'd have to put a bit of work in. Do you know what I mean?
The past few years. And the day that I went there at 11 a.m. Their operating hours are from 2 to 10 p.m., they're now saying. And that's actually not legal.
So you said you went there at 11 o'clock in the morning?
Yes.
And their operating hours are between 2 and 10 p.m.?
Allegedly.
But if that is true, would it have made sense that you didn't see any kids there?
Yeah, it would have made sense if I didn't see children there. Either way, whether I was there when kids were supposed to be there or not, why are all the windows boarded up? Or why are all the windows blacked out? Why is there no phone number that leads to anywhere? These businesses are supposed to be operating to serve children. People should be able to check in their child there and their children into these daycares.
This is crazy, man. He can't, like, it makes me so fucking mad. It makes me so fucking mad. He's just like, he can't even speak full sentences. And everyone's like, this guy's such a good journalist. He's such a good investigative journalist. He did all this work. He exposed everywhere. And it's like, no, dude, you went to these fucking places when they were closed over the holidays and you were like, look, there's no kids in. Utter plant, like, seriously, man.
It's literally impossible.
Did you see some of the footage released by CBS Minnesota affiliate station that showed kids entering and exiting the facility?
He's just going to say the same thing that he said on the Nelt Boys show. He's just going to be like, yeah, they have to show face now. Okay.
Yeah, the one on the ABC.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so that one received...
No, he just said CBS. What do you mean? He doesn't even understand what's happening.
Footage released by CBS Minnesota affiliate station that showed kids entering and exiting the facility?
Yeah, the one on the ABC.
Old chum. No, he just said CBS. What are you doing? Thank you for the follow. Hey, Lube Up.
Yeah, so...
No, he's not a good speaker.
That one received over $1 million. It's licensed for 40 children. CBS, I believe, they go in there the day after I had posted my video. Obviously, they're going to have children there when they're getting all this heat.
I take my kids here, 2 o'clock to 10. Yeah, there's a lot of kids inside.
And same thing at that daycare. Why are all the windows blacked out? This is a daycare.
Because you can't just, like, stare at kids through a window in a daycare. What the fuck are you talking about? Oh my God! Why are all the fucking, you know, there's so many things that you could say, right? There's so many things that you could fucking say. Why have they got one-way windows? Well, I don't know, dude, because pedophiles exist. But you wouldn't give a fuck, would you? Because you love the fucking pedophile president. Child safety, man.
Can't a lady just give me a paper to enroll a child? This door...
Because she knows that you don't have a child and you're going around and harassing people!
Locked.
This facility is licensed for 40 children.
Well, I guess maybe. I'm just trying to think from all perspectives and help you clear up some misconceptions.
Yeah.
I mean, I figure, like, if you're going with a camera and, like, 3 or 4 dudes, some of them...
Are you reacting to the new Nick Shirley video? Apparently there's more fraud. Oh, man. Yeah, I guess I will. I guess I will tomorrow, yeah. There's no way I'm going to have time for it tonight. There's probably going to be loads more news about Iran tomorrow as well. Pull me out of my misery. Like, what is going on, bro? What is going on with this guy?
Larger security-looking guys. Some had face gaiters on. Maybe there's a fear that there's like something weird going on, or it just seems unfamiliar and they feel like they don't want to let you in.
Yeah, they might feel that fear, but if they're operating legally, why would they have anything to fear? And the neighbor...
Buddy, if they're operating legally, there's no right that you have to be able to go in there and investigate as just like a random YouTuber. Do you know what I mean? And look at the way that this fucking... You know, this is the guy that apparently funded this entire thing. He just like gave Shirley a bunch of money, did a bunch of so-called research, you know? And he's just like out here in the street with Shirley in his video, like looking at this lady who I think is Somali, like, you know, well, she's black. Just like looking at her like this. Like they're just fascists, just going around, just like harassing black people. That's all it is.
Around it, so they have not seen a child there for 8 years.
No, he didn't address the question. No, because if he addressed the question, he would have to admit that he's wrong.
You can actually see the images of the daycare progress over the past few years. And starting in 2021, the door is boarded up from the image from Google Maps. So I think like if you show that, it's actually pretty crazy to see. And then they moved the building and they cut open a door on the backside of the building as well, where they had a quality learning center. One man's been living there since 2007.
Hey, Reality Bites, who the funder? What was his name? Nick Shirley, associate. Yeah, Google Maps is not accurate, exactly. Oh God, what's his fucking name? His name is something like David Hoke. Is it David Hoke or Kevin Hoke? It's just like white guy named Hoke. No, yeah, okay, there you go. The video was recorded by Shirley alongside David Hoke, a registered lobbyist for the Minnesotans for Responsible Government group and former Resource Party politician. He's a literal lobbyist. He's a right-wing fucking lobbyist. Minnesota House Speaker Lisa DeMuth and the Republican caucus had been working with Nick Shirley and agency whistleblowers to hold Governor Walz accountable. You know? Hell yeah, dude. That's the guy. I bet he has a tattoo that says all taxation is theft. I bet he's got worse ones than that. You know? Oh, the fraud. Oh, there's fraud.
I haven't seen a single child.
He just showed public numbers and no evidence, yeah.
On X, a lot of people were saying, well, Nick, you went during winter break. Well, actually, I went December 16th. School was still in session, so kids should still be...
He's lying. He's fucking lying. He said on the Nelk Boys podcast that he puts out a video once a week. If this is all this kid does, just like live in his parents' house, go round, get driven around by his parents, and make fucking YouTube videos with a fucking Republican lobbyist, I don't for a single fucking second believe that he went there on a video that he published on the 30th of December. I don't believe that he went on the 16th. Also, yeah, daycares have different schedules than public schools. Openly admitting going to a school to take pictures of children. Pretty good cover for being a nonce. I mean, look, like, this is the pedophile podcaster administration, and this guy's doing the fucking propaganda for it, you know?
Going to daycare. The following days after the video then goes viral and gets over 100 million views, they have a person come out and he says, no, we're open. I'm the manager. I'm the son of the owners. We're open. At that same time, simultaneously, the lady who's in charge, the commissioner of children of Minnesota, says the daycare closed a week ago.
Quality Learning Center, which Brown says permanently closed last week.
While we have questions about some of the methods that were used in the video, we do take the concerns that the video raises about fraud very seriously.
So I filmed my video.
Hang on a minute. That wasn't saying that it was closed by the state. It was just saying it's closed. Do they just mean that it's like closed? Right? Like not open.
Daycare's allegedly open. Then a few days later, the lady says that the daycare was closed while that guy is outside telling people that the daycare is open.
I mean, it seems like that.
What I think that what he's implying is that the governors or the politicians in Minneapolis was saying that the place was closed due to fraud. He's trying to say that they said that, whereas the way that it could have been worded, because we've not heard it out of their mouth, right? The way that it could have been worded is they were just saying like, well, yeah, he went when they were closed. If they were closed, like, whatever, man. Whatever. If Kiddo here wants to talk about government fraud, maybe you should look closer at Republican states, yeah.
Learning Center has had a serious history of violations.
Quality Learning Center, yes.
Yeah, going back to 2020.
Yeah, it's literally not a daycare.
But how could they have violations related to childcare if there was no kids there?
Yeah, the way they're operating inside of there, they had the violations. Those people are not able, they were operating fraudulently inside that daycare.
Helena, thank you so much for the raid, comrade. What is going on? Welcome in, raiders from No Justice MTG. My name is DJ Muel. I'm a leftist political streamer from the UK, a communist, anarchist, got a history of organising, tenants unions, anti-fascist, counter-demonstrations, yada, yada, yada. You know the score. Most of you already know me. If you don't know me already, that's who I am. Yeah, I cover the news. I cover geopolitical events from an anti-imperialist communist perspective. What is this? Is this geopolitics news? Kinda.
Hello, me old chum.
We're currently watching a video by Channel 5, who is essentially interviewing a guy called Nick Shirley, who's basically just doing free propaganda work for the state, the pedophile podcaster administration of the United States of America, for ICE to crack down on Somalis, people working in Minneapolis, Minnesota, who are working in daycare centers. And we're just watching this interview where he's trying to justify the video that he made, saying that, yeah, there's definitely fraud going on, and this, that, and the other, yada, yada, yada. It's all dog shit, it's all bollocks, and that's what it is. So yeah, we're getting mad at that. And also, Andrew Callahan from Channel 5 is not doing a great amount of pushing back, to be honest. This is about an hour-long video. We're also probably going to be peppering in some news about the what appears to be mobilization of US Air Force around Iran. So there's going to be, I imagine, little bits of news coming in about that as the hours go on. Thank you so much again, Helena, for the raid. If you're not following Helena already, No Justice MTG on Twitch and YouTube, please go and give her a follow. She's absolutely great. A fellow Brit, does bits on Novara Media, just got like absolutely solid, like she's proper fucking good political analysis in the UK. Yeah, way better than I could be, to be honest. Thanks so much for the raid. Hello, everyone. Thank you for all the follows, by the way. Brody, Duck Authority, what's up? Good to see you. Morton, hello. Elron Hubward, how's it going? Prof I Axis, how you doing? Prof Earl Axis, okay, yeah, I see the joke. Very good. Cornwall's Greater Manchester represent. Well, Manchester represent. I'm literally in fucking Manchester, yeah. I hope that's not kicking off. Things could turn to glass. No, yeah, it's kicking off. Yeah, they've mobilized the U.S. Air Force out of the base in Qatar. So you know, and that's the biggest base that they have in the Middle East with 10,000 U.S. troops stationed there. So yeah, no, it is happening. They're bombing Iran, probably right this second. So welcome in, chat. We're in it for the fucking long haul tonight. Maybe not too long, but you know. I'll be streaming for probably another couple of hours.
But fraud would mean there's no kids, but the violations relate to like poor safety conditions that put the kids in danger.
And so why would they be operating, and why would Minnesota continue to be giving them millions of dollars if they're receiving all
Reuters says within 24 hours. Really I think it's already happening, Brody, because there's so much fucking US Air Force activity that we've seen confirmed around Iran at this point. It just seems like it's probably already happening as we speak, you know?
Yeah.
Why do you think Minnesota would be giving a daycare center with so many violations so much money?
Well, that same man at Quality Learning Center who was saying that they were open after the commissioner was on the live stream saying they were closed a week ago was also partying with the mayor of Minneapolis.
Is the manager of the infamous Learning Center in Minneapolis also one of the guys that was dancing in the back of Mayor Jacob Frey's...
Bro. If you support a local politician, that automatically means that anyone who says anything about you is true. Is that what we're operating on? Hell yeah, man. This is so good. This is just really fucking smart shit.
Victory video, the one that went...
Yeah, hell yeah, man.
He thanks his constituents in Somali for re-electing him last month.
No, yeah, you're right. You're right. No, yeah, you're right. Also, wait, that's not him. That's not him.
Hello, me old chum.
Bro, that's just so obviously not him. It's just another Somali guy, and these people are so fucking racist. They can't tell the difference. Are you joking me, bro? Bro, are you joking me? It's a different guy. Bro, that's a completely different guy. What the fuck?
So you feel like there's kind of like some non-profit industrial...
Even if it was the same guy, it wouldn't matter.
...complex type of deal happening.
For sure.
And the agenda is just off the government and get free stuff.
81% of the Somalian population inside Minnesota is living off welfare. And 89% of the fraud being committed inside...
Pardon? What?
Percent of the Somalian population inside Minnesota.
81% of the Somalian population inside Minnesota...
Minnesota is living off welfare.
Right. But you can't just be like living off welfare, because there might be households that need to get supplementary income and are also working, and they don't get that much work because they are people of color in a racist country. So again, just no, I mean, obviously we can't expect any of that kind of intersectional analysis from Nick Shirley, but you know, this doesn't mean anything. It doesn't fucking mean anything. It's just fucking racism.
89% of the fraud being committed inside Minnesota is by the Somalian population.
What is this? The AI overview on Google? Channel 5 using it, by the way. Again, terrible.
The solution to something like that is
go freeze the funding. Each business can then prove if they are legit, and if they can't, cut the funding. And so far,
the 80% sounds so unreal, but if it was real, I could entirely believe it if it was just people who needed an extra bit of money to pay the rent, right? If that's the way that Minnesota does its welfare, you know, like how many people are on fucking benefits? And obviously, you know, black people are overwhelmingly, disproportionately unable to find work. And turned away from higher paying jobs because of what they look like, right? Especially Somali black people, because, you know, Somalians will also have that extra layer of like, oh, well, you're also a migrant, right? And people in Minneapolis will be fucking extra racist probably to Somalis. You cannot live on strictly welfare in the US anymore. People on disability can't get by just on disability payments. That's what I mean. That's what I mean. Like, either way, like, if they're on welfare, so what? So what if 100% of them are on welfare? So what? He's just trying to be like, these evil black people are, you know, and migrants are on welfare and stealing money from our country. That's all it is. It's just, he's just trying to reinforce this fucking white supremacist narrative. You know what I mean?
Sent any information to the HHS showing that they're legit as of today. They've had 3 days to do it. They haven't been able to prove it. They haven't even tried to make the effort to show that
it's some form of welfare. Yeah, well, that's exactly it, right? It's some form of welfare. He's cherry picking data and not explaining what the data actually is. It's a logical fallacy. That's how these fuckers operate.
Closed. Then it was open, and now we've confirmed it's closed again. That's all after the owners recently rejected allegations of stealing taxpayer money.
Do you trust America and the government specifically to handle our taxpayer funds correctly and properly if they have access to more of them?
No, I don't think any of us should. I mean, just last year alone, over $120 billion were misplaced.
So you have a general distrust in the government?
No, I don't have a distrust necessarily in the government, but do I think we should trust the government 100%? No. It's kind of like having faith. Like, do you want to have faith in that God's real? Yes. When we die, will we for certain know exactly where we're going? You kind of walk with faith in a way where you hope that the people that you elect are going to work for your best interest. Do you know?
What? What is he saying? He's like, we should believe in the government in the way that we believe in God. What? What do you mean?
For certainty that the best thing is happening inside the country, every single time you pay taxes, it's going to go to the...
I know he's a Mormon, I know.
No, but on that case...
But the argument is insane. It just sounds like an insane person. You know what I mean? No, we lost the plot. Like, what is he talking about?
I feel certain that I know where I'm going to go when I die because of my faith. Yes, but does that mean that it's going to actually happen? Who knows until we pass the other...
So wait, he does... That's crazy, bro. That's crazy.
Side. So, and then another thing is, we as Americans, how should we feel comfortable knowing that there are daycares receiving millions of dollars while some families are paying upwards of $70,000 a year for their children to be going to daycare?
Do you ever hear about the Amy Bach case?
You see, this is the fucking thing, right? I don't believe in this millions of dollars shit. I've not seen any evidence from any of these guys' videos or any of the mainstream news media talking about, like, presenting any kind of evidence that there are millions of dollars going to daycare centers that are being misused. I don't believe it. I don't think it's true. But this next bit...
$70,000 a year for their children to be going to daycare.
Yes, they're very well. Maybe some families paying upwards of $70,000 a year for their kids to be going to daycare. Sounds like expensive fucking daycare. But if you've got multiple kids, then maybe you are paying that much. I don't know. I don't know how much fucking daycare costs in America, but it makes it like it's a reasonable possibility. You know, it's not outside the realm of fucking possibility. But this is just an argument for socialism. It's just an argument for communism. Yeah, guess what? The state should pay for your kids' care. The state should pay for childcare. You know, if you look at what Zoran Mamdani's doing in New York at the minute, he's just leveraged his position as the mayor to get the governor to agree to subsidize everybody in New York City to have childcare for 2-year-olds, right? Universal childcare for 2-year-olds. Should be an argument for universal childcare, but idiot Republicans would never go for it. No, they would never do that. I guarantee there's people supporting this kid who know exactly that. Yeah, no, they don't give a fucking flying fuck about that, right? You know? I keep getting called a tanky bro. Yeah, I mean, that's just gonna happen, man. Dan, I'm gonna be real, bro. Like, as soon as you understand imperialism, and as soon as you understand the way in which global capital can only exist with imperialism, and you start to talk about the world and geopolitics in that manner.
Hello, me old chum.
Thank you for the follow at that point particularly. You're just gonna get called a tanky, because that is just what, like, there's you know. But look, you know, I'm an anarchist. I'm a communist. I'm an anarchist communist, right? That's me. That's literally my ideology, boiled down to a very, you know, reductive way of explaining it. And I've had anarchists call me a tanky. You know what I mean? And it's like, you know, I've had anarchists call me tankies. I've had libs call me. The overwhelming amount of people who call me a tanky are libs, debate pervert libs, right? And it's just because they're fucking stupid. They're just fucking libs, you know? So I would just say get used to it, you know what I mean? Just wear it as a badge of honor because it doesn't fucking mean anything anymore. It literally does not mean a fucking damn thing anymore because tanky literally came out of, who was it? Khrushchev sending tanks into Czechoslovakia? That's where the term comes from. It's like British Stalinists who supported Khrushchev sending tanks into Czechoslovakia when they were like doing a rebellion, right? It just doesn't mean shit. Thank you for the follow.
Do you ever hear about
At the end of the day, in the modern world, the superstate needs to was it Hungary? Sorry, yeah. Possibly. It was an Eastern European state, yeah. That was part of the USSR. At the end of the day, in the modern world, the superstate needs to be economically stable in order to survive the predation of the imperialist Western hegemony, and such sacrifices that we morally and explicitly wrong were made. Yeah. This is the issue, right? Yes, exactly, Detaway. The rebellion that was backed by the CIA. Hello, Nemesis the Warlock. How are you doing? And hello, Hippie Marshmallow. Yeah, like, you know, I think the whole fucking thing about like people saying like, oh, you know, I reject Stalin, I reject Mao and shit like that. It's like, I don't think there's any person ever who sits there and goes, yeah, man, these people were perfect. They did everything absolutely perfectly and pulled it all off and this, that, and the other. And it's just like a dumb thing to have. Like, generally speaking, people who are informed about geopolitics and imperialism are like, just like understand the things that were done in the way that they were done and are intelligent enough to be able to go, yeah, man, but guess what? Like, it doesn't really matter as much as you think it does. Like, this is the whole thing, right? It's like the things that you hear about so-called socialist regimes in the past just really kind of don't matter that much. You know, opposed to fucking capitalist hegemony. Because, like, you know, people could say as much as they want. Communism, gajillion, bajillion dead, vuvuzela, yada, yada, yada. But capitalism has killed way more people. Just evidentially. You know what I mean? I mean, I've been called more than a tanky. I've been called a dangerous tanky. That's in my fucking About Me section on Twitch. You can see it down there. There's been people who've called me fucking a dangerous tanky. So, you know, you're in the danger zone in this stream chat, yeah?
Amy Bach case?
The white lady?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Amy Bach acknowledged the government has proven fraud among meal sites and vendors that she sponsored under Feeding Our Future, but that it was others, not her.
If you look at the probe that began in 2023, as far as like COVID.
Well, to be honest, Duck Authority, the people who were calling me dangerous were fucking debate perverts. And that was just because I made a video being like, yeah, these debate perverts are fucking bad. I made a video being like, yeah, these fucking debate perverts are like platforming Nazis and it's bad. And also, like, a couple of their guys are just like harassing fucking queer people on the internet and shit. You know what I mean? So I was dangerous to the debate pervert movement, but actually not as dangerous as themselves. Because it was, in fact, the things that they did that led to their downfall, wasn't it?
Era, you know, scamming, different types of fraud. There's been over like 60 convictions and millions seized from the fraudsters who took the money away.
Yeah.
But you feel like the state hasn't done enough.
Well, Tim Watts has said they've been stopping to fight fraud since 2019, 2026, and they're still
dangerously awesome. Thank you, Dan.
Being stolen. Billions of dollars.
Breaking political news out of Minnesota. Governor Tim Walz, who of course was the Democratic nominee for vice president in 2024, has ended his re-election bid for governor. This comes as pressure has been growing around this widening welfare fraud scandal.
We've got conspiracy theorist right-wing YouTubers breaking into our daycares, demanding access to our children. So I've decided to step out of this race, and I'll let others worry about the election while I focus on the work that's in front of me for the
My back is feeling better. Thank you very much. Yes.
Millions of dollars. That's why you saw the mainstream media attack me instantaneously after I exposed $100 million.
Instantaneously. Look at this guy. Is he smoking weed? He always looks like he's got like the worst red eye.
Fraud. Why would they not go investigate the fraud? Why would they investigate the person who investigated the fraud?
Where does that $100 million figure come from specifically?
Yeah, so you had all the daycares. With the daycares alone, you had millions of dollars in fraud. And then inside of the home healthcare businesses, they were warehouse-style and industrialized buildings where you had 14 of the same healthcare companies all working within the building, and they could not even give you a rate. We know how expensive healthcare is, and they're giving these companies millions of dollars. And the man David, who's in my video, he's the one who has the statistics and has the numbers on how much these businesses were operating.
It is
oh, cool. It just got like a fucking AI video. Yeah, this is so good, dude. This is so good.
far worse than anybody can imagine. You heard it's 7 to 10 billion and maybe more.
He claims he doesn't drink or do drugs because he's a good Mormon boy. Yeah, he says he doesn't have sex or anything like that, right? I don't believe it, man. Those Mormons, they still do soaking. You know what soaking is, don't you, chat? Put a 1 in the chat if you know what soaking is, a 2 if you don't. I don't want to know. Hey, Raven Payne. I wish I didn't. Hey, Trout with Clout. Hey, Wispy Song. Okay, because there's a couple of people who don't. Hell yeah, dude. This is so good. He says soaking still counts? Nah, man. They all say that. Oh, no, I can't show this. Oh, I can't show. Oh, this has got like a. It's got like an illustration of penetration on it. I can't show that. Hang on. I'm just gonna. You're just gonna have to take my word for it that this is the fucking Wikipedia page, right? Okay. Soaking is a sexual practice of inserting the penis into the vagina but not subsequently thrusting or ejaculating, reportedly used by some Mormons known as members of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. Soaking is reportedly used as a loophole to the LDS Church's strict rules against extramarital sex. Top LDS church leaders do not support this view, instead teaching it is wrong to touch the private parts of another person's body outside of marriage. There are no published scholarly surveys or research around the prevalence of the practice. Some Latter-day Saints have said that soaking is only an urban legend. Of course they would. But while others have given first-hand accounts of having practiced it themselves. But then the other layer to this, yeah? The other layer to this is that what some of them do is they get a friend, right? They get a friend to jump on the bed while they're soaking so that they can't help the fact that they're thrusting. They can't control it. This is true. Chat, this is completely true.
The numbers have been revised and put out there publicly that
it's dope. It's like dope stuff. It's really good stuff.
With David.
He just messaged me on Instagram and he said, Nick, I have the information about the fraud.
That's the Mormon threesome, yeah.
Inside Minnesota. I've been looking into it for years. I have somebody from inside the Capitol who's given me the numbers of CCAP funding. I've been trying for years.
I believe they call that friend the jump humper. You're right. They are called that, yeah. That is it, yeah.
Nobody will listen to me. Please give me a call.
Has he shown you that data?
Yeah, that's what's inside the video when you see the video on the screen.
Yeah. It's on the Mormon subreddit. It's on the Mormon subreddit. Hello, I heard of a thing. This person's got to be taking the piss. This person's got to be taking the piss. Hello, I heard of a thing called jump humping, which means that during soaking, a third person could be jumping on the bed to create friction. Is this true? Has anyone tried it? It's so good. That person's gotta be taking the piss. That's so good.
Shots of the CCAP funding, that's all straight from the capital of Minnesota.
So who is David Source?
David Source, he has somebody inside the Capitol.
And you don't know
and
who
that's
it is?
public information as well.
Who is it?
Who is the person's name?
Yeah.
The lady's name, I did not work with her. However, the information that was provided, I can't tell you her name right now, but I can.
Oh, man. That's journalism, yeah. That's journalism when you say that there's a person inside the capital of Minneapolis, the capital of Minnesota, I guess it would be, who works in the government, and it's all public information, but I can't tell you her name right now. I forgot it. Hell yeah, dude.
Find on X because, but she's also inside the government there.
She's inside the government.
You, like, fact checked all that and you looked it all up.
Yeah, David, all those numbers are straight from the Capitol.
So a couple days ago,
no, what he nearly said then was David did it. And David is his fall guy, right?
Minnesota State Representative said that her Republican caucus had been, quote...
Yeah, just gonna send Nick an Instagram message about fake scam in fucking Alaska, right?
I had no idea who she was.
Our caucus has been working to expose fraud for years, including working with...
Hey, old Al Hooten.
Minnesota House GOP leaders say they provided the YouTuber with information in the now viral video.
So you feel like she's just clout chasing?
Yeah, that's what I literally put in the reply in the tweet. Her campaign freaked out when I
This is completely false. I have no idea who this lady is. She's lying to make herself look good for her campaign. Shame on her. Bro, she's the Republican candidate. This is your girl. This is your girl, man. What are you talking about? You want to ride or die for this lady. What are you talking about?
I was referring to earlier in this interview. So her staff was the people that David had received the information from because David reached out and she works inside the government. So she did actually a good job by doing what she's supposed to do by serving the people and giving that information.
Yeah, it says that Harry Niska, a Republican representative who's a staffer for her, was the one who gave the intel to David.
Yeah, that probably sounds about right. But good on her for actually carrying.
Right, so okay, so basically all that fucking happened. So this is exactly what happened here, right? This is exactly what happened. A Republican candidate for governor of Minnesota has been 4 years running on fucking the platform of I'm going to expose all of this fucking fraud that all these Somalis, these illegal immigrants, these Somalians who are ruining our country are doing in Minnesota. I'm going to do it. I'm going to expose it all. And her staffer gave some fucking fudged numbers to David Hoke, who is a fucking lobbyist for the fucking Republican Party, right? In Minnesota. Went and spoke to fucking Nick Shirley's mum, who was basically his producer, his cameraman and everything, and said, let's get your boy to do a piece on this, and then we'll get fucking Elon Musk to retweet it. We'll send ICE into fucking Minneapolis, and we'll get fucking Tim Walz to resign from his bid to be re-elected. And then the fucking doors open. Who are they going to run instead? They got nobody. They've not got enough time. They'll have to rush a candidate together and they won't, and then we'll take control of the fucking governorship. That's exactly what happened. He's a fucking stooge and he doesn't even realize it. He's one of the most useful fucking idiots that this fucking administration has. This is crazy, man.
About fraud. Fraud's been taking place for years.
And it's really affected the city on that big of a level to the point where people like David are feeling it.
Yeah, because what they knew is Minnesota is not Minnesota anymore.
As far as immigration goes?
Immigration goes, fraud. They just released a new thing where they're giving people 20-week leaves for work leaves, and they've also raised property taxes. Meanwhile, you have billions of dollars, quite frankly, literally billions of dollars over the past few years going to fraud. It's not a hyperbole, it's fact. Government has shown that upwards of $9 billion has gone to fraud. I would vote for anybody but Tim Walz inside that state of Minnesota.
He was saying millions before, and now he's like billions. You know? Yeah, also, yeah, I think, yeah, Nemesis the Warlock, I think that when you're saying things like, I never met a nice South African, you should clarify as to whether you mean white South Africans. Right? I think that should be something that you should clarify. Even though I'm certain that there's, like, indigenous names for the black South Africans in South Africa, but yeah. I, too, have never met, you know. Play Never Met a Nice South African for hermeneutics. Wait, what are you talking about? This is a song? You're quoting a song. It's a meme to spitting image. I've never met a nice South African. Oh, I'm not going to be able to fucking... Okay. Alright. Hang on. I can't find a video for it, chat. I can find like a weird video for it. Full videos on Reddit. Can you link it me? r/British TV. Can you get it me, please?
Yeah, definitely. I'm glad you cleared that up.
If we're doing a stun lock, someone in the chat's got to do it.
Lost trust in traditional media is because they felt like there was no barrier between the establishment and, you know, corporate news pundits, and they felt like CNN was an arm of the Democratic Party, and then Fox was an arm of the conservative wing. So the fear now that I've thought about before, and I'm not saying this is happening, it will probably take like 5 to 10 years, is that somehow the political powers that be figure out how to use the creator economy, like on a sleeper cell level, to do their bidding for them.
Yeah, that could happen.
Okay. I'm gonna have to pause the VOD for this. Sorry, VOD watchers. I'll hit you up in a second. Okay, VOD watchers. Sorry, I just missed the bit where he was talking about how all the fucking DNC influencers who are criticizing him from this shit, about this shit, are all paid, right? They're all paid by Chorus. And that's the fucking stressful thing about the fucking Democratic Party, you know what I mean? They were so desperate in their fucking hubris to find the Joe Rogan of the left to promote the fucking Democratic Party that what they ended up doing is shooting themselves in the foot. They can never fucking say now, they can literally never fucking say now that the people who are shilling for the Democratic Party aren't paid. It's just they're never going to get away with it now. They're never going to get away with it. And I don't give a fuck because why the fuck? No, this kid is not supposed to be left wing. What he's saying is that the people who are criticizing him are all paid by the Democratic Party, which is going to be true because they're all fucking paid by Chorus. All these people who were talking about it, you know? Brian fucking Taylor, what's his face, and fucking, you know, I mean, like, there are other people talking about it, like left-wingers, right? You know what I mean?
Influencer program?
Yeah, and it's...
But the Democrats are never going to be able to... Yeah, Brian Tyler Cohen, that's the guy. They're never going to be able to say now... they're never going to be able to, like, refuse any kind of criticism that is... Oh, well, anyone who promotes your agenda is a fucking paid stooge, right? No, you're right. Fucking Epstein and all of those fucking losers. Fucking Zanderhall and who's face. All the fucking debate perverts. We're all getting fucking money to talk about the Democratic Party and Kamala Harris. It's absolutely insane. It's completely fucking insane. Oh, God. It's crazy, man. I'll never forget when we saw that, like, the fucking Zanderhall doing the fucking, oh, yeah, we should vote for Kamala Harris because she's doing, you know? She's gonna make weed legal. And it's like, oh, fuck, man. You're fucking hopeless.
It's public.
Would you ever agree to something like that?
No, never.
Hell yeah.
And they didn't do any of it good at all. It was terrible.
Videos off YouTube, and the people that support me, like, why would I ever turn against their best interest?
And again, I'm not a liberal. Do you know what I mean? I've already explained all of my politics to most of the people who came here, the new people from the raid. So you all know I'm not a fucking lib, right? I don't support the Democratic Party, but it's like, even if they run Socialist Democrat, even if they get like more left-wing candidates, more socially progressive candidates, that would be a good thing, that could drive social change, that could be like an actual fucking, you know, a movement for social change that improves the material conditions of America, right? I'm not a Democrat. I don't support the Democratic Party, is what I mean, of America. You know, sarcasm naturally. Okay, right. Even if they get candidates that are going to make the material conditions of Americans better, even if they run on platforms that are, you know, explicitly about social safety nets, healthcare, housing, childcare, cost of living, grocery prices, all of this stuff, affordability, this stuff that they're trying now, talking about affordability, and it's like, they're not even getting fucking like solid shit together. They just look like an actual paid opposition, like a fucking total controlled opposition, that is just designed to do literally nothing. Dems will never be trusted again, I don't think. Well, this is it. You know?
That the mainstream media has kind of been attacking you since this video did its rounds. What are some of the things they've said? Like, what's their main point of attack?
Yeah, if you listen every single time they bring up Nick Shirley on these news sites or the internet or on their TV, they'll say right-wing YouTuber, MAGA.
Buddy, you are a right-wing YouTuber. All you do is fucking repeat right-wing fucking talking points.
YouTuber, conservative. It's never journalist Nick Shirley. It's right.
It's because you're not a journalist. That's why.
Journalist Nick Shirley.
Yeah.
MAGA influencer Nick Shirley.
Yeah. When I interviewed Hunter Biden, they did a RV YouTuber was the one they would use for all like the, which actually sounds pretty cool. Like I'd want to be that, but I'm not that. And then like a liberal podcaster, and that in the Atlantic said Gen Z influencer. So
yeah, it's just like they're so mad that we have the opportunity, people like me and you, to upload a video and to get more views than them. Essentially, we're a threat to their entire industry. That's why they.
Yeah, it's all because of you, dude. It's all because of you. Hey, Luna, what's up?
They hate us. That's why they will never give us credit. And so when they see me,
he's a fucking useful idiot.
When they see me get more views, then they will get onto their website for the whole entire year on one single video. Yeah, it's gonna make a lot of people mad.
Oh my god, he fucking loves the sound of his own voice so much. He loves the sound of his own voice so fucking much. Oh my fucking god.
So-called evidence comes from a man who has posted anti-Muslim and anti-immigrant content in the past. CNN's Whitney Wild speaks to the man behind that video and takes a look at his claims.
We're from CNN. Can we talk?
Yeah, we saw this. We saw this video. We watched this last week.
Time we met. So what do you remember about that first interaction?
I had just started making YouTube videos.
My back's much better, thank you, Luna. Glad yours is.
You were going to AmFest, so was I. I was going to interview people about what's happening here inside the country, and I thought I had no idea exactly what I was walking into. I just knew there was going to be a lot of people to interview about what was happening inside the country. I thought it was like called America Fest, so I had no idea what Turning Point was. I had no idea who Charlie Kirk was at that time.
Yes, you did! He's fucking lying! Bro, he's fucking lying. What are you talking about? There is no shot that he did not know who Charlie Kirk was when he grew up in a fucking conservative household and his mum was a pushy parent to turn him into a fucking YouTuber. What the fuck are you talking about?
It was funny because I'd watched you before on All Gas No Brakes, and you're always in that beige suit just moving around and doing your videos, and so I was like stoked to see you. It was great meeting you the first time.
I remember I first saw you and you were setting up a tripod and I was like, yo, what should I do? And you told me, you were like, you should go cover the border.
God, Andrew Callahan is so shit. This is basically like the Gen Z version of Jake Tapper and Kristi Noem. Right? That's what's going on here. Zero fucking pushback whatsoever. Shaking his fucking hand. This guy is a fucking He's literally made propaganda that has gotten people killed. This is so insane.
And I told you, I was like, I want to go to Nogales to cover it. And you were like, no, you should go to Lukeville.
Yeah.
So you were the one.
Yeah, he just allows freaks to normalize their fucking lies. He's not pushing back at all.
Information. I'd love to do something with you. I sent you the information, then ghosted me right after.
Well, now the whole world's going to know that there wouldn't have been a border video without my guy Nick right here.
It's the truth.
It's the truth. Was that, so you said you had just started making videos in 2023, but had you done interviews before that?
Yeah, so I had actually started, I've been doing YouTube since 2017 when I was a sophomore in high school. I started just wanting to have fun with my friends, and I started watching YouTubers, and I saw kind of like the lifestyle they lived, and I was like, oh, I'm fun. I like to have fun. I'm creative. I can.
Oh, that's so sad. That's so sad. He was like, I'm fun. I'm creative.
Be entertaining. I could do YouTube. Like a lot of us think when we're in high school, like how many discussions have you had with your friends where you're just like, bro, that could be us.
You know, most YouTubers wouldn't come in here and capture this because of political stuff. You know what? I don't care. We're out here, baby. Like it's
Bro, he's he's out here like, I'm not a MAGA influencer, and he was at January 6th. He was at January the 6th. What do you mean? What the fuck?
Subscribe.
Let's go back to the young Nick Shirley.
What the fuck?
Yeah, so I was born here in Utah, spending a lot of time with my family, friends, playing football.
Yeah, it's just a game, innit? It's just a game, right? It's just a game.
Basketball, soccer, track, you name it. Sports was my entire life when I was younger.
True American life.
Yeah, true American life, going to church, getting decent grades, having fun, hanging out with
Bro, you didn't get any fucking decent grades. Don't lie.
friends, riding your bike around.
Don't fucking lie.
You said the church. What kind of church?
Yeah, so.
Bro, going to jail? Are you joking? Are you fucking joking? There is no shot this guy is going to jail. It's fucking done. All that shit, any kind of accountability that could have happened after January the 6th, it's not happening. There's no way. All that shit is just gonna fucking get washed under the carpet of history. They're gonna celebrate it in fucking 4 years' time. You know? He's a rich little Mormon boy. He's had everything handed to him his whole life. Yeah, he was homeschooled. He was homeschooled as well. Exactly.
Church of Jesus Christ Latter-day Saints.
Hey, trans women, what's up?
The same thing as Mormons?
Yeah, but we don't call ourselves Mormons now.
Because of South Park?
No, it's just we're not Mormon. We don't follow Mormon. We follow Jesus Christ. So we actually want people to refer to us and know us as members of the Church of Jesus Christ.
So Joseph Smith is not a prophet?
No, he's a prophet.
In addition to Jesus?
Jesus is a savior.
Oh, okay.
He's also a prophet, but he's also our savior. He's your savior, he's my savior, he's everyone's savior.
Thank you. So what do you think is the main thing people get wrong about LDS?
We're Christians.
Why are you doing this, Andrew? What the fuck are you talking about? What's the main thing people get wrong about LDS? I'm more optimistic after socialists win the Civil War. Yeah, fair enough. I get you.
We're just people who love God and love Jesus. And yeah, we do follow higher standards. No drinking, no smoking, no sex before marriage. Go to church on Sunday, follow the 10 Commandments. Follow the Bible. We follow the Bible.
Follow the 10 Commandments includes love thy neighbor. I'm sorry, I'm not like a Christian, but I remember him. You know, I was born a Christian, I went to a Christian school, was baptized and all that business. One of the 10 Commandments is love thy neighbor, right? How can you say that you love your neighbor? I guess going to a different state isn't exactly his neighbor, but love thy neighbor implies just like love each other. Love other humans. You know? Your neighbor is the guy that is next to you at any given point. You know what I'm saying? Mixed cloth, it's in the Bible. Also, thou shalt not lie. That's another one, right? You know?
One of your earliest videos that you now deleted was about some of those loopholes.
Oh, yes. About soaking.
Have you ever thought about soaking here at BYU? No.
Because there's a lot of
He's talking about soaking!
misconceptions on that, and that's not right. Soaking's not right.
Is it real, though?
I interviewed people at BYU, and they might have said it was.
So you think it counts?
Yeah, oh, 100%. 100%.
Wow, the rumors are true. Kids here at BYU actually do soak.
They soak and they hump.
Definitely.
I think that's like my biggest advantage.
Hell yeah.
I don't really have many vices. Whether it be
That's so sick. That's so sick.
Pornography, whether it be alcohol, whether it be cigarettes, whether it be vapes, whether it be nicotine, that stuff doesn't tempt me.
It's in the Bible that you can't vape. Did they update it? It's in the Mormon Bible that you can't vape. Chat, is this real?
Clean light that way gives you like a journalistic superpower that allows laser focus, so you can just become a content machine.
No.
Oh my God, shut up, Andrew. What the fuck are you talking about? Oh my God, you fucking pest. Oh.
It's kind of what you're doing.
Well, that's just who I am.
But I mean, I feel like if
that's just who I am.
And partied and stuff, you might not be able to make as many videos.
Well, if I drank and partied, I wouldn't be able to show up to my job at McDonald's.
You'd probably be able to hold down a McDonald's job if you had.
Would I be able, but if you're referring to being on time and all that stuff, and
I'm talking about the sheer volume of content you've been able to produce over the past year.
I'm a highly functioning person.
Yeah. Congratulations.
No, dude, your mum fucking ferries you around the fucking world and you don't pay rent. That's all it is. That's literally all it is. You know? It's so dumb. He's like, oh yeah, I'm just like a high functioning person. Just leaves out the fact that his mum is his cameraman. First of all, having a cameraman, massive advantage over literally every fucking YouTuber. Camera operator, sorry. You know, a huge advantage over every fucking YouTuber all over the place, all over the world. Having a good camera as well, a decent camera, and getting transport. And a car, you know, like, it's just wild. It's just absolutely fucking wild. He's on his parents' healthcare plan still, exactly.
What pieces have you been most proud of since I last saw you at Turning Point USA?
I'd say my Brazil videos, those were very awesome. Going to the favelas, that was an experience that I can't even believe favelas.
Bro, I can't believe that's Nick Shirley.
Brazil videos, those were very awesome. Going to the favelas.
I can't believe that's him. That's so weird. Bro. What?
Experience that I can't even believe favelas are real after going there. Because I came this close to dying in the bottom of a destroyed house on the top of Rio's biggest favela.
When you say close to dying, like there was a gun in your face?
Yes. And if I didn't pay the man, I would have died.
You think
what?
So?
100%.
Você dá-lhe uma olhada que você vai ver que aqui não tem trégua.
Oh, wow, this is heavy.
É, aqui, entendeu?
Interviewing Brazil's most wanted gangster.
That guy, after I interviewed him, he got beat up by the gang leader and kicked out of the favela for letting me interview him.
Some other
That's probably true. That's probably true. They were like, why did you let this racist gringo come in here, bro? Don't you know who this guy is? Don't you know what content he makes? He's just... Oh, that's crazy. That's so weird. And he's also like, you know, the framing of this fucking interview that he's doing with this guy in Brazil, he's like, this is Brazil's most wanted gangster. So what you're saying, bro, is that Brazil's most wanted gangster got beaten up by a guy who is more of a gangster than him. So how is the most wanted gangster not his boss? What do you mean? Thank you for the follows. Appreciate that. Like, what is he talking about? It's just nonsense. He just chats fucking rubbish all the time.
By the gang leader and kicked out of the favela for letting me interview him.
But also, I believe that. That's the bit that I actually believe, because it's like, yeah, man, if there's like a fucking gang in a favela, and then Nick Shirley, the fucking piece of shit racist gringo, comes to Brazil and is like, wow, look at all these crazy fucking Latin American people, you know? They're so wild. There's so much crime. It's just who they are. The fucking gang member's gonna be like, what are you doing? You fucking idiot. Why did you just speak to that guy?
unknown, or perhaps known by some, Nick Shirley lore is that.
And maybe it's not even politically motivated. Maybe it's like, yo, you just fucking, you don't know who that guy is. You don't know if he's a cop or whatever. Like, it's just mental, bro. Absolutely mental.
Met deceased rapper YBC Duel.
He said he went to Brazil and I just knew he had an I almost got killed for real story ready. Well, that's the thing, right? As soon as I heard him say, like, I nearly died in the bottom of a favela, I was just like, nah, sorry, don't believe it. I already don't believe it. What are you talking about?
It was Brandon Buckingham.
Yeah.
I had no idea who he was.
A special guest right here.
Oh, we got a special guest too.
Listen,
Talk to him.
this is Nick Shirley from Salt Lake City, Utah. The Latter-day Saints, the Mormons. You ever heard of the Mormons? This is the first Mormon, the first Church of Latter-day Saint member ever to be out here in Philly like this.
Just like that. Just like that.
And he feet on land.
Look at his sneaks though.
Yeah, so that was an equally, I would say, or similarly dangerous
Yeah,
scenario.
no, I'd say the America hoods.
Why? Why is that dangerous, bro? What are you talking about?
Are about just as dangerous as the favelas. For instance,
I hung around with some black guys and it was really dangerous, man.
Chicago, you have armed militias walking around Chicago as well. Same within Philly. Think about how many young people are dying because of gang violence. Like, I loved your video you did in Baltimore about them kind of combating that and showing that like community really can make a difference and people really need to be looking out for one another because it's not worth dying for.
So going back to high school, right? So you said that after high school you went on a mission trip, right?
Yeah.
Where to?
Chile.
Oh my God, look at him, dude. He just looks like the most annoying kid.
High school, right? So you said that after high school you went on a mission trip, right?
He looks like the most annoying kid in your class. And look, like, what is he, like 17 here? He's got like a 4K camera. Look at the quality on this fucking video he's got.
Yeah.
Where to?
Chile, Santiago.
Is that where you developed fluent Spanish?
Yeah, I actually was fluent in Spanish when I was younger. When I was here in Utah, when I was growing up, I was in a Spanish immersion program from kindergarten to 4th grade. Spoke Spanish fluently, moved to Washington. Similar to you, moved up to Seattle area.
Do you reckon he decorated his own room? I don't think this motherfucker knows what decorating is.
Decided to go on this mission thing for our church. And they
most annoying kid in the homeschool class, yeah.
Learn Spanish again.
What's the purpose of a mission trip?
Yeah, you're there to go share the gospel, the restored gospel of Jesus Christ, and to teach people about Jesus and give them the opportunity to come into Christ, and if they want to follow, or if you just want to teach them about Jesus, that's all.
Wait, what?
Need to come into Christ, and if they want,
give them the opportunity to come into Christ. Okay.
To follow, or if you just want to teach them about Jesus, that's all you're supposed to do.
At what point did you start to really take political interviewing seriously, and why did you dive into that realm?
Well, I think when I started seeing people get trafficked into the United States from the border and started seeing mass corruption within inside the government, I just like couldn't believe that
Wait, what?
States from the border and started seeing mass corruption within inside the government. I just like couldn't.
Oh, cool. So he was just like filming migrants at the at the border and getting him in trouble, and probably sending his fucking footage to the border patrol and being like, look, you know, look at these guys crossing the border. You missed one.
That I met somebody at the border. She gives me her WhatsApp, and the next day she texts me and she's in New York City. I was like, how is this happening? How are people just being trafficked around the country? How are little kids just coming over here? How's there a 15-year-old girl, or I think she was 17-year-old girl from Dominican Republic, all by herself? How are people doing this, and how's the government enabling this to happen? I remember going to the border.
How's it happening? Why is it happening? Go on, dude. Dig a little deeper, dude. Dig a little deeper and find out.
And I saw migrants coming over the border. I'm like, oh my gosh, what's going on? Like, shouldn't they be running away?
So Mormon men go on mission so they could come back and be married in the LDS temple. Notice he's not married. Wait, what? They just get they get given like a state sanctioned wife or whatever? State assigned wife? I don't understand. How does that work?
Wasn't Governor Abbott the one transporting people from the Texas border to New York City?
Yes.
So you feel like there was mismanagement of the border on an executive Biden level and a state level?
Yeah. And I think like Governor Abbott...
They do arrange... Yeah, because they do arranged marriages, right? That's true. I'm thinking, I'm sat here doubting it, and it's like, no, yeah, actually, they do arrange marriages in Church of Latter-day Saints, yeah.
His way of like saying like, F you to the to the sanctuary cities, and for the Democrats for just accepting and letting this happen, saying, okay, well, we're not going to deal with it. You guys go ahead and deal with it. And we'll give them bus ticket to get out of our state or city.
So you feel like migrants kind of became political pawns for the two parties in America?
Yeah, well, we all know, like, obviously it was because they wanted to vote. Fill the swing states, fill the big cities. We would have seen what was going to happen, but thankfully Trump won.
How do you think Trump?
Oh, God, like, I can see what Andrew is trying to pretend to be doing. He's trying to pretend to be like, you know, to be giving him an idea that maybe both parties are as bad as each other. But that's not going to fucking happen, right? Because Andrew Callahan is not a committed to the revolution socialist in America. Yeah? He's just a fucking guy that goes around and does mad interviews and gets paid wedge because he's successful, you know? And so he's trying to make out that, like, he's doing this interview to show Nick Shirley that, like, there's another way, bro. But it's like, what is going on here? It's not even effective questioning or pushing back or anything like that. He's just... like, nothing new is being learned here, you know what I mean? He's not going to cook him, he's not going to tell him he's a fucking idiot or anything like that. I'll be impressed if he does, but I don't think that's going to happen here.
So far this term?
I think Trump's delivering, especially on crises like the border. I think that's been the major win of this election.
Yeah, I know that, Luna.
You're not seeing illegal migrants come into the country. Me and you both did videos at the Loopfield border. We spoke with migrants. That was the most inhumane thing that I think America's seen in years, as far as letting people be trafficked into the United States and then bringing them into the system, making them rely on the government, not giving them working visas, putting them inside of shelters, busing them all around the country. Families were separated. Thousands of children went missing. The government was literally trafficking children into the United States, trafficking people, incentivizing them to leave their houses in Colombia, leave their house in Ecuador, and then to come to the United States, and you're living in a shelter in New York City.
What? He doesn't make a fucking lick of sense.
So is it true that gangs are inside of the Roosevelt Hotel? This is me confronting a group of Venezuelan migrants who are potentially dangerous gang members of the gang Tren de Aragua outside of the Roosevelt.
They're just guys hanging out outside the fucking hotel where they're living, bro. This is so dumb.
New York City.
Most of these migrants, they came here, they thought life would be good, and they ended up getting put inside the shelter and became essentially slaves to the system in a way, where they're relying on the state to give them money, they're relying on the state for housing, they're relying on the state to give them a work permit to be able to work. Like, that's not right. That's pretty mean if you ask me.
Well, I suppose the reason they hopped the border in the first place because the immigration system is so backed up, right?
Well, yeah, there's major issues with immigration here inside the United States, but you just can't.
Whenever he does this look, yeah, whenever he's like kind of looking off to the right like that and looking down, he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. I see him do this look a lot. He kind of just like goes into like a bit of a fugue state. And he just starts to say whatever. Yeah, he's not got a thought in his head right now. He's just saying words.
Walk into the country and think that you're going to be treated just like a law-abiding, tax-paying citizen.
Mm-hmm. Who was filming most of your stuff back then?
Me, myself, and I. And then I also bring my mom with me.
Me, myself, and I. I also bring my mom with me. That's so dumb. What a thing to say. What a thing to say. Me, myself, and I. And my mom. Me, myself, and I is literally a thing that you say when you're implying that it is only you. She's just like, it's only me. Literally only me, but also my mom. What are you doing, bro? So crazy. It's so crazy, man. Serious mother boy vibes in that still. Yeah, no, it's not. Again, like, I've watched Rhizome cover this guy's shit, and he knows a lot more about me, about this than me. And he was saying that Or I think he was implying that she's a pushy parent. And the more and more that I learn about her, it's like, yeah, she's a pushy parent who was like, oh, my son wants to be a YouTuber. Brilliant. I also want to do journalism for the state. And I'm going to just fucking, you know, I'm gonna enable him to do that. I'm going to ferry him around. I'm going to film his stuff for him. She probably edits for him and shit, man. Helicopter parent, yeah, that's it. That's what I say when I'm attending a wedding stag. No, it is. He's totally brainwashed. It is sad, yeah.
He's like a producer on the channel.
What was the word from the clip the other day that Nick didn't know the meaning of? I can't remember, but sometimes he just doesn't actually say words. Sometimes he just goes, blah.
So they're coming right now because it is an opportunity for them to come, and they are taking that opportunity, and they're coming here. And Nick and I wanted to—
Okay, that's why he talks that way. That's why he's like that. He's just the same as his mum. He's a carbon copy of his mum. His mum just talks like that. They're coming here, they want to come here, and they want to do this, and they want to take advantage, and that's why they're coming here. And that's just what, it's just the kind of thing that he says.
And they're coming right now because it is an opportunity for them to come, and they are taking that opportunity, and they're coming here. And Nick and I wanted to show, because all of America, we just sit at home and watch
for the follow.
TV and get angry with it. And we wanted to show like what is truly happening. We have been there.
Did she have any kind of career in content creation prior to you guys working together?
She actually went to school for journalism and to be a broadcast.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh, that's what it is. That's what it is. Oh, that's what it is. Oh, that's so cringe. I fucking knew it. I fucking knew it, man. I fucking knew it. As soon as I heard this guy's mum goes around with him doing his fucking YouTube right-wing fascist propaganda, I was like, she's a failed journalist. She's living vicariously through him. It's actually really fucking sad. This is actually tragic. This is like a fucking bizarre modern Shakespearean tragedy. Where like her not getting to live her life, probably because she's a fucking Mormon and, you know, is getting treated like shit by the men in her life because she's right-wing and a fascist and she dates fascist men. You know, she's been fucking like suppressed for like most of her life, and then it's just like, oh, okay, now I've got an opportunity to live that dream and do it through my fucking son. It's like a modern fucking tragedy shit, right? Yeah, if he was a girl, he would have been taking dance classes 6 days a week if she wanted to or not. Exactly, yeah. Same shit, right? Same shit. It's that kind of pushy parent thing is what I'm trying to get at here.
Did she have a hand in your decision to
like if she wanted to fucking you know, be a famous chef when she was a kid, he'd be doing that instead. When she was a kid, he'd be doing that instead.
Start taking things more seriously.
Mormon women have no personal autonomy. Right, exactly, yeah.
It's political coverage?
No, actually, she actually didn't really believe in like anything I thought politically. But as you know, during like 2020, for instance, I couldn't, on my channel, I couldn't put Trump's name in a title or a thumbnail without the video being demonetized.
Mm-hmm.
That's not true. What are you talking about? Hello, Hot Goth 4. I see you with Free Palestine tag. Hell yeah. Within our lifetime, inshallah. You know it. That's how we do it here.
And so there was no incentive to actually create political content in that time, especially if you're a smaller creator, because you couldn't get the video to be seen by anybody.
Mm-hmm.
And so you couldn't really make those videos. And then when I did get back from that mission, I could then make videos on politics, and the censorship kind of got lifted because of Elon Musk buying X. People hate on Elon Musk, but they don't understand.
It's so crazy, his reasoning here. His reasoning here is, I was able to make videos about whatever I wanted to, yeah? And that's because of Elon Musk. I used to put videos on YouTube with Trump's name in them and they would be demonetized. But all that stopped happening because Elon Musk bought a different platform. What are you talking about? What do you mean, bro?
Understand like what he actually did by buying X.
Right, go on. Explain.
You're actually able to post stuff on YouTube and not have to worry about being censored or worry about not being...
He's talking about two different fucking corporations. He's like, what Elon Musk did, yeah, by buying X, it means that you can now post cringe stuff on YouTube. Bro, that is unrelated. It is unrelated. YouTube are just as bad. It's nothing to do with Elon Musk.
You'll get the video monetized.
Yeah. Oh my God.
You can't make your videos. And so I think what you...
Yes, you can. You can make your videos and just have them not be monetized. I do it all the fucking time on my channel when... Whatever, dude.
It really
whatever,
did
man.
Change the shape of our society. Because then you also saw other platforms like Rumble follow. Facebook, they lifted their censorship. YouTube lifted their censorship. So without Elon Musk, none of that would...
It wasn't a domino effect. It was just because they knew that was the way that the wind was blowing and that they would make fucking money from it. That's all it is.
It's impossible.
Was there a part of you that
he is dissociated out of his good?
The Trump administration and various allies promoted your expose so hard when they did?
I think it hit the heart of every American being able to see that their money that they pay for taxes is going to fraud. People like to talk about how our money is going to other countries or how it's being used wrongfully, but people can't actually see it with their eyes.
This is the thing. He always talks about how he does the same fucking right-wing, like we've heard all this before, he does the same right-wing bullshit where he's like, I'm politically independent. I don't really believe in any political party. I think they're both as bad as each other. But people really seem to focus on us sending money to another country, and, you know, I'm not bothered about that. And he's talking about Israel! Bro, you're making political decisions every time you open your fucking mouth, bro.
It was one of the first videos ever where people could see that people were abusing the system and taking dollars.
Wrongo bongo.
And they're actually not operating a business.
No.
But I mean, I'm just talking about if you look at Google Trends specifically, like the phrase Somali fraud was borderline non-existent. It just so happens to really kick up through your piece on December 16th.
Yeah.
Which is the exact same day that the Trump administration and Kash Patel released the redacted Epstein files list that by all people was seen as like a disaster with hundreds of pages of blacked out stuff. Was there a part of you that was curious if maybe there was people in the GOP who chose to signal boost your piece as wide and far as possible in a way to distract and move the goalpost away from that?
Okay. This is going to be interesting. This is the first, it's taken 25 minutes for him to say something remotely that could catch Nick Shirley in an ideological loop, right? Yeah, it was an actual question. It could catch him, it could throw him for an ideological loop, right? He'll just say no. No, absolutely, yeah. I know. It's a weak question, but he's still done it, you know what I mean? Your piece, every standard of anything ever is done, it's so Jova for me. Well, that's the thing. If Andrew Callahan had any kind of fucking principles, he wouldn't be calling a fucking YouTube video a piece of journalism.
I don't know. Like if that was their initiative, it probably worked pretty well. But
okay, I was expecting him to say no, but he's just so dumb. He doesn't have his mum here to tell him what to say.
I just posted my YouTube video, and that's the beautiful thing about the internet.
That's the beautiful thing.
Every week I've been uploading video. To me, that was just going to be like another YouTube upload. Like I didn't know that it was going to be the most viewed video ever on X. You're trying to say that it was some coordinated attack to get people's eyes away from Epstein, but the majority of the traffic, it has over 600,000. I think it has over 600,000 likes. So it wasn't just Elon Musk who was sharing the video. It was everyday Americans who were showing that video because they're sick.
Hey, what's up, guys? Channel 5 Live reporting here.
Yeah, whatever, dude.
It's bad and not cool whatsoever. And I tend to think that it's a good thing when citizens and citizen journalists put elected officials under a magnifying glass to figure out what shape is immune form. Use to compile who you're covered from.
We don't do ethical reacts here.
Well, Africans?
No, Somalians.
Wait, what?
Known for.
All right, back to the cabin in the wilderness of Utah where Nick Shirley's hiding out.
Like, what are they known for?
Africans?
No, Somalians.
Well,
Say the thing that's on top of your head.
Captain Phillips.
Yeah, exactly.
But I'm also an American who doesn't know any Somalis. Well, actually, I grew up with a few in Seattle, but I'm not like very in tune with the culture.
Yeah, and so why is 89% of the fraud happening inside Minnesota by Somalians? Yeah, and why have...
Yeah, man, I'm just ideologically immune. He's just ideologically, you know, neutral, guys. He said this on the Nelt Boys podcast as well last week. He just said the same thing, you know?
Apartment complexes and locations inside of Minnesota.
No, he brought up Captain Phillips on the Nelt Boys podcast as well. They were like, he was like, what are Somalians known for? And because the Nelt Boys are way more like ready to be racist than Andrew Callahan, what Andrew Callahan should have done here is he should have just fucking said, no, I don't know. What are they known for? What's the first thing on the top of your head? I really don't know, bro. Like, what are they known for? What do you mean? Do you know what I'm saying? That's what he should have fucking done.
White people have been pushed out.
White people?
But the Nelt Boys were way more ready to just be like, they didn't even say Captain Phillips. They just said thievery. They were like being thieves. You know what I mean? That's like a racist trope against Somalis and pretty much anyone who's black and African, to be honest.
Yes. Inside these apartment complexes, you will not find a white person living inside of Cedar Riverside, for instance.
Where'd they go?
They got pushed out.
Like to low-income areas?
They got pushed out of, I don't know where they went.
You see, this is the ridiculous thing, is that you could push this guy into a corner so fucking easily. Andrew Callahan is not even trying, and that's not because he knows this is easy or he's doing some kind of 5D chess here. It's just because he's not that interested and he's just like, whatever. He's just doing content. He's interviewing Nick Shirley, you know what I mean? He's not cooking him. He's not doing anything. But like, even though Andrew Callahan is not trying, he just doesn't have any answers. You know? He just doesn't have any answers at all.
There, Cedar Riverside was originally housing for the College of Minnesota. There's a bar there called Palmer's Bar. It used to be a staple for Minnesota. However, the Somalians inside of Cedar Riverside made complaints that Palmer's Bar was too loud. They literally changed their state flag to be more like the Somalian state flag. Flag of Minnesota, Tim Walsh.
Oh, hell yeah, dude. I love this one.
And he called people like me.
I love this one.
Supremacist.
I would actually get Nick Shirley on the stream. I actually would. I'm not a debate pervert, but I would fucking get him on the stream and just be like, you know that you're just a fascist, right? You know that you just like uncritically repeat all the things that you hear from the mainstream media, from the Republican Party. You do propaganda for the fucking state, you know? And to be honest, I would do it because it would get me clout. That's the only reason. I would only do it because it would get me clout. But I don't know, man. Is it worth it? Is the moral failure of having a fash like this on my show, is it worth it, chat? That's the question.
We're talking out against the fraud that's happening inside of his state. He's been talking about fraud since 2019.
How do you feel about the way the, I guess, liberal side of the mainstream media has characterized it?
If you get Shirley on the show, what's the behavior the chat should be in? Just rinse him. What are you talking about? What do you mean? First of all, the chat would probably be flooded with his fucking weird psycho followers. So there would be a whole bunch. I would have to mod a bunch of you just for like the day. You know what I mean? I would have to be like, right, as soon as the fucking, you know, as soon as it gets announced, as soon as people are in the chat, I'm like, right, okay, 15 minutes we've got here. Who wants to be a mod for the day? You. You know, his chat would just like destroy, his fucking followers would just be saying the most insane things. You know what I mean?
Defending fraud.
They're saying the most insane things on my fucking video right now. You know what I mean? Like, look, let's fucking bring it up again. People enter Quality Learning Center in Minneapolis, Minnesota. Let's just go right down. Let's just scroll right down and see what people are saying. Sorry you went bald so young. I'm positive this host is trolling for views. Calling for violence on a 23-year-old kid. Yes, that's what I did. That's what I did. This video and the channel are attempt to get people to blame Nick for the legal operations ICE is engaged in to deflect from the illegal actions taken by Renee Good that ultimately led to her death. What a garbage human being this guy must be. His parents definitely failed him and failed society. You know? Guys, she just peacefully tried to run him over. And that's totally not my liberal indoctrination camp and low IQ's fault for thinking that. It's Nick Shirley's fault. Liberal video. No, Biden did it. No, she hit the agent. You got any ideas that don't suck? It'd just be this. It'd just be this and this and this and this and this all fucking day. That's basically the main reason why I wouldn't want to do it. You know what I mean? There's only so much like negative, insane right-wing shit that you can see without it fucking psychologically affecting you. You know what I mean?
Well, what's happening?
And that's why they do it. That's actually why they do it.
Exactly how it is, as it is. And now they're defending fraud. Even if one of these businesses is operating, why should any American be happy or be satisfied with daycares ran by all Somalians receiving millions of dollars? And out of that population of Minnesota, I believe it's around 5.8 million.
Hey, Rob.
One single Minnesotan say that their child was inside those daycares.
I've seen a couple interviews with people who are saying that
Middle Earth Marxist.
Somalis.
Yes. Why isn't any other white people, black people, Mexicans, Asians, why aren't they saying, oh, these aren't fraudulent daycares?
Wasn't it a predominantly Somali area?
Why are all the daycares...
Yeah, no, nothing like the Western imperial core destroying an African country economy and then maintaining incredibly racist and derogatory prejudice against those people. Yeah. Hell yeah.
Inside of Minneapolis, there's white people.
That's it.
That's
it, brother.
Asians. There's everybody inside Minnesota. In Minneapolis, how come no other person has said, no, this daycare is legit, here's my child? I don't support our money going overseas to Israel either. I don't support our money funding Ukraine. But what I can actually see with my own eyes is the money coming here inside the United States that's being spent fraudulently. People who don't.
Oh, okay. So he is an American firster. He's, you know, give it 4 months and he will have totally assimilated the Nick Fuentes worldview without a shadow of a doubt. Without a shadow of a fucking doubt.
Understand that.
What do you think's the biggest thing you risk doing this type of work?
People dox me, there's death threats. I have 24/7 security right now.
Why did they show like a video of a guy that isn't him getting doxed?
Dox me,
that's like not him. Oh, people could dox me and this, that, and the other, and it's like this guy's a Russian CS:GO streamer. This is from like fucking 10 years ago or something. What are you on about?
I have 24/7 security right now because of how crazy people are mad at me for exposing.
Independent journalist says he's gotten death threats told he'll be kirked. Damn, dude. That's funny.
Fraud.
What are some of these death threats? Like, what do they say?
One person sent me a photo. You can grab it from my ex and put it on the screen. He said, this is going to be you on April 27th on the side of a highway. And it was a photo of a man with his head decapitated in a trench. Another person openly said, tick tock, Nick Shirley's time's coming. Why are Democrats calling me a white supremacist for talking against fraud?
A white supremacist?
I have 24/7 security with me right now because people think me exposing fraud is bad.
And was that something that has kind of like deepened your perception of the left as being like super crazy and messed up?
Yeah, I just think everything they say they're the party of peace, party of acceptance. Meanwhile, they call people like me fascists and Nazis. Yeah, they call.
Yeah, man. I mean, first of all, the Democratic Party are not doing that. The Democratic Party, Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries are not calling you a fascist. They're not calling you a Nazi. That's not happening. But the people who do call you a Nazi are right because you have Nazi opinions. Because you are a white supremacist. You just don't understand what fucking white supremacy is because you grew up in fucking Utah. Is he saying 20% security? No, sorry, he can't speak. He can't speak. What he's saying is 24/7 security. Yeah. Like, it's just absolutely mad how he's a YouTuber and he's got this. He sounds like a fucking dork that you go to school with. You know what I mean?
called me a
like at school, and you know, they can't talk. They're like, yeah, well, you know, like, everything that happens is just like, it's stuff that happens, and they're like, you know, when you do that, it's because of this, and like, oh, everyone calls me like a stupid idiot. They're not right. It's just someone who talks like that, and all of a sudden he's the most talked about YouTuber. People are calling him a journalist and shit. It's like, what do you mean?
Just meanwhile, they won't let me speak. One lady,
bro, I wish you would stop. They won't let me speak. It's just all the same shit. He's been totally fucking... This guy is so crazy, man. United Nations protests turn into anti-Nick Shirley protests. It's because people don't want you around, bro. You're a little winner.
She came up to me.
It's Crackhead Barney! He's talking about Crackhead Barney! Right, you all know Crackhead Barney, right, chat? Give me a 1 if you know Crackhead Barney, a 2 if you don't. Wait. Okay, I'm about to introduce you to the best, one of the best content creators in the world. She's got YouTube, right? Where's the, she must have put the Nick Shirley video on here, right? She must have done. Ice out in New York City. Free DC. Trump's parade 5 months ago. Oh, where am I gonna find this shit? Okay, well, look. The first... This is the kind of shit that she does.
Crackhead.
God, she's so good.
Well, welcome.
I appreciate it. You too, man. God bless.
Right, so in this video, she fucking finds Sneeko doing some kind of fucking event in New York or whatever. Oh, hell yeah.
Mike Jackson.
So this is literally footage from his stream.
Oh, hell nah, bro. Oh, fuck no, bro. Fuck no.
What's up, bitch?
Oh, no.
Run! Let me see you
come on.
Baldwin. You gotta push me out the fucking way. Why you running from me? What? Nigga, you fight with Nazis? Nick Fuentes is your fucking boyfriend? You suck Nick Fuentes' dick? You running from me, nigga? Why you running from me?
Okay, don't tell me.
Like, it's perfect for so many reasons, right? First and foremost, Sneeko is one of the most evil fucking misogynist piece of shits in the fucking world, right? And he's just like running away from this woman. You know? He's just running away from this woman who's just like, why do you keep running away from me?
On YouTube.
Are you okay? You want me to cover?
Yeah, can you?
Okay, I'll cover. Let's talk.
All right, just don't yell too much, huh?
Why? Wait.
I know. Yeah, you're right. That's a good idea.
What the fuck?
It's just walking around. It's just walking around.
A fucking friend, and you can't talk to me? You see this red pill bullshit?
Well, if you want to talk, just don't. You're not acting like a civilized person right now.
I don't want to be. I'm not a civilized person. I'm a crackhead. Don't you remember me from the Diddy trial? What? These red pill niggas ain't shit.
I'm not.
Yes, you are.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are. You're friends with Nick Fuentes. You're friends with Myron. You're friends with all the pieces of shit in social media. And your cameraman is not filming. Yeah,
look at the stream. His cameraman's filming his feet. I'm watching this bit and I didn't even notice.
You're running. You got your titties out. Okay, look, I'm gonna cover.
Why do you have Band-Aids on it?
Yeah, look.
Oh, hell yeah, dude. This is so good. Let's just watch these for the rest of the stream, chat.
You want me to cover my titties? He's still not gonna put me on, so fuck him. Okay, Sneeko, what's up? What do you think about the killing in Minnesota?
No, exactly. Look how quiet this fucker is.
Hello, me old chum.
Look how quiet. Look at his stance. He's got like, what do these guys call this shit? When you've got like a cooked stance, he's like become like a beta or whatever, like whatever these fucking loser misogynist pieces of shit say. When you have like shit aura or bad energy or like, I don't know, your dick doesn't get hard enough or whatever the fuck they say. He's doing that. He's doing this like fucking incel lean or some shit.
I gotta see that stuff. I'm gonna cover it tonight on stream.
Wait, you haven't seen the video? It's so fucking viral.
I did see that main video. I wanted to go investigate a little more tonight.
What the fuck do you have to investigate? She was murdered.
He's being a soy boy. Zero riz.
There's nothing to investigate.
You can put the camera up. It's fine.
Wait.
Camera.
There's nothing to investigate. What are you talking about?
So funny. He's thinking in his mind. He's thinking, shit. My audience can't see that I'm too scared of this fucking woman. Oh my God. My audience are not allowed to see that I can't speak to a female. You know? And so he's like, no, yeah, you can film. It's fine.
Huh? Where you guys go home? He's scared of my titties. Sneako's afraid of my titties.
She's following him in. Every fascist is a coward. This is why I keep saying it all the fucking time. If a black woman could go up to a fucking fascist like this and fucking like annoy him in this way, do you know what I mean? Like, I'm sorry. Like, I'm not saying that like you know, people shouldn't be scared of black women, you know, kind of thing. Like, you know, black women are impossible to be like, you know, threatening or whatever. I'm not making that argument. I'm being like, if she's brave enough to do it, what is wrong with every fucking white man? That's what I'm saying. If she could do it, like, what are you doing? Like, it's embarrassing that white men aren't going around doing this shit as well. No, go. Crackhead Barney is so fucking good. I've been watching her for fucking years at this point. She's dope. But, like, this is what it is. Like, this is the way that we should be treating these fucking fascists. Do you know what I mean?
Excuse me, this lady's following me. I just wanted to get away from her.
That's so good. That's so good. Where is he? He just went in a random place and was like, please, this lady's following me. I need to get away from her. That's so good.
This motherfucker is the biggest red pill YouTuber, streamer. He doesn't want to fuck with me.
Is it like a bakery? It's like a restaurant. What's happening?
Bro, I met you earlier. Yes, he look.
Oh, good to see you, bro.
I know you what?
Hey.
I want to fuck him and he don't want to fuck me.
How you
doing?
It's like a bar.
I'm 2025.
Do you mind if I just wanted to separate away from her? I don't know who this is.
I want to separate away from her.
Is that okay?
Woman's body.
Thank you.
He's afraid of the woman's body.
You got no, you can't down with me now. Fuck him. I stole him. What the fuck you gonna do? No, he can film. No, he can film.
Hey, sorry about this. She was following me around and just wanted to separate away from her. Yeah.
Fuck Sneeko! You up,
You can, that's fine.
You up,
Do you mind if I wait here till she goes away? For a second.
You can't talk shit. Light-skinned bastard. Light-skinned bastard.
Oh, thanks a lot.
Light-skinned bastard. You light-skinned bastard. You light-skinned bastard. We ran
It's so good. Oh, hell yeah, dude. Oh, fuck. She's so good. She's so good. So that's how I know that this video is why he's so mad. This is why Nick Shirley is so mad. He's like, yeah, they call me Nazis, they call me fascists, they don't let me speak. He's just talking about Crackhead Barney. He's just talking about Crackhead Barney.
They won't let me speak. One lady, she came up to me, she took her shirt off, started jumping all over me, and she said, say Black Lives Matter. Say Black Lives Matter. I said, all lives matter. She said, get out of here, white boy. Like, what they're saying does not make sense.
Black Lives Matter.
They're gonna show it.
My life matters too.
No, it doesn't.
Well, I think it hits a little different now than it did back in the middle of 2020.
But even then, all lives matter.
Yeah.
That should not be a hot take.
Yeah, but the conversation was specifically about like police brutality in black communities.
Okay, cool. All lives matter still. I just can't.
He's so wet, dude. He's so wet. Like, when you look at the comparison here with like fucking Andrew Callahan, who is just like softly saying like, yeah, but the comparison is about police brutality and black people, and he's like, oh, well, whatever, all lives still matter. You know what I mean? Doesn't make a fucking difference. Whereas the only way that you should be speaking to Nick Shirley is the way that crackhead Barney speaks to him and everybody else.
Side with people who have gone so far left to the point where they call people like me a fascist or Nazi, or they think the take all lives matter is controversial, or they think that when somebody gets deported when they've been here illegally is a controversial take.
It's going to CCOP. How did you end up down there?
Yeah, so on the topic of immigration, I was doing these videos and I was seeing these cartels these caravans come through. I was like, well, I'm gonna join one of I'm gonna join a caravan. Like, I'm gonna join in their journey. So I thought El Salvador would be like a perfect section.
Anyone who says all lives matter or blue lives matter is a racist. Every white person is racist. Like, I think that this is the thing that people need to remember. I don't think that saying things like all lives matter means that you're any more racist than a person who doesn't say that but also doesn't say Black Lives Matter. Do you know what I mean? I think that there are some people out there who are totally switched off from any kind of online discourse. They don't know black people and they will not understand Black Lives Matter. They've only seen it fucking reported to them on the news, and they're just like a regular racist, right? Like, every white person is racist. I'm racist. I have racism within me. I have fucking racist brainwashing that has happened to me since I was a fucking kid, right? And I don't think that we beat white supremacy by saying like, oh, these certain people, right? These certain people are racist. Because I've seen so much fucking racism happen in left-wing organizations by white people who say that they're anti-fascist and they say that they're anti-racist. Do you know what I mean? Like, there are levels of, and I'm going to bring this up again. Right? Okay. Where's the fucking, is it this one? White identity, that's it. White identities. Okay. All right. The only thing that I have here is the Instagram link for it, but like, I think this is a really key thing, and I try and bring this up as often as possible because I know I have a majority white audience, right? And it's important that we fucking know this. These are the 8 white identities, yeah? So, most people, when we have not been exposed to any other propaganda than the propaganda that we experience in the Imperial Core, that is the countries of Europe, USA, Canada, even Japan, South Korea, and Australia and New Zealand, right? And I'm not going to talk about the racism in Japan and South Korea because that's obviously irrelevant to what I'm talking about, but those are the countries of the Imperial Core. But they will also have their own version of racial supremacy that I'm not going to... And it does kind of line up a little bit with white supremacy, but not quite in the same way. But this is why I'm not going to talk about that, right? Yeah, Israel is also part of the Imperial Core, correct. The Zionist entity. This is the layer that you're at. You're at white supremacist, right? Clearly marked white society that preserves, names, and values white superiority, right? White voyeurism is when you've learned, actually, that, you know, people probably shouldn't be nasty to like other people who look different, right? People who are black, have more melanin than you, right? Essentially. But you wouldn't challenge a white supremacist, desire non-whiteness because it's interesting. So that's things like fetishization, pleasurable, and seek to control the consumption and appropriation of non-whiteness. So think about the way in which like white record label owners use black artists to make money, etc. consuming black culture without the burden of blackness. So like people like a white person that sings a hip hop song and like says the N-word. Do you know what I mean? White privilege may critique supremacy, but a deep investment in questions of fairness and equality under the normalization of whiteness and the white rule, the sworn goal of diversity. This is where the majority, I would say, like these two, I would say that the most of Western society at the moment in the UK, particularly, I don't know about the USA. Maybe it's different in the USA. Maybe it's further down in the USA. But the majority of people are kind of riding these two here. White privilege and white voyeurism. We haven't even gotten to anywhere near where we should be, right? White benefits. Sympathetic to a set of issues, but only privately. Won't speak, act in solidarity publicly because benefiting through whiteness in public. Some people of color are in this category as well, apparently. Some exposure of whiteness takes place as a white confessional, but as a way of being accountable to people of color or seeking validation for people of color. So this is when people say, like, I'm so sorry for what white people have done to you. You know what I mean? Like this kind of guilt that some white people will put on display to be like, I'm so sorry. Like, oh, fucking white people are so racist, you know, that kind of thing. The next level is white critical. Take it on board critiques of whiteness and invest in exposing, marking the white regime. Refuse to be complicit with the regime. Whiteness speaking back to whiteness, right? Whiteness speaking back to whiteness. That is white people literally being like, not just like, you are racist, because you can, you know, it's kind of a redundant term because every white person is racist, even when you get to this level, right? Every white person still has these levels of racism within us. And what I'm saying about this in regards to whiteness speaking back to whiteness is it's not just saying you're racist, it's saying, I don't think you understand how you're benefiting from this situation, right? If you see a white person who speaks to, you know, black people in a different way or people of color in a different way, you know, they're benefiting from that in organizations. Like, for example, if they speak over black people quite often and shit like that, you know, that's the kind of shit that gets missed by people because it's not explicitly racist. But we have to see the elements of racism and what privilege actually gives us as white people. And that's when you speak, you know, and that's why you got to speak back to whiteness and be like, hey, you know, this is how you're benefiting from this. White traitor is when you actively refuse complicity, name what's going on. The intention is to subvert white authority and tell the truth at whatever costs, needing them to dismantle institutions. Like, we're not even close to this, you know what I mean? And then white abolitionist is when you're changing institutions, dismantling whiteness and not allowing whiteness to reassert itself. We're nowhere near this, man. We're nowhere near this shit. And that's why I think you can get carried away in being like, yeah, man, when this guy says this, it means he's racist. It's like, we're all racist. Every single fucking white person is racist. And that's just what we have to remember and fucking understand. And that's why, you know, we have to be operating from a position of white abolition whenever we're thinking about this stuff. And I think a lot of it just comes from, like, I don't know, man, just try and look at ways in which you benefit. Like, I think this is like a whole lot of stuff that just got missed when people were talking about race, when people were talking about white supremacy in 2020, because it ended up being like a lot of white people talking about it. Do you know what I mean? And not really listening to black people. And that's the key. And I know that I'm saying this as like a white person, right? But a lot of stuff just got like lost, and it just became about like the words that people say rather than the things that you do, and the way that you treat people and the way that you treat institutions and the way that you address institutions and systems of white supremacy and things that uphold white supremacy in society, right? Remember this if you can. I think it's pretty helpful. The 8 White Identities by Barno Hess. Hey, Big Ben. Racism is indoctrinated into everyone by their parents who think they're not racist. Well, it's also indoctrinated into us by film, by TV, by media, you know, and this is why it is so intense and upset. I disagree. Some whites are not racist at all. Right, well, you're wrong. All right, name one. What do you mean, bro? Name one white person who is not racist. And you can't just say, my buddy John from the park. What do you mean? How? How are some whites not racist? Me? Okay, buddy. Hey, man, guess what? I got news for you, dog. You're probably fucking racist as hell. Motherfucker didn't listen to a fucking damn word I just said. He just said me. John Brown in the chat. This is so stupid. Like you're the okay. Let me point out where you are on the scale, man. Let me bring it up so you can see it again. Okay? All right. It's difficult to say. You're not really like, you know, when I'm talking about whiteness speaking back to whiteness, that's kind of what you've got to do. You have to be like, it's tough, dude. You're kind of a little bit all over the place. I can't put you in one category, but you're definitely not racist. like okay, here's the thing. Where are you doing this, bro? Like, where are you doing this? Where are you doing this, like, last step? Where are you doing this? Where is your white abolition? Like, what fucking actions are you doing to, like, fight anti-racism? Have you dismantled whiteness in your fucking, like, where you live? And are you not allowing whiteness to reassert itself? Because that would mean that, like, racism is gone, right? I can't, I don't know another way to explain it. Like, I've literally just said, it's not about not saying the wrong words, or, you know, it's about doing shit. Like, you have to be in the fight against racism. You have to be in the fight against whiteness, right? It's about whiteness and, like, the way in which we benefit in society. You know,
to go join a caravan.
Yeah.
It's kind of crazy idea to go join a caravan.
No, it's a sick idea.
At that point in time, I wanted to see what's happening with the immigration. And so I thought, okay, I'm going to go to El Salvador. I'm going to go speak to people. I'm going to find a caravan.
Like, here's another example. This is literally why we brought this up, right? Because Andrew Callahan, where was it? Andrew Callahan said at some point in this interview, it was after the fucking Ground News ad, Nick Shirley pulled him in to his whiteness, right? Andrew Callahan was trying to be like, oh yeah, well, you know, I don't judge Somalis on based on the fact that they're Somali or whatever, right?
Shirley's hiding out.
Like, watch what happens. He says, what are they known for? This is a white person being like, hey man, you're racist. We're all racist. I'm giving you an opportunity to be racist, right? And that is an example, because what Callahan does now, if you listen to him and you look at his body language,
Somalians.
Well,
like, he's uncomfortable and he's trying to think about, like, a way that he could say, like, what are Somalians known for? The immediate response should be, no, what are they known for, dude? What are you trying to fucking say? Racism implies we lack empathy. No, dude, come on. What the fuck do you mean? Rongo bongo, buddy. As I just explicitly said, like, multiple times, it is white supremacy, which is about how We benefit as white people from the white supremacist society that we live in and how it harms and kills black people and brown people, right? That's what it is. It's nothing to do with like, oh, if you have empathy or if you don't. That's kind of irrelevant. Just because you have empathy and you like look at the way that black people suffer in the world and you go, oh, that's bad. It doesn't mean that you're not racist, because what are you doing about that suffering? That's why it's completely pointless to try and like purify yourself and be like, oh, I'm not racist. I don't do this. I don't do that. It's about what you do.
Say the thing that's on top of your head.
Captain Phillips.
Yeah, exactly.
But I'm also an American.
I agree. Capitalism is evil. Leave it there. Yeah, man. Yeah, okay.
Who doesn't know any Somalis? Well, actually, I grew up with a few in Seattle, but I'm not like very in tune with the culture.
Yeah, and so why is 89% of the fraud happening inside Minnesota?
Okay, where was I?
America.
Who's stealing all the money in Minnesota?
The same as a pirate.
That is piracy. So how do you gain more trust? Well, don't be afraid to say a fact or an opinion.
Even if I know that I'm dumb.
Yes. By not saying anything about the death of Charlie Kirk as well, I thought that was pretty messed up. In a way, he's somebody just like me and you who was making videos, putting it on the internet, and then people literally killed him. I thought that was...
Wait, what? What is this?
In Lower Manhattan, the site of the October 21st ICE raid of the illegal street vendors that caused chaos.
Chaos.
5 minutes.
Little did I know this was just the beginning of a wild night. Influencers.
I've hung out with people in the gangs of Brazil, in the favelas, in the prisons of Secot, but yet the most dangerous places I have been here in the United States.
Oh my God, bro.
Unfortunately.
One has to wonder if Shirley's video influenced the Trump administration to go after the Canal Street vendors who accosted him and his crew.
How much?
Yo, what's up? We don't do no fucking camera.
Hey,
yeah!
Hey!
Fucking pushing.
Hey!
Out of here with that shit.
Hey! Back up. Hey! Why are you mad at me?
Take it over there somewhere else.
I am.
Yeah, you work for the fucking, who you work for?
By myself.
All right, get out of here with
Look,
that.
I just bought some Rolex.
That's right.
Hey!
Yeah! Yeah, get it! Yeah, get it! Yes! Yes!
I was talking to locals.
That's great! Oh, you love to see it. Oh, you love to see it, dude.
Yo, what's up? We don't do no fucking camera.
Hey!
Fucking pushing.
Hey!
Out of here with that shit.
It's so funny. He's just like absolutely terrible at trying to like diffuse any kind of social situation where this is happening. He's just going, hey, and like still looking and acting like a complete plank. You know what I mean?
Who you work for?
By myself.
All right, get out of here with
Look,
that.
I just bought some Rolex.
That's right.
What is he on about? Just brought a Rolex. What?
Hey, I will smash this bitch.
Yeah, get him.
I was talking to locals before.
So good, dude. Thank you for that network. That was cathartic.
Kind of messed up of you to not publicly denounce what happened to Charlie Kirk.
I did.
I never saw anything on Instagram.
What am I supposed to say?
You never shared anything.
I interviewed the guy who was debating him while it happened, and I mentioned a bunch of times that it was horrible, and it represented like one of the worst pivots in American politics ever.
And I didn't even watch the interview because I didn't want to watch that.
Well, you should watch it.
I don't want to.
Why? It's historically relevant.
It is historically relevant. I did lose respect for you when it felt like you went silent.
Well, you should watch the video because I say some stuff in it.
Okay, cool.
Do you ever see a world in which...
Hang on a minute. What video is he talking about?
Happened to Charlie Kirk.
I did.
Of you to not publicly denounce what happened to Charlie Kirk.
I did.
I never saw anything on Instagram.
What am I supposed to say?
You never shared anything.
I interviewed the guy who was debating him while it happened, and I mentioned a bunch of times that it was horrible, and it represented like one of the worst pivots in American politics ever.
And I didn't even watch the interview because I didn't want to watch that.
You see, Andrew, this is what you get for being a lib. This is what you get for being a lib, man. I'm fucking so serious. Oh, it's so... Oh, yeah, it's so bad. This turn that's happening in American politics. Blah, blah, blah. Like, they don't give a fuck, bro. They're still gonna hate you. They're still gonna target you. Yeah, the guy's like, I lost so much respect for you over that video, I didn't watch it. And it's like... You know, this guy was the most milquetoast guy and was like, you know, even saying like, oh, it's so sad that Charlie Kirk got murked and, oh, man.
You should watch it.
I don't want to.
Embarrassing.
Why? It's historically relevant.
It is historically relevant. I did lose respect for you when it felt like you went silent.
Well, you should watch the video because I say.
Look at his face. He looks so out of his depth everywhere he goes, man.
Stuff in it.
Okay, cool.
Do you ever see a world in which independent media will overtake corporate traditional media?
Well, we still have boomers and they're still watching TV, so that like is a lot of their audience. But when me and you are 50, 60 years old,
18 minus.
Do I think that CNN and those companies will be able to operate at the scale that they're operating right now? I think CNN has around, I know they have more than 1,000 employees. And
he looks like the homophobic Star Wars slug. What the fuck are you talking about?
Fraud in Minnesota. And then when he does expose it, they investigate the person who exposed the fraud versus investigating the fraud taking place. Nobody has trust in them. Their trust is at all-time low because people like me are able to go and talk to the liberal woman calling me.
Let's go in the chat, Louvre.
And also talking to the man who's...
The live slug reaction? What are you talking... Does this thing actually look like a slug? Does it actually look like a slug? Oh, we're not looking at that.
Lived there for 8 years who's never seen a child. It's impossible for them to do that.
So you think once boomers go?
Yeah, I think once boomers go and once
we are
my grandparents aren't here anymore.
Which we don't want to happen, but it has to happen.
Well, it's just a part of life that people will die.
Yeah.
But at that point, I think mainstream media will not really be a thing.
So what can we do to avoid the mistakes that mainstream media made in the past? Because at one point they were quite trusted.
Yeah, at one point they were quite trusted, but actually were...
Wait, what the fuck are you talking about? I hope you realize that encouraging left-on-right hate is what the elites want. Civil war? Wait, that's not you. Bro, what are you talking about? What do you mean, bro? Everyone in chat is just so done with this guy already. What are you on about? What are you talking about? So why are you showing this bullshit video? Dog, I'm asking you a question. What are you talking about? I'm asking you, what are you talking about? Encouraging left on right hate is what the elites want. Please explain yourself. No. Let him answer. Let him answer. He might not be talking about the. The Fash mic getting smashed. He might be talking about something else. I guess you disagree. Answer the question, dog, or I'm just gonna ban you. I've got limited patience. I fucking tried to explain white supremacy to you earlier, and you were like, I'm actually not racist. Like, explain yourself, or you're just getting banned. That's how it's going, dog. I'm being real. I'm gonna be fucking so for real with you right now. We'll just leave him up there. We'll just leave him. I'll leave him up there.
Do we know that the history books are correct when only the victors write the history? And at that time, they didn't have social media to combat with the information at that time?
I'm just talking about like Walter Cronkite, like when there was like 2 stations and like, you know, there wasn't such a divisive news media corporate competition taking place to where people were competing for views by using pundits and having a 24-hour news cycle. Like when the written word also meant more as well. There was more faith.
Well, I can't.
Revolution is a better outcome than civil war is what I'm saying. At what point did I say that I want a civil war to happen? You are the only person that has brought up civil war in this conversation that you're having with me in the chat. You literally said, brother, you literally said, I'm more optimistic. Holy fucking shit, dude. I'm more optimistic after socialists win the fucking civil war. That's you, dude. That's fucking you. What you want about? At what point did I say that I want a civil war to happen in America? At what point did I say that, dude? I don't want civil war, really. Answer the question. When did I fucking say it? Holy fucking shit. Okay, you want to answer the question? You're pissing me off. See you later. Banned forever. Bye. Goodbye.
On that because I wasn't living that generation where you had to get on
You
your
could
TV.
even go back, I mean, honestly, the 24-hour news cycle, if you talk to older people like in their 30s and 40s, post 9/11 was pretty much the first time where cable networks had to keep their airways on all the time. So they started filling slots with not correspondents and not field pieces, but just pundits. So what they would do is they would...
You know, I wanted to give him a fucking chance. Yeah, after my man was like, I disagree, some whites aren't racist. And I said, who? And he was like, me. I wanted to give him like a bit of a chance to try and like explain himself. And then he came back with he hit me with the fucking yoinky sploinky. He hit me with the yoinky sploinky of like, don't encourage left on right hate. You're gonna start a civil war. Fuck me, what is wrong with some people? Wait, is this guy's not like, no, he's got an account from 2020. I also, strikingly similar, this message in particular, where was it? Yeah, this message in particular, where he's like, I agree, capitalism is evil, leave it there. Whenever a chatter says, leave it there, they're the maddest that they've ever been. Do you remember when that guy the other day was like, move on? Do you remember that? Fucking mental, dude.
2 people who fundamentally disagree and just have them yell at each other for like 2 hours to drive up engagement and keep...
Leave it there, leave it there.
So the news kind of
they're literally never planning on leaving it there, exactly.
Engagement, like...
No, it is funny.
TV, and then gradually trust faded because it became so partisan.
Yeah, I think it's also a sign of the times that we're seeing distrust and we're seeing the world get a little bit crazier as well.
So, I mean, what do you think we need to avoid?
What do we need to avoid? I think we need to call things out for facts. And you shouldn't be afraid.
Call things out for facts.
What are Somalis known for? You're afraid of your viewers watching this video calling you a racist or Islamophobe.
No, to clarify.
You knew that word, Andrew. You knew you were saying pirate. You knew.
Look, he's doing it. Look, he's doing it. He's doing the thing that I'm talking about. Oh, hey, by any means necessary. This is the blue fella. And it's really good to self-massage with it. I would recommend it. It's like 20 quid. It's called a body back buddy. All one word. I had the link in the chat earlier. Someone else asked me about it. Because I rarely get it out, but chat were nice to me today because I had a sore back. You thought it was some kind of prop. That would be good, wouldn't it? If I was a better streamer and had like a puppet or something. That's the next evolution of the stream, actually. No more just yelling at random chatters. I'm going to get a puppet to do it.
In your mind,
well, you're asking me to think in a stereotypical.
You missed it. You're cooking, listening. No. There's a link in the chat. Reality Bites. You can see it there.
I'll
show you again.
That comes to mind when I think about Somalia.
I said, what are they known for?
They are known by Americans who don't know Somalis.
And what are they known across the West for?
Well, the West is very much indoctrinated by Hollywood. I'm just saying, I want to wait to answer that before I actually have engaged with the community.
Ventriloquist stream when?
for this type of thing.
Well, when they're committing 89% of the fraud in Minnesota.
But that wasn't the question. You asked me, hey, what are Somalis known for? And of course, I'm thinking of the movie because it's
he's doing the thing. He's doing the thing. Like, Nick Shirley is being like, hey, I'm giving you permission to be racist, bro. Andrew Callahan is not really making a great argument here. He should just be saying you shouldn't fucking judge a whole race of people or like a whole nationality of people based on a stereotype that you've learned from a movie.
The Tom Hanks Hollywood blockbuster.
Yeah, but it's a fact that they're committing some sort of piracy in Minnesota. 89.
He is like a South Park character, isn't he? He's like, but it's true that there's a fact doing some kind of fraud in Minnesota. You know?
90% of the fraud is committed by Somalis, and that's a fact. When we talk about building trust in the future of media, we need to be able to say things for what they are. If Tim Waltz goes on TV and calls people like me a white...
The best thing that Andrew Callahan could do in this conversation is literally say, what do you think white supremacy is? But he's not even equipped to have that conversation, right? Cartman and Mr. Mackey in one, yeah, like that, right? It's what he sounds like. And that must be where it comes from. This must be like the fucking the Mormon accent. Because I've heard that South Park do this fucking accent before and they like fucked around in Utah and shit, right? And they used to do all of this, all these voices of fucking characters that would be literally just Nick Shirley and his mum. His mum sounds the same as him.
Supremacist. It's my responsibility to call Tim Waltz. He's enabled this to happen because he's a
too old for Twitch.
Racist and Islamophobe.
How long has he been wearing that hoodie? It's been like 2 weeks. Well, yeah, he's probably... Look, I know for a fact that this guy, he's getting his laundry done by his mum every day, right? So it is going to be clean. We can't argue with that. Yeah, it is going to be clean.
Can't even buy a home. Meanwhile, people are stealing millions of dollars. And he's afraid to say that because he's too afraid of being called a racist or an Islamophobe.
I think the one main issue that I feel like unites the left and the right, at least in a certain income bracket in the U.S., would be affordability.
Yes, 100%.
I think it's probably the main issue that we're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Deep down, I think that the main difference here is diagnosing how we can get to that point. You know, because when you're talking about your issue with fraud, you mentioned healthcare being expensive.
Yeah.
So we're all talking about the same thing here. It's just, I think the main difference is how are we going to get there?
And then when we have...
And also, these guys are just lying about it. These guys are just lying about it. They're just saying like, no, the reason for that is Somalis. It's Somalis. They're just, as a people, they like to steal. And, you know, what is the, how do we get them to stop believing in that? You know what I mean? There's no way to debate this guy out of his racism. He's too invested, right? I know he's a young guy, but I genuinely believe that the only way to counter this kind of narrative, because I don't think it's just not a popular narrative in America, overwhelmingly. The amount, like I said, the racism stage, the white supremacism stage that America is at is basically white people knowing that shit is racist, but not doing anything about it. Like, that's all it is. They're not engaging in any kind of anti-racist organizing and shit like that. And they leave it all up to black people. They leave it all up to brown people, you know, migrant communities, etc., etc. The only way that in America there's going to be any kind of dismantling of these kinds of narratives is if you build power through trade unions, tenant unions, food banks, ICE community defense organizations, and you just counter those narratives. As soon as people come in with those narratives, you just go, sorry, man, we don't talk about that here. We just talk about materialism. And if we find out that you're like treating people differently because of how they look, you can't be part of this, right? It's just that easy. You know?
Like Elon Musk, the smartest man in the world, who offers his help to get rid of fraud here.
Imported scapegoats. Yeah, that's right, to over Twitch, yeah.
For healthcare that could potentially help cut down the prices for homes.
No, that guy was not as good as the Soviet landlord guy. You're right.
Could potentially give people better wages, and then they go and attack him.
Well, I think one of the biggest problems is also the private sector controls so many of these things, like medicine and also real estate. Like, it's not like home prices are going to get knocked down because the government has more money.
It might be able to help people not have to pay so much in taxes.
Yeah.
It might help people to be able to take their dollar.
No, don't cede ground to him, dude. Don't fucking cede ground. Hey, Alejandro.
Buy the next thing. $120 billion in 2024 going towards fraud.
No, he doesn't bring any fucking heat at all. Too old for Twitch. He just pushes back gently on some things that Nick says, and doesn't even fucking counter the misinformation that he's doing. You know what I mean? Like, this number going up like this is not an indicator that there's more Somalis in America and they're doing more fraud. It's nothing to do with it. It's like, hey, guess what, man? Fraud's going up because people have no money, so more people are doing financial crime. It's as simple as that. Number go up shit, you know what I mean?
And then we go and attack that person who's trying to combat that.
Well, I guess one of the fundamental questions too that I mentioned early on in the interview is like, do you trust the government to handle a surplus in tax revenue if fraud is eliminated?
Say that question.
Like, let's say like fraud is totally
combat that?
Well, I guess one of the fundamental questions too that I mentioned early on in the interview is like, do you trust the government to handle a surplus in tax revenue if fraud is eliminated?
He doesn't even know what he's saying. He doesn't even know what's happening. It's a pretty simple question, man. You are talking about you know, if the government deals with all the fraud, they'll have a tax surplus. Do you trust them to be able to deal with that? And he's just like, what?
That question.
Like, let's say like fraud is totally eliminated and the government has like an extra stipend of money that they have that they could technically
He's not going to understand that word, bro. He's not going to understand what stipend means.
Distribute to things like making medicine cheaper and helping us pay rent. You think that the government would actually do that? Like, do you think they would genuinely invest in social programs that help change the affordability crisis?
I think so. In that
oh boy. That's crazy. That's crazy. He really Jinx. he really just thinks that. He really just thinks that. Okay. All right. That's enough. That's enough of that. Don't go anywhere, chat. It's the end of the stream, but it is not the end of your night. I am going to leave you with the wonderful, the amazing Cinemarxism, who we will be having on Yo, by any means necessary. Thank you so much for the 3 months in advance. Enjoy your emotes and your ad-free viewing. Legendary. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yeah, it's the end of the stream, I'm afraid. I'm going to leave you with the amazing Cinemarxism. We're going to have Brett on Red Planet very, very soon to talk about the organizing that he does in his local area, which I believe is Kansas City. So, yeah, join us for the raid. It'll be really cool. If you join me for the raid and show how many cool people have been watching the stream. And all the people in Brett's stream will be like, wow, that DJ Muel guy seems really cool. He seems really popular. We should all go follow him, and that's how you build community. Yada, yada, yada. Right? I'll be back tomorrow. We'll be checking out some stuff tomorrow. Maybe we'll check out the new Nick Shirley video tomorrow. Maybe, probably not. I don't know. There's probably going to be a bunch of fucking Iran news that comes out. So that's going to suck, and I'll probably have to cover that as well. But thank you so much for being here today, folks. I really appreciate you. Check out the socials. Hang on, let me spell it right. Check out the socials. Check out the YouTube channels. Check out Red Planet. And yeah, I will see you tomorrow, 6 p.m. UK time. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for all the subs. Thank you for all the donos. Thank you for the raids. Thank you for the follows. A whole bunch of follows today. And yeah, I'll see you tomorrow. Stay excellent to each other. Peace. Mwah.